Hello, good posture tubers, and welcome to the next live stream. Or at least, hopefully, the next live stream. We're going to test out sitting upright and speaking calmly for a minute here before I commit. Maybe having a couple drinks of water while I settle the esophagus. I have added more music to my local VLC media playlist. I think Cybernator predated Front Mission Gun Hazard. I think. Pretty sure. So you could probably say Front Mission Gun Hazard ripped it off Cybernator. I could be wrong. Metal Warriors. Yeah, that's a game. Metal Warriors, you know, let me see here. I think it's this one. Yes, this is a game. Metal Warriors is another one. Okay, so for tonight, we are researching cool new and somewhat underwhelming Tier 4 technology. Probably getting some sonic weapons soon. Cybernator with blast processing. Bam! Yeah. So, let's have a quick look at our capture plans. If I can find it here. After the great crash of March 22nd, April 22nd, whatever month it is. Who knows what month it is anymore? You know, this is one of those times where the day of the week, the day of the month, no one remembers. It's just all blurred together. So, capture-wise, Dreadnought operators, Terror and Assault operators, Terror soldiers, of course, and perhaps one final tier of Xenomorphs. In the civilian side, still need that Tactical Commander for weapons, Professor for probably medkits, a couple Battleship operators, both bomber and otherwise, and then Dreadnought and Assault and Terror, as well as Terror soldiers and any other Reapers we can find. I'm also fairly confident that there is another mech at Phase 4. Another enemy mech. Fairly confident. Xenonauts is forever. It's the truth. Hey there, Lone Eagle. Yeah, Millennium 2.2 will be upgraded to Millennium Deuteros the next millennium, which is the year 3200. Way different. But we're not going to jump to that anytime too soon. The next time I get burned out by Xenonaut missions dragging on forever. Maybe. Actually, what I've been thinking about doing, I'll just give you guys a pre-stream little future potential spoiler. Those of you that are into the Final Fantasy 1 randomizer community may be aware that they've been doing a tournament for spring 2020. You know, they do these things. So therefore, I've been watching a few more matches lately and kind of getting the old itch to load up some old NES FF1. So I might want to do a couple randomizer runs on stream at some point, just for fun. But more importantly, I actually want to do another set of solo challenges. I want to go through the FF1 solo set on the NES, probably with some speed ups again, because, you know, I don't want to spend 100 hours on it. But I want to do, instead of... So far I've done the original FF1 NES vanilla, the remake on Dawn of Souls, which was pretty easy, and now I want to try FF1, not randomized, but with the randomizer fixes and patches. So buy 10 items at once, Transitions are faster. You run faster. Like, there's a lot of stuff in the randomizer stuff that will make things take less time and also fix a bunch of stuff. So I want to try the NES fixed version and see, because it's going to change a few things. Like, the power gauntlets actually cast Saber now, which in the original, all my original FF1 solos, a lot of the spells are bugged, including Saber. So it actually makes certain parts a lot easier. But so it'll make some other parts a little bit harder. So I actually think that's kind of an interesting challenge for me to sort of work out. Oh, and maybe mod of balance for the the mod of balance for the GBA one. Yeah, maybe. There's been some people on the comment section of that, Mountain D18 and somebody else. I think there's been a couple people that have tried out some of the solo challenges for that mod on the GBA, and it seems like it's possible. So maybe I'll give that a chance one day too. Just all the solo FF1 runs forever. But yeah, that's just something that we'll see. We'll see. I don't know when exactly, but it's fun to stream, and I don't know. It's been a year or two since I did one, so hey. Other than that, you know, obviously Xenonauts. Forever. Xenonauts forever. But I've got so many games I want to let's play. Like, there's always other ones I could pick up at a moment. Alright, let's get this game booted up. We had our little sneak peek last time. Didn't get us anything. Hopefully tonight we make a little bit of actual progress. And we just did a mission for C-Team, so before the future tubers pop in, that's the mission they didn't really get to see. Let's do some work here. It was Seison's. We won't get the disassembly because it was a new ship. There could be some new grenades. Sure is. I think after our first wave of rockets and grenades at Extreme, I'm going to go 50-50. Half grenades, half rockets. I think the rockets are much better for capturing, but we use them a lot less. So having lots is good, but also you need some grenades for capturing, for just regular tosses, even if they're not as good at capturing. Easier to toss a bunch of smoke down, and it worked really good on the Praetors, so I think that's really nice to get a nice stash of that. Blood grenades, we're probably not going to get many more of those. We will actually be getting a new tier of explosive grenades tonight, so we don't really need to build any more fusion grenades. It sure would be cool to build some katanas. I mean, I'd like to see the new katana, right? Like, that's pretty awesome. Let me check. We got a fusion reactor. Check for other special weapons here. Apparently not much. You know, we could get a bunch of... we still have a lot of energy cores just sitting here waiting to be built. But for now, I don't think we really need them. Like, we can always disassemble this stuff in the future if it ever pops up. If we run out, that is to say. And what I'm looking for is more of these ancient weapons for 4 antimatter cores. How are we doing for, like, alloys and stuff, right? Like, we used to be really low on alloys. It's looking better than it used to be. Still not a ton, but better than the old days. Alright, I'm just checking for some stuff sitting around. I want to get this out of the way before we get to the next episode, just so we can get to focusing on the tech. Okay, that's done, I think. A-Team did an older mission. And I queued up the antimatter weapons. We might be able to build another antimatter rifle here. I didn't think of that, but we'd be getting pretty close again to antimatter core number. Yeah, definitely enough to build one more rifle. Or potentially save it up for a minigun. I don't know. I think in the spirit of being prepared for terror missions, We've got, what, 4 rifles and 2 pistols right now? A team has 2 rifles, 1 pistol. B team has 1 rifle, 1 pistol. C team has 1 rifle, no pistols. A team also has a cannon. What should be my next antimatter? You thought FF1 GP was balanced enough? Well, the mod of balance actually makes it a little bit harder, because I found Dawn of Souls a little bit too easy. Like, it's a great game. Like, I love it. It's probably one of my favorite remakes of any game. But, what was I gonna say? But it does come across as a little bit too easy if you've been playing the originals. So the mod kind of pumps it up just a little. Not too bad. Pistol for shield guys. I guess what I mean is, if I needed to do a mission in a pinch right now, if a Phase 4 mission happens right now, whatever team I was going to send, I could send them 2 antimatter pistols, 4 antimatter rifles, and 1 antimatter cannon. Right now, we have enough in stock for 1 team to almost go fully loaded antimatter. We could build another rifle, because I often have 2 snipers, 2 riflemen, and a rocketeer. So that would give us 5 rifles for a full squad of antimatter. The 2 pistols would hit the 2 shield guys, and then I generally have the 5 power armor, and they can't use anything but, you know, the miniguns or the cannons, and I've got 1 cannon. So I'm tempted to make, like, 1 more rifle, maybe. So we've got 5 of them. They seem to be, if I had to do 1 really hard mission, like, that's what I want. The pistols are good for, if I want each team to have a full set. You know, having antimatter pistols everywhere is good. But we're pretty short. And although I think the minigun... Let me just look at the stats one more time. Maybe my plan will be to make 1 more rifle and then a minigun, just so I can see it in practice. Well, we only have 2 pistols, but it's enough for 1 team at least. So the minigun Mark III, we're going from 18 damage to 24. The range is getting really high. The accuracy is still pretty bad, but on a soldier with like 150 accuracy, assumedly, it's still not terrible. Plus, there's no recoil, which means they actually hit more bullets on average than a similar ballistics. This is just one of those downsides. Like, it's another reason why the kinetic tech kind of sucks. Kinetic weapons have a lot of recoil as well, which makes them even less accurate. That's why one of the reasons the Gauss weapons aren't hitting very often is all of that recoil. Energy weapons and antimatter have basically none. I guess technically the pulse minigun does have 90. I thought that maybe the laser didn't have any. Oh no, it had recoil too. Shows what I know. Antimatter is the only one with no recoil. Makes it even better for accuracy at range. So 18 damage to 24 damage. Better range. A little bit heavier. Bit more suppression, although it's not much. Probably a lot heavier ammo, but 1 reload's really all we need. What'd I say? 18 to 64? Looks like a 33% damage increase. Right? Yeah, 33% of 33% of 18 is 6, so plus 6 is... That's still a pretty big damage up. And the cool thing, antimatter miniguns have always been really good, because although the damage per hit is low, it's generally full damage. Nothing really ignores it, so... We're looking at a max of... Well, an average... At close range. An average of 1,200 damage versus an average of 900 damage. So plus 300 damage, right? That's not bad. The difference is actually, at point blank, an antimatter minigun will just barely break one Sizen shield, but not really much more than that on average. Again, it's average. Each bullet is random between like 9 and 27, I think. But 9 to 27 damage per hit times 50 versus 12 to 36 damage per hit times 50 should on average destroy a Sizen shield with 900 HP and still kill the Sizen behind them for another, whatever, 100 or 200 damage. So that's kind of the upgrade there, is if you want to kill something like a Sizen, the Mark III should guarantee it. Otherwise, not a lot of things can survive that. I guess we haven't been one-shotting everything. You know, Roborexes, maybe mechs and tanks. There's some things this doesn't kill. Okay, I think I've convinced myself. We'll build one more rifle and then one minigun after that, and then I'll reassess. Because that'll give us, if we need it for a terror mission, 5 rifles, 2 pistols, a cannon, and a minigun. And at that point, I might just build it more, rather than like a one-squad team, I'll be thinking, okay, now I want to divvy stuff out for everybody to have at least a little bit. So I'll build an extra pistol for every team, and like, probably I'd like to have 2 pistols and 2 miniguns, or 2 pistols and 2 rifles everywhere. Yeah, because then 2 shield guys with pistols, 2 rifle guys with antimatter rifles, and we'll see how much antimatter we have at that point. That'll still take a fairly long time. Also, hey there, Kaidor. The important decisions. What kind of antimatter weapons you want to build. Did B team do any missions? They must have done something. Sizen mission. I think they did the one that we got all the tech from. It was long ago, long enough backwards, the battleship. Or I just forgot to queue stuff up. Okay, I was on C team looking for things to queue up, and then I got distracted. It looks like they didn't really have much, though. 120 energy cores ready to go. 96 ballistic cores. Okay, just because I hate the idea of my engineers not working, I want to queue up something. Okay, they have no... They have nothing. Friggin' C team, man. Never having any weapons to disassemble. But we'll queue up some of our Phase 4 weapons here. Make sure we've got tons of energy cores for all those sonic weapons we're gonna build. I know, it's a good joke. But I gotta give my engineers something to do. They've been sitting around. And then as far as like fiber is concerned, we're pretty good. It's really alloys. Even alloys and alenium, that's the main thing. Alright, B team, what kind of mission did you do? Must have been Sizens. So it looks like you caught 1 Xenomorph, 2 Praetorians. I guess C team is going to make the first sword. Because that's going to give them the 2 fangs. So I should look at how many chitin they need to build that katana. They should get enough. They'll get, is it 16 each? Or 8 each? It says right here, 8. So, not enough. We'll have to send some over. Let's... 22... They need 2 more chitin. That's not very much. There's a lot of stuff in base. We might want to... It feels like the base management screen is getting a little bit laggy. I might want to sell some stuff here just because there's too many items in the list. Maybe we should do that too before I forget. I don't know. I don't know if that's laggy or if I'm just, you know, impatient. Alright, so if they did a Sizen mission, they do have some captured Sizens. They should have some ion weapons. How are their energy cores and ballistic cores? Look at all those alloys. Looks like I missed a few things last couple of episodes. It's good to do a little bit of a review today. Alright, so B team has over 200 energy cores, lots of sonic weapons for them, and over 200 ballistic cores. So at that point, yes, they don't really need to worry about disassembling core weapons right now. At least not energy or ballistic. So that's good enough. I'm not worried about that. We got some dense fiber for the inevitable mechs. And a bunch of drones. Good. At least I caught some of this stuff. Probably no Reapers. We looked at the Xenomorphs. Any ancient weapons by some chance? And then check for grenades. Yeah, lots of grenades sitting here. That's like even more important. So we get some extreme stun grenades. And probably just focus on these rockets still a lot. That will definitely help us capture stuff in the future. And we should be getting new, what am I looking for? New explosive grenades, like, soon tonight. Okay, A-Team queued up all the Robo Reaper stuff. They didn't do a modern mission, so there's not going to be much for them to disassemble. We could probably find some wreckage from Phase 3 that I probably forgot to check in. Got to get all these chemical cores. You know they're going to be super useful. I just really hope that the Phase 4 chemical grenades use chemical cores, so I don't have to look for stupid random grenades to turn, you know, tier 4 grenades into out of enemy grenades, because we never get enough enemy chemical grenades. So I want to use stuff like this, if we can hopefully get it. Like, it's going to be kind of annoying if there's actually items in the mod that really have no use. Chances are, though, you know what it'll probably be? It'll be one toxic core, one chemical core, plus something like a toxin gland for the tier 4 chemical gas. You watch. Something that's really hard to capture that we've got almost nothing of, plus something that we've got hundreds of, just to spite me. Anyway, I think that's enough setup. I'll need to queue something up here. We just, well, we just need to start with that. Right. Last episode, we must have ended with, yeah, we ended right when we interrogated the Xenonauts weapon sergeant. Okay. Hello, Sonic Tubers, and welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts X Division with me, BlueAnkylo. So, hi guys. It might be a new episode. I'm not sure how I ended that last one. We had a bit of a technical snafu during the last stream where we lost an entire mission's worth of recording. It's a new stream for me. I'm all rested up and ready to go. So that's good for me at least, and hopefully we'll make some good plays on our missions. We've spent a little bit of time between episodes, just making sure my engineers are busy, so queued some stuff up. We've got quite a few stun grenades and stuff ready to go right now, so that's nice. Last episode, at the very end, or the last section anyway, we finished interrogating the Xenonauts weapon sergeant for tier 4, which means we unlocked thunder technology and also grenades. Now, they're both pretty important. I don't know which one has priority. We've got about 50 scientists with nothing to do. So let's say both of these are high priority. And we'll go 50-50. Or something like that. Because grenade tech and energy tech both sound useful. Although, you know, your mileage may vary. Now, I don't really read these very often, but this is the final phase. And I'd like to sort of be a little bit more thorough with some of our tech. So thunder technology has moved all the way up to the final tier. This is one of their extreme weapons. We've seen them fire like huge volleys of thunder shots. Like I think the thunder beam, one of the weapons in this tier, is like a minigun basically. They really damage circuitry, so they're really good against our tanks. And armor does seem to stop them. So I believe it is considered energy damage, although most of it turns into shock. But luckily, most of our soldiers have pretty good energy resistance, and being knocked unconscious isn't the worst thing ever. So it's not the worst weapons tech. Probably not as bad as fire, but, you know, that's kind of interesting. And then, of course, the grenades. I don't know if they've used any extreme grenades yet. This is the civilian explosive grenade of this phase. We've done pretty well at keeping the civilians suppressed and keeping our guys not grouped up. The first time I played, a lot of aliens just used these to one-shot my guys. Just threw a grenade over cover and blew up someone in wolf armor. So be happy that you haven't seen that yet. They're pretty powerful. So let's learn about some extreme grenades as well. Plus, you know, explosive tech is very important. So yeah, there's going to be a fair bit of engineering here at the beginning of the episode, but once that's out of the way... Oh yeah, we're going to build a cool sword in B Team. Right now. So they're going to get... I think they got both the first sword and the first axe. They're just really good at capturing the xenomorphs that they need to capture to make top-tier weapons, melee weapons. We'll figure out who gets to equip that later on, but let's have a little look at our new precious. The blue katana. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as the Mark IV axe, like half damage. So I would say it's probably worse, probably. But with low time units, especially on someone with like minus 20% time unit costs, it might be interesting just to see how many times they can attack in a row. Like, sometimes hitting for 400 damage or whatever it turns into, that's just overkill. You don't need to do that much damage. So 100 or 150 might be enough to just one-shot things, and it's lighter and easier to use, so why bother with the really heavy one? Disassembled the Dreadnought. I did agree. I decided last time that the Phase 3 Terror ships, we're not going to do any more of them. Even though it's still good for some resources, it's just... I find it too repetitive, and I don't want to... I mean, I think we're okay. I don't think we need to grind older, easy missions anymore. I want to see more new stuff than grinding the old stuff. It's still really early Phase 4, so you don't want to get overconfident just yet, but, you know, it should be okay. So, Alien Thunder technology. They've upgraded the stun weapons. Similar to lightning weapons, it's a lot of stun and EMP. Energy weapons. So I guess it does do some like HP damage, some red damage, more than before, but not that much more. I've never really noticed it, but sometimes, you know, you get hit by a stun weapon, you do take like 30 blue damage and like 5 red damage or something. It's got some plasma in it. There's some cool science stuff in here. Maybe we'll be able to make our own version of it, though. It's related to ion weapons, so as every tier has basically worked, you know, you research the main weapon branch, and then you research the side weapon branch, and combine them for the advanced main branch. Advanced ion technology. Even if the explanation's a little different every time. So, as much as advanced thunder technology might be important, advanced ion technology is definitely important. So let's learn how to make better sonic weapons, hopefully. Well, this is actually precursor. Yeah, this is basically the whole goal, of course, is more energy weapons. You know the drill. We did also clear our first battle carrier, so you can see the stats on it, and we'll be able to disassemble them in the future. They are not necessarily the best UFO to disassemble, but shooting them down is fairly easy, and we do get a lot of engines off of them, just like most of the carrier type. Lots of controls, or computers, not a lot of controls, not a lot of weapons. The main three things we need are extreme alien controls, heavy engines, and heavy weapons. So, if you need those two, this is not the best ship, but it's when I did the last battle carrier was actually pretty chill. There wasn't a lot of big xenomorphs in it. Maybe I just got lucky, but it wasn't that well defended, so it might be a relatively easy, massive mission. But no research, no new tech. So I did a little bit of a review of my bases, and most of them have a ton of energy and ballistic cores right now. I'm disassembling a few back in C-Team, because they're the lowest supplies, but most bases are fine on energy cores and stuff like that. It's really more a matter of getting antimatter cores or new grenades, and of course alloys and alenium for some of the more interesting constructions. Hey there, T-Dogs. So, Praetor Fleet Leader Vivisection. We didn't get an interrogation. I have a feeling it's just one interrogation for all basic Praetors, whether they're a base leader or a fleet leader. There might be a terror leader as well. That one might be different. It probably is. But we do get the Vivisection, and I doubt it's any different than the base leader Vivisection. But, you know, in fact, I think this is exactly the same. But, assumedly, this might help us do more damage because we've done more Vivisections of these things, just to help us kill them in the future. Maybe. Either way, science will be done. Let's... While these important things get wrapped up, let's interrogate a couple more Sizen operators, see if they give us a data hack. 50 is still an awful lot for one science. There are, I don't know the exact numbers, but there's definitely diminishing returns when you overstaff a research project. So you get less and less speed for every additional scientist. So the Extreme Alien Grenade looks like a chakram, just a circle. It's a little donut grenade. Rail tech is... we need to find some civilian weapon sergeants. We have no access to rail upgrades just yet. But we're looking for that tonight if we're lucky. Alright. So, extreme alien grenades are singularity-based explosions. They use black holes to make things explode, to make us explode. Maybe we can turn it against the aliens. Therefore, we shall. We've come up with a theory. It's a black hole theory. If it's correct, we'll revolutionize human explosives again. And we'll blow things up even better. Lots of these Robodog Terror Warriors. Oh, this is like the Phase 3 ones, though. They're not quite as valuable as the Phase 4 ones that we haven't... We've only seen one or two of them, really. But still, we're getting some Kylium, whatever it's called. Not Cesium. Sizens are the aliens. They have Kalium tubes. Alright, Battleship Operator... Another waste of interrogations. Might help with a data crack, but it did not. Advanced alien ion technology. Woohoo! What does it tell us? Ah, we know more about ions now. Let's build sonic weapons. Gotta go fast. Therefore we shall. Advanced sonic. This should give us more damage. Remember, the whole point of sonic technology is something about using waves to make the air move out of the way of the plasma. So, hey, sounds cool as a technology, right? We're getting real close to perfecting it. It's going to be way better than Pulse, probably. You can hear it in my voice, future tubers. The live tubers already know. Some of them do. You just roll them along the ground at high speeds, yeah. I mean, as long as they can pick up their rings after they crash into something, they're invincible, right? Just need one ring and they'll live forever. Okay, and let the engineers have a break. Bomber expert, or expert bomber. Another boring interrogation in the long run. Unless we get a data hack, which we did. Well, that's nice. So, I believe this is our second size in data hack. I'll have to double check. I'm pretty sure we've got 11 and 12. So this should unlock some of the Mark III sonic weapons that we're just about to get. Good timing. X Division slowly drains your souls. It might. It definitely could do that. I would recommend not binging it too crazily long. Oh, hold on. That might be the first time I've seen that. Oh, it's only 27. I thought we said 50. Well, as soon as we're done with the Reaper, we'll assign more to the data hack. I thought 50 scientists was not making excellent progress. So the Ancient Reaper, I believe, is the sniper weapon, and we do get more anti-cores from it. It has 32 meters of range, you know. 32 meters is not a very good sniper range. 32 meters, that's like good pistol accuracy. 8-hour stream 7 days a week is not a good idea. Well, I took a break for a couple nights, right? Also, I've got you guys to keep me entertained. Helps break off the monotony to talk to some other people. Alright, engineers are on break. Advanced sonic technology. That's when he goes golden. So, let's see. What does this tell us about sonic tech? Now that we know more about aliens, weapons, we can create energy cores, use energy cores to make Mark II. It depends on the weapon, but we expect to do more damage, and we can put more energy into the ammo clips. Therefore, instead of having more shots per clip, they've just decided to give you more power per shot, rather than increasing the number of shots. So don't expect larger ammo sizes, just expect more damage per shot. We've also got a sleeker package, making the clips even lighter. The Mark I weapons can be reloaded quickly. The Mark II weapons can also be reloaded quickly. The clip designs are unified, so you can use a pistol ammo for a sniper reload, which is actually quite nice. And we might be able to get a mech and a mounted weapon. And maybe one day, with advanced rail technologies, we can make a vehicle cannon. That's what we want. So we've got to get advanced rail tech to develop a ground vehicle cannon. Yeah, let's get some Phase 4 cannons on the ground. So we got a bunch of Phase 2 weapons. Let's start queuing them up. You know, pistol. We'll have a look at all the stats once we research them. These things research really fast. Maybe I should just try like 10 each, because that's considered excellent speed. You know, you can read all kinds of stuff about them. I'm sure your men will be quite impressed with the Sonic Cannon. Remember this, guys. Sonic Cannon Mark II. I'm sure your men will be quite impressed. If you're not impressed, I want your money. I want my money back. Alright, so there's lots of information about the weapons we're researching. They research quick enough, and then we can just look at them ourselves. Probably takes like 2 days at 10 researchers, maybe. Singularity explosives. Probably more excited for this than Sonic, honestly. So now that we know about alien grenades and alien singularity cores, that was like one of the power systems for their ships. Now we can make our own singularity explosives. Grenades, rockets, a new tier of flash and smoke, and eventually big explosions. The Big Bang. So clearly we want singularity grenades. I'm sorry, Commander, but do your men really want to carry a miniaturized black hole in combat? That sounds extremely dangerous. Well, if you insist, it'll be very powerful, but I'm not testing it. No way. Can we do these at 10 each as well, just to really blast through at super speed? 1 is poor, 2 is average, 3 is good, 4 is good, 6 is considered excellent progress. You know what? 10 should be more than enough. Alright, extreme smoke. I don't know why the singularity explosives gives us better smoke grenades, but don't ask questions, just accept that you get another tier of smoke and flash grenades that we'll probably never use. The flash grenades, not the smoke grenades. Rockets, you know, antimatter rockets, or not antimatter, but singularity rockets. This is the best rocket we've ever made. And of course, in case you want to carry an even bigger explosion, let's bring a heavy explosive. More important, this is the research that gets us to vehicle explosives. That's the main reason to do that one. Poor Sonic. They fire gold rings. That'd be pretty cool. Data hack number 12. Mark III weapons. We need all the data hacks one way or the other, so nothing to worry about with that. You get better smoke because you can condense the gas? Yeah. I'm not sure how we're condensing them. It just seems like singularity's like, this is how you make a black hole. And whatever the technology is, it just triggers a black hole. But this is like releasing smoke instead, so... The smoke is denser, you know, and it's... I don't know. I don't really want to argue. I'm just going to accept it. We'll get some thunder tech. I don't know if this actually leads anywhere, but we'll get that. I don't want to argue with the scientists in this modded video game. If they say it's better, it's better. Advanced alien technology. Thunder technology. Turned out to be a dead end. For now. Let's just say this probably is related to a certain Mark IV weapon later on. But, one would hope it might be poured into a grand technology soup of the most sophisticated technologies the aliens have to offer to result in a surprise dish. But for now, that's all it is, wishful thinking. I wonder what our surprise dish will be one day. If we get all the advanced alien technologies. Well, we've got some spare scientists. I'm gonna... Oh, heavy singularity explosives is difficult. Not like the other ones. Not like the others. So, we'll go speed that up a little bit. Sonic pistol. Rifle. Sniper rifle. Cannon. Heavy. Plus the things we've unlocked for Mark III. Unfortunately, there weren't very many of them. So, the final data hack for Sizen, the Mark IX... Data hack number 9 could be from either a dreadnought operator or an assault or terror operator. We don't really know yet. But that will be where we get the rest of our Mark III weapons. I sure hope you're excited to look at all these new Sonic weapons once we've finished researching them. We could look at Mark II, but we might as well finish the Mark IIIs and then we'll just review them all together. Analysis Ankylo. Alright, Singularity Grenade. It requires alloys, just like Phase 3, but no surprise there. Bigger, badder than the old Fusion Grenade. Extreme Smoke. Bigger, badder. Extreme Flash. Who cares? Singularity Rocket. Sounds good to me. And now we've got access to even bigger advanced Singularity Grenade. This is because of one of our data hacks. So you might as well have a look at that. We should have enough time. Well, you know, I'd like to start building some of these grenades. Let's go have a look at the grenade tech for the moment. We'll look at the Sonic weapons once we finish the Mark IIIs. The stuff we've got queued up anyway. So for our new grenades, let's have a quick compare. We've got a Singularity Grenade, which I'm sure will be just a straight upgrade to the Fusion Grenade. 165 Incendiary up to 220. It's a pretty big upgrade. Almost 50% more damage, right? Half of 165 is 82. And yeah, it's like 40% more damage. That's a pretty big upgrade. Anything that's not resistant to Incendiary will take a lot of damage. And radius of 3. It's a bigger explosion, does more damage. Hey, we don't use explosive grenades too often, but when I do, I want to kill stuff right now. So, hey, sounds good. Now, not to spoil this one, but this next upgrade is really good. The extreme smoke grenades. So the big number there at the bottom, accurate. You might not be able to see it. the scroller's in the way. Sorry about that. But if you could see it, it would say accuracy reduction 50% per tile versus the old tier 3 smoke grenade, which was 33% per tile. So basically, we're going from 33 per tile to minus 33 per tile to minus 50 per tile for alien and soldier accuracy. That's a pretty big jump, and if you get a few squares of smoke in between you, your soldiers, and the enemy, you know, minus 2 squares is minus 100%. So that seems like a nice addition. And we definitely still use smoke grenades. They're still real good, and I bet you they're better on higher difficulties. I've heard that on the higher mod difficulties, the aliens get really good stats for accuracy and so forth. So they would be sniping us even more ridiculously, and you might need more than just the regular smoke to lower their accuracy enough to stay safe. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, that seems pretty good. I think it also... Is it bigger? Yeah, 5 radius, so it's a bigger explosion of better gas. It does weigh 2 kilograms. I think, unfortunately, most of the support grenades, they go from, like at tier 2, they're 1 kilogram, tier 3, they're 1.5, tier 4, they're 2. So they keep getting heavier, so it is difficult to bring a lot of them. Although I think fusion or singularity grenades are still only 1 kilogram, so that's convenient. If you care, the flash grenades, they suppress 120. The old flash grenades suppressed 100. The older flash grenades suppressed 80. But I don't know if that's enough. So 120 is about the same as a minigun firing for suppression. But, you know, that doesn't always work. So it's about the same as that. You can just give it to anybody. And it's got a small radius. But they're light, you know. We should probably try them out now and then. In my experience, flash grenades never seem to work, so... It just feels like you're usually wasting your turn. I'd rather use a smoke grenade to protect people, or a stun grenade, or a chemical grenade to kill something, or just get out of the way. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, but in my early testing, they didn't impress me much. Finally, we did just learn about the rocket. So we should have a new snazzy-looking singularity rocket. So this is competing with the old explosive fusion rocket, which does 330 damage in a 4-tile radius. And instead of 330, it's 440. Also 4-tile radius, I believe. Yeah, so the same bang, same size of bang, but an extra 25%, or, well, 33% damage, I suppose. So 110 more incendiary. This will surely blow up most non-robotic enemies in a single rocket. It'll bypass size and shields, and it should do enough damage to civilians. But, you know, you lose all the loot and stuff. It's, you know, when all else fails, blow everything up kind of weapon. At long range. So, of course, we should build some of these. Let me start with a few singularity grenades. They do use alloys plus selenium. I'm going to say, like, 12 for now. And smoke, I'll do the same thing. Just so we're upgraded. We want to start prepping for the tier 4 terror missions as soon as we can. So getting some of these ready to go, I think, is the way. And I will also build some singularity rockets. I'll build 10 of these as well. If we have the alloys, anyway. But yeah, I probably only want to bring like 1 per person-ish. Just because, well, it depends on how many alloys we get, you know. Just remember, they cost 1 alloy, 1 alenium per use, so they're far from free. And although we have more alloys now than we used to, if we start spending all over alenium, that'll be the next bottleneck. Actually, the smoke grenades use 2 alloys per grenade. Didn't even notice that. So, they're pretty expensive. I might not want to bring... Like, I probably want to keep bringing some of the older ones, just because they cost half as much. Even less than half as much. 1 alloy per smoke grenade. Extreme is 2 alloys plus an alenium, so... You know. Alright, at least we got some basic tier 4 grenades to go. And it certainly doesn't take very long to build them either way, so... Alright, back to sciencing. Oops. Alright, now, for science! That was everybody, right? Alright, now we've got, of course, the advanced singularity grenade. It is going to be the same as other advanced ones. We only got this so quickly because of the data hack. It does apparently do a lot of incendiary damage, but even more alenium. I do like the AP rockets as well. Let's see. How many of these better grenades should be built already? Perhaps the best grenade in the game as far as damage is concerned. So the advanced singularity grenade, 300 damage. So 220 up to 300. A radius of 4, which is 1 more than before, which is probably even larger than the advanced fusion grenade. That's the same as a rocket, actually. You know, that's a heck of a lot of damage from a grenade. If you want something blown up, this is the best tossing grenade you can do, I think. So, okay. How expensive were these to upgrade? 1 of the base grenades, 1 alloy, 2 alenium. Alright, I will build... Oh, you know what? I'm not going to build very many most places. A-Team has the majority of the resources, so they will have some stockpile of the best grenades. But the other bases may only bring a couple. Just because they're so... I don't think I want to use them most of the time. Like, they're gonna cost a lot of alloys. So I'll give them like half stash, you know? Enough that we can bring a couple, but not a lot, not enough for me to think use them all the time. You know, in a pinch, it'll still blow stuff up real good. But I would rather try to save the alenium for... Well, there's still lots of things to build, and lots of things use alenium. Okay, get these all built. We've got antimatter. We don't even need the better grenades. Well, I like the larger radius. When I really want to destroy a house, destroying all the walls quicker is better. So the 4 radius is still worth it. The extra damage, well, it depends on what we're trying to kill. I don't know. Antimatter is great because it's, you know, non-consumable. You don't run out. But, yeah, I don't want to waste them, obviously, but I think having some as a backup will still be good. You can't throw antimatter over a wall still. Although, maybe one day. Singularity rockets. So, AP Singularity. This should be the highest damage, like, single target shot you can get. They're also a little bit cheaper than those grenades. Plus, we use much fewer of them. Research is catching up pretty quick. Oops. Get those sonic weapons finished. So let's have a look at our new rocket. Perhaps the final damaging rocket we'll get. This bad boy, the Singularity rocket, 850 damage. One of these rockets in one shot does about the same amount of damage as a Mark II antimatter minigun at point blank. Although armor mitigation, you know, not included. But still, 850 damage is insane. Yeah, walls can't stop black hole grenades, right? So clearly this does a tremendous amount of damage And if you're fighting against alien vehicles, like heavy drones, mechs, tanks, I don't think we've seen any Phase 4 tanks yet. This is probably one of the better ways to snipe them at long range. Like, they're very accurate in a rocket launcher, and this does a ton of damage to a small radius, so it's a little bit safer for your friends. I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Enough that I'm going to build a few, at least. I still bring rocket guys, which is kind of crazy. And, you know, 2 more Elenium, but at least these are used a little bit more rarely. It's easy to spam those smoke grenades if you get a tough mission. One thing I could probably do is I'm sure spending a lot of C Team's alloys are getting spent right now, getting all these grenades and rockets. Whatever. What was I going to say? I was going to say something and then I totally forgot. Oh, it'll come back to me, maybe. Maybe. I think I was just talking about, like, we still bring rocket launchers, so bringing better rockets sort of just makes sense. And then the alloys and the Elenium, you know, we've already built a lot of our Phase 4 armor already, which is a big Elenium sink. So, I think this is still a good use of your stuff. And when we do get those terror missions, you know, you want to be as prepared as you can, so... Again, I say that all the time as well, but... We're getting close to getting hit by the most dangerous missions. Alright. So, this sounds good. Sonic Pistol Mark III. 20% more damage, 67% more range. Awesome! The weight is cheap. The weight of the clip is less, you know. Sniper Rifle Sonic does a little bit more damage. Almost acceptable range. Uh-oh. 15 energy cores plus a Mark II. Are you guys hyped for Sonic weapon analysis phase? Let's see what we should start building for Sonic weapons now. Let's start with pistols, because, you know, they're at the top. The Mark I pistol was garbage because it took 33% time units to fire instead of a classic pistol taking 17 or a pulse pistol taking 13. Most pistols are 17 and 23. But Sonic, no. 33 and 45. So that seems rad. It does a lot of damage. 120 energy is pretty good. 6 range. 6 ammo is kind of normal. And the accuracy is pretty bad. So, all in all, bad. Then the Mark II does more damage. 150 energy, so that's good. You know, plus 30 damage. Sure, that's fine. 6 range is still pretty bad. Enough that you basically have to be point blank. 6 ammo, sure. It is very cheap to reload, you know, only 10 time units to reload. So, 6 ammo, 10 point reload, that's not that big of a deal, honestly. Ammo, don't worry about, that's okay. They reduced the firing mode cost, but it's still not down to typical weapons. So, it went from 33.45 per 33 and 45% time units to 27%, 40%. So, you know, -6, -5%. It's better, but it's still not very good. You're only getting just under half the shots of a normal weapon. And you are getting literally half the shots of a pulse pistol. So, you know, 150. Okay, maybe the Mark III will redeem it, though. 180 damage. Okay, that's a lot of damage for a pistol, make no mistake. Each shot of these is doing a ton of damage. So that's the main thing going for Sonic, clearly. 10 range, it's pretty good for a pistol, but low accuracy doesn't really redeem that. Still 6 shots, still cheap reloads, but the firing mode is still garbage. So 27%, 40% is still 27%, 40%. The accuracy is still, you know, pretty bad. And overall, I just don't think it's very good. If you compared this to a Pulse Mark III, which we do have, the only thing it's got going for it, really, is that it has a higher damage. It's a lot higher damage. You know, the pulse pistol only does 52 damage instead of 180. But the pulse pistol can fire, you know, twice as often easily, twice as many shots, way more accurate, like double the accuracy, longer range. It ignores some armor, so it doesn't shred as much armor technically, but it does do damage through armor in a sense. Like, if you had 40 armor, this would still do 52 damage. If the enemy had 50 armor or 40 armor, the sonic pistol would do 180 minus 40. So it would sort of add up in that sense, a little bit of damage. Plus you're getting 2 shots. So against something with 40 armor or more, this will do around 52, and then you get 2 shots. So it's like 104, versus if you're using the Mark III Sonic, you do 180, minus 40 is 140, but that would just be 1 shot. So in that sense, if you can connect with your shot, the Sonic pistol will do more damage, and it will shred more armor. But you have to hit with it, and you don't have as many options for shooting. And unfortunately, I think it's only really going to work at basically point-blank range, which is where melee weapons take over. So, in my opinion, the Sonic pistol is not really an option. Even the Mark III here, all the way to final energy tech. Hey there, Robert. It's really the firing mode that kills it. It does do a lot of damage. It would be better at shredding armor, no doubt. But there's another weapon that we can already build. I mean, this is more of a secret rare tech. But we've already got a pistol that does 17% time units, 100 damage per shot, which is, sure, less than 180. But double the range nearly, ignores all armor, or nearly all armor, has a bit higher ammo capacity, and is way more accurate. So far, I would say the antimatter pistol is by far the best pistol. And pulse is good for quick, small shots, like if you need energy damage at kind of rapid fire, just to finish something off. It's probably a better backup weapon because it's lighter and it's a bit less accurate than the antimatter, but it's light. It doesn't really weigh much, so it's a good backup weapon. The antimatter pistol is very heavy, but the sonic weapon, I don't see how it fits in there. It just you know, it's fairly light. It's only 4 kilograms. The ammo is light, but yeah. Anyway, enough analyzing that one. Next up, the rifles. Okay, well, you may have noticed the trend of sonic weapons. Firing modes are terrible, hot garbage. Even with Alpha Wolf armor, which is minus 20% to time unit costs, you cannot burst fire the Sonic Rifle Mark I twice. 65% minus 20% is still larger than 50%. So one burst is enough for me to, like, ignore it entirely. 140 damage per shot is good, but everything else about it is bad. The upgrade, the only upgrade we have for now, is Mark II. And it does go from 140 per hit to 170 per hit. And on the plus side, it does remove the firing modes down to 55% for a basic burst. So with Alpha Wolf armor, you can still do 2 bursts of this, which is definitely a big improvement. It might be worth building some of these, maybe. It's hard to say, and we'll need to see Mark III. They're not very good at long range, you know, only 12 range, and accuracy's kind of bad. But the reload costs are cheap. You can fire it 3 times and then reload it for 10 time units. 3 bursts of 3 for 9 ammo. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to like it, but it does do a lot of energy damage. And this is probably one of your best shredding weapons, because that's theoretically 170 times 6, assuming you can hit all of them. And, you know, high-level soldiers do have a lot of accuracy. It's just a matter of, does the range and accuracy stack up well enough? So, that's the rifle, which at least sounds a little better than the pistol in my eyes. Next up, there's only a few more, really. The sniper rifle has probably the highest per damage shot we've ever seen. You cannot take 2 snapshots with the Mark I, which is not good. But 280 damage per shot is certainly a lot. It only gets 2 ammo, but the reloads are pretty cheap, I guess. So anyway, the Mark I is never going to get built. The Mark II is even higher damage, 340. Like, that's another nice upgrade. 340 per hit. 18 range for a sniper is adequate. The weight is kind of normal. Still only 2 ammo with cheap reloads. And luckily, again, just like with the rifle, the snap fire is down to the point where Alpha Wolf armor will let you do 2 shots. 55% minus 20% of that is, 44 or something like that, I think. So it's pretty easy to fire twice as long as you've got the modern armor. And that's fine. You know, it's not going to be like a pulse rifle that a pulse sniper you can fire 4 times. But at least at this phase, it's doing a lot of damage. And 340 will pierce a lot of things. I think this is the first sonic weapon that is like... It's probably worth upgrading our snipers to this at some point. And the accuracy is, like, acceptable. It's not great, but it's still okay. But we do have the Mark III of these. And it does 400 damage, and it gets a lot more range. So this is the one where I'm like, okay, I can see this. 18 range to 24. That puts... Or 26, actually. That's a huge range upgrade, and that definitely helps one of the weaknesses. 400 energy damage is kind of nuts. You can still fire it twice barely, and at least 1 aim shot is, you know, better than nothing. It still only gets 2 ammo and then reloaded, which is unfortunate. But, like, 400 damage. How does that compare to our Mark III? Like, I really liked our Mark III pulse lasers. Mark III pulse, precision pulse, whatever. The range is actually similar. 32 range to 28, was it? 26 or 28? 26. It's a bit less range, but I would say close enough that it's not too bad. So don't worry about the range part. The damage is, well, nuts. Instead of 120, ignoring 70 armor, which gives you kind of a max damage of like 180, you know, because it's 50 between minus 50 to plus 50% damage roll. This thing has a max damage of like 600. So on average, this thing is just punching through tanky enemies like nothing. If they've got like 100 or 200 armor, this thing will work, but the precision pulse will have a hard time. So yeah, basically against really defensive enemies, this is probably the way to go. And it's still reasonably accurate. So, okay, I probably want to build 1 or 2 of these per base and start testing them. So that's good. I'll probably build at least 1 rifle in anticipation of the Mark III rifle being hopefully good enough to replace my precision rifles. And mostly... because we don't have enough antimatter cores to build all the antimatter rifles. They still seem better, but we also don't have very good antimatter snipers, so maybe the sonic sniper will still fill a niche there. We could build Mark III antimatter snipers at some point, which have the best range at 40, and a crazy accuracy, and good time units, or at least regular time units, but they only do 160 damage. Even though they ignore all armor. So they're not going to do as high a hit, and they don't shred armor. And, of course, 2 ammo capacity. And 60 time units to reload. So, a lot harder to do rapid firing with the antimatter sniper. So, yeah, I do think perhaps the sonic sniper is okay. I'm still not super impressed, but I think it's good enough to warrant a test. Finally, or second finally, is the cannon. Remember, the scientists said we'd be very impressed by the sonic cannon Mark II. The Mark I is basically unusable. The firing modes are so bad. 1 shot for 65, 1 shot for 90% time units. Both of them fairly low accuracy. Small area of effect, 200 energy damage. Not great. Only 1 ammo, so fire it and reload it. I don't know why anyone thought this would be a good weapon. Maybe the Mark II, though. It has 50% more damage. It's just a large grenade launcher. But this time it has 3 ammo. So you don't have to reload it as often, at least. And the firing modes got down below 50%. So you can fire it twice per turn, with low accuracy anyway. and reload it pretty often, and a little bit bigger radius, but 300 energy damage. It's kind of like a, it is like a grenade launcher, basically, just an energy grenade. And you'd have to use it more as a backup energy grenade to destroy cover and hit enemies kind of around walls and stuff, probably. I expect it's a terrible primary weapon, but perhaps as a backup, it's okay. We've been spoiled for so long, as with most things in this game. We've been spoiled by antimatter, and the antimatter cannon does, only 100 damage, but it fires in bursts of 6, so okay. And it doesn't destroy stuff on the ground, which is quite nice. And it ignores armor, so, that's all good stuff. Anyway, I would be willing to bet that the Mark III cannon will have a burst fire mode. It'll probably fire bursts of 3, or at least 2 or 3. Hey, Zach. So, I mean, I'm not very excited about it, but technically it exists. It's a thing that exists. And our final sonic weapon to have a look at is the heavy. We have found heavy weapons to be the best weapons in the entire series. It does, a lot of damage per hit, 120. 12 ammo, so you can fire it twice, 2 bursts of 6. The time unit cost is nuts, 80%. So someone wearing Guardian armor can't even really fire it, I don't think. Because they get plus 20%. Oh, they could just technically fire it, don't worry. It's only going to cost them 96% of their time units to fire. Yeah, I mean, that's great. But clearly it's meant more for power armor anyway. But still, power armor could take like 1 step and fire it. And it has no accuracy, so it seems really hot trash to me. Hopefully the Mark II is way better. Minus 10% time unit costs. That's helpful. And 50% more, or no, not even 50%. Only 25% more damage. 120 to 150. A little bit more suppression. Ammo 12, burst 6. Yeah, it still seems... why would you ever use that over a minigun? So first off, heavy weapons, clearly garbage. Why would I bring a sonic cannon over some minigun? There's no sonic miniguns options. So you'd have to... When would this beat out a pulse minigun as far as energy heavy weapons go? It does do area of effect damage. So, if you're in an alien base, and you know how there's like 3 or 4 bunched up right around the doorway? Instead of using a grenade, where you have to be fairly close, you could fire across the room with a cannon, like a sonic cannon. 300 damage, maybe 2 shots if you're lucky. That would work pretty well on a cluster of enemies. That doesn't happen very often, but I could see it for bases being decent. It might destroy some stuff on the ground, unfortunately. The antimatter cannon would still be better, but you don't always have the antimatter. I think comparing them to antimatter isn't totally fair, because antimatter is not a main branch. It's kind of the secret, hard to get branch. The primary branch is, kinetic and energy. The antimatter branch is sort of special. So it has it should be a little bit overpowered, I think is the idea. So compared to Pulse or Gauss heavies, I mean, it's not going to be as good as the Pulse minigun most of the time, I'm sure. But if the Mark III cannon does have a burst fire, then I could see for UFO breaches, getting into the narrow corridors and inside bases, there would be a couple times where it might be worth it. But yeah, the minigun will win most of the time. Now, it's possible there will not be a good Tier 4 minigun. The Pulse minigun might be the best we get. I'm hopeful that Rail turns out okay, but I kind of doubt it. So, yeah. Anyway, that's your Sonic analysis for now. We'll see the rest of the Mark IIIs later on. Basically, all that ever settled for myself is that I guess I'm going to build one Sonic rifle, Precision Sonic each, and one Sonic rifle each for now. And I will upgrade the Sonic Sniper for science, and if it seems good, I will build a second one, because we've got 2 snipers, but we can keep one with the Pulse and one with the Sonic, and they'll have like a little competition. And then I'll start planning for at least a rifle each, and we'll see what happens. But the pistols, the cannons, the heavies, keeping in mind the cannons use 48 energy cores, like they're so expensive. It's going to cost us 100 energy cores to build one Mark III cannon. sonic cannon. So, like, when is that going to be worth it? I don't think... I mean, there's nothing... If there's literally nothing else to spend your energy cores on. Alright, so we queued it up. And hopefully rail tech is awesome, right? Hopefully rail tech, once we get there, is really good. Well, looks like we got a next wave of UFOs. Kai wants the sonic sniper. Well, once we've built one, you know, it is going to take a little while, unfortunately. Tier 4 weapons do take a long time to build. Even with 75 super engineers, it's going to take like a day or something to get it. So let's see how much we have to deal with. Battle carrier again. An Andron battle carrier. With escort cargo ships. Some interceptors. Some more interceptors. That might be it. Okay. Let's do some air combat. I want to use these cyclones because they're cool. I don't want to fight them over the water. You know, because I'm kind of trying to farm up alloys and energy, I want to make sure we fight them not over water. Because the interceptors are worth a lot of stuff. A lot of goodies. Oh yeah, we got contrails. Oh yeah. Only one massive... Well, so far. There could be some hiding out of our radar. But yeah, the large battle cruisers should be fairly easy to shoot down. I was hoping one of them would be battle cruisers we can use Furies on easily. I was hoping there'd be civilians. Sizen... Okay, so we've got to do this mission and hope that there's a civilian weapon sergeant. Because that'll be our next branch of technology. It's only a large, so I don't think there's a guarantee. But, you know, it's definitely worth trying. And the battle carrier, the massive, is Andron, which is probably a little bit easier at least. Let's let the interceptors do their job first. So we'll do some more of these air battles for now. We'll test out auto resolve at some point, but it's still early on in phase 4. So because the enemy interceptors are so much faster, we do need to turn quite a bit earlier than we used to get any kind of good angle here. They also have much longer range than they used to. Now, I'm still trying to get used to my own roll distance with my contrails. I haven't really practiced with them much. Hopefully this is about right, so we're just at the tip of the enemy's range, which is like 2.4 kilometers, I think. I think that's what the interceptor beams do, so this might work. I pressed the wrong button. It was probably the right button. It was probably the right direction if you had pressed the right button. Instead, I wasted a little bit of time and I missed my roll. So, okay. It's fine. We'll try again. This time I'll come from the other side. It gets them grouped up a little bit more, which helps. Alright, let's see if we get it this time. A little bit long. It looks like we might still roll a little bit, like, our sideways roll is probably still a little bit longer than Interceptor's max range. But that one was better. Now we've ungrouped our guys a little bit here.
This is looking good. Stay tight.
This is looking good, they say. Well, we shot one down, but it might have been more of a fluke than anything.
Gotcha.
Alright, one more time. Yeah, we definitely roll, like, if we can check the interceptor beam range, but you can kind of get an idea for how many kilometers you roll sideways in one barrel roll now. Anyway, look at all those alloys. I'd like to know, for science, air cannons, interceptor beam. So, the interceptors we're fighting have 2.4 kilometer range, which means our ship's barrel roll, one sideways roll, is probably closer to 3 kilometers. That's pretty wild. That's got to cause some G-forces on the pilot. Just barrel roll sideways 3 kilometers in about half a second. No big deal. Alright, the Cyclones, though, have the advantage of having nifty particle weapons.
This isn't looking good, fleet.
And being more agile than the contrails. So they have to fight a little bit differently.
Negative, left, go left.
But it should be easier overall because the DPS on these weapons are so much higher and the firing arc is, well, almost overpoweredly. Overpowered. Overpoweredly overpowered. Oops. Well, not perfect. I will admit, I'm a little bit excited to see what the Tier 4 special terror ship is that we get from the enemy terror missions, right? Like, I'm excited, but I'm a little bit scared about actually surviving the mission. Anyway, Cyclones seem awesome. Now we need to shoot down a battle carrier with cargo ship drones, cargo ship escorts. I guess we start with the Lotuses, and we focus down do I? Because the battle carrier is going to have drones, but the supply ships are going to have just area of effect dumb weapons. We're going to need to focus primarily with anti-missile fighters, Lotuses and Cyclones, more so than Furies, if we want to do this one without death. I think we want to come at it from behind, because that should give us the most time before it swings around. Okay, fusion torpedoes, sonic missiles. Focus on cargo ship number 1. I'd like to fire 2 torpedoes at it. It is shooting them down, which is part of the problem here. Oh, right, these are only Lotuses. They don't have barrel roll. Uh-oh. Well, we got one. We got 2! I think it's time... well... You know, combat only gave us a 1% chance to win. I don't believe in 1% chances. We can fire 1 more torpedo off. We got this. We got the escorts. Well, we can fire 2 more. You know what I mean. Oh, I have to target them, of course. Oops. Just need another second here. There goes torpedoes. And now you guys can get out of there. We did a little bit of damage, but he's going to take a lot more than 2 torpedoes. These guys are one of the tankier non-terror ships. Also, hello, Tim, if I missed you in there. Okay, we got Cyclones on the way. We got battle cruisers, which I believe the Furies seem to do quite well against if they got behind them. Now, we do have probably our torpedo upgrades on the way. Because, you know, we have the advanced explosions. It's just taking a while to, you know, finish all that research. So, we'll have another upgrade for our error pretty soon, I think. Maybe by next wave. Because we're still using, like, tier 3 torpedoes. But, I'm pretty sure this will be enough. I think just 1 volley will do, actually. Let's test that theory out. Yeah, because the big orange gun will pretty much one-shot these things, I think. Now, the supply ships shot the torpedoes down. I don't think the battle carriers did. Oh, no, they shot them down. Well, that's why we only did 30%, because when we shot with the double, the two missiles, the two torpedoes from the Lotuses, it shot one of them down. Interesting. So anything with those anti-missile defenses, it's better to do a wave of 3, right? If they always shoot one shot out of a batch, if you only have two, like if you have one ship, they shoot down every missile per wave. If you have two ships, they shoot half of them. And if you have 3 ships, they only shoot down 33% of them. So it's much easier to take them down with, well, actually, Furies with double torpedoes. Because then if you've got 6 in one volley, well, they get hit by 5. Just overloading the missile defenses seems pretty darn effective. Alright, one more to go. And this is the one, I believe, that we really need the mission for. We would really like to try a civilian tier 4 and hopefully get a weapon sergeant. The other two are, you know, good to do, but not as important. We're going to be waiting full morning one way or the other. Well, we just did Furies versus battle cruisers. Let's see if the auto-resolve works. No problem. Not a problem at all. Okay. Well, future tubers, we're going to end our episode here. Now I've got to build up some teams and do some missions. B team is going to head with this one next episode. And then after that, we've got... We'll see. I'm not sure if I'll do them all. I might skip this one. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. We'll talk about that next episode. Thanks for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and have a great day. Alright, what do you guys think? Should I do all 3, 2 of them, or 1 of them? For now, let's gear up B team for a civilian mission. It's not a gigantic, it's only large, so 13 civilians. It's not going to be too hard. We could probably do all 3 missions. You know, the largest don't take 2 hours each. It's only 23 enemies, only 3 Reapers. What do we get for a battle cruiser? Is it worth disassembling? Is maybe the bigger question. 4 engines, 4 weapons. That's pretty good for now. I should probably still do it. No sonic weapons this time around, but we got some grenade upgrades. And then the battle carrier does give us a ton of stuff. We'll do this whole wave. Why not? Why not? Three per wave is my max, though. Each base gets 1 mission. Alright, so B team, anti-civilians. What does that mean? Does it mean anything? Well, energy works well. I've got 6 hours to get 2 missions done. It's 6 hours to get my base prep done. To get all my my construction ready. I'm trying not to micro things as bad for equipment, especially for smaller missions. Like, what do I need to think about? Oh, you know what I forgot to think about? I was going to build that extra antimatter rifle. I totally forgot. 12 anti-cores. We could make another cannon. But I'll build that 3rd rifle. We'll send that to B team or C team. Probably B team. Then A team will have 2, B team will have 2. See, I'm a nice Ankylo. That puts us at 4 antimatter cores. 1 here, so 5 technically. And 0 there. Okay. So yeah, civilians. Let's not overdo it. Guys. B team. Where's your pulse minigun? 1. Where's number 2? Remember that mission where I'm like, I couldn't find a pulse minigun? That was B team, wasn't it? I think I know what happened now. And it's really sad. This is some sad music. I never found it. Yeah, Thornum knows. Or Thoranium over on Twitch, of course. Well, it's not cheap, but we can afford it technically. It's only 50 energy cores and 8 alloys and 8 alenium. We'll replace it. Of course I'll replace it. That means for this mission, though, we're down a minigun. Bring the Mark 1 antimatter. Oh, poor Goss. It probably is. You're not wrong. The Goss miniguns have been terrible. Did it die with Mongrel? No, this was the mission, the last mission B team did, I believe, against a carrier or something, where we were outside trying to capture all the Sizen operators and stuff, and we must have dropped it to switch over to a different weapon, and something must have exploded nearby, like maybe a xenomorph, maybe a grenade, something, and it probably just wiped it out, which is unfortunate. You know what? The Mark 1 minigun plus a flamethrower if we need to do big damage. That should be a compromise. Alright, well, we're a little bit lower on firepower and suppression power. Couple shock charges. It's not a huge mission, though. Some cannon, couple flamethrowers. I guess, this guy. We could bring Aaron. Oh, he's basically fine. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, Stevie MC. Sorry, Stevie, but let's get this guy out of the way. Aaron is like 99%. Like, this is close enough. Get back on the team. Get back on the 10 of us. So what will we give him? We've already got exploding flamethrower, minigun stun, minigun flame, pulse minigun. I guess I was trying to convince myself not to bring as much ammo to mess with, but I can't help it. I like having the option of trying to capture stuff. We could upgrade one of these pulse heavies to Mark 3. Don't worry, we're still bringing the Goss. Don't worry, we're still bringing the Goss. I'm sure you guys will be really happy about that. Someone in chat is happy. You know, can't just bring no Goss tech. I would like to bring a couple extra cap rockets just in case we miss or something weird happens. Just to fill up our inventory a little bit. These things are sweet. That'll do. Gauss Tech, best tech. Unfortunately, not the best tech. Alright, Doom Guy's got the antimatter pistol. Duke! Oh, I have to do this every time too. I hate it. Rocket upgrade. Here I am just micromanaging everything again. I know I try to go fast. I say it every time, but Kleber is going to test out this cool blue sword. You know, long range pulse, close range sword, stun if you need it. And then we've got we've got a Mark III rifle and a Mark II rifle. One of each rifle. And last time I brought, like, backup rockets, which was kind of funny. But that's not how I normally want to load my guys up. Actually, I think against civilians, at least civilians, not so much the Herodins, but I'm pretty sure against civilians, the Pulse rifle will beat the Mark II. The Mark III should still beat the Pulse. Mark III antimatter is very strong. No kamikaze rockets. Well, you know, Kleber can still do that, but that was a recipe for disaster. And you know, I could bring that Gauss rifle now. Excellent. That's what we really need. Besides, more axes. No antimatter? Bring an axe. Antimatter? Oh, you know what you could bring? Because the one thing antimatter can't do is capture things. So you can have a backup capturing things weapon. Sure. I think that's fine. And then the snipers, well, let's upgrade one of their axes to Mark IV. I'll need more axes. Always got to get more axes. Oh, that should be good enough. I mean, you know, I could spend half an hour here or 2 hours here. This gets us the basic stuff. A-team for the battle carrier against Androns. C-team for the battle cruiser with Sizens, in theory. Yeah, the antimatter, like, it is crazy. Like, the antimatter weapons are pretty overpowered. The antimatter rifle is basically a sniper that is burst fire. 28 range with really good accuracy. It's kind of cheating. It's almost overpowered. You know, it is easy to miss if you're playing blindly. And like I did my first time, you probably would never even see stuff like that. Alright. A-team, thankfully, is already geared up for an Andron mission. So this will take less time to gear A-team up for the next Andron mission. We can bring one of our cool new Singularity rockets. We could bring better grenades. You know, I did build them. I think I'm going to save them for a Terra mission for now. I say that. We've got EMP grenades against Roguewots anyway, and the fusion grenades will be fine for what we're actually using them on. Yeah, it's fine. These guys are already geared up for an Andron mission, so I don't have to spend too much time on them. C-team is going against Sizens. They must have just done a Sizen mission by the looks of things. So I shouldn't need to stress out as much. At least that's the theory. Oh yeah, these SMGs, those are good. Good for nothing. Okay, let's just leave it as it is, right? Like, it's okay. It's only a battle cruiser. The large UFOs, the cruisers, they're not that bad. You know, it's still a lot of xenomorphs, but it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Let's just get going, right? Make a save. We already spent like 15 minutes getting ready. Alright, let's say hello to the future tubers. Hello there, future tubers. How are you guys doing? Welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts X Division, where Blue doesn't prepare for an hour before each mission. We prepared a little bit, but I tried to save some time here. B team is going against the civilian battle cruiser, and they're geared up pretty well, but they missed a gun. Just to give you some backstory, if you remember a couple episodes back, there was an episode where I couldn't find a pulse minigun that was on the ground because it got destroyed, apparently. We don't have it. So we're bringing a backup Mark I minigun, antimatter minigun, and we are queuing up a replacement. And back on A team, I forgot to queue up my rifle with all my antimatter. So we'll build a 5th rifle and continue upgrading. It is unfortunate that we lost that minigun. That's like almost 50 energy cores just down the drain. But we've got quite a few backup, and Sonic Tech kind of sucks anyway, so I just build pulse miniguns for everybody. With that said, let's get to work. We've got just a medium, I know it says large, but at this point in the game, it's a medium-sized mission. You know, 22 total aliens, only 2 kills per person, right? That's only a medium. On the 10 of us. It's kind of weird that large UFOs are now our middle size. I don't even really do the smaller ones anymore because you don't get enough resources. So, if we're really lucky, and I'm hoping we get a little bit of luck here, there will be a civilian weapon sergeant. If you have forgotten, civilian weapon sergeants are pink civilians with black shoulder pads, a shirt, and pants. So that's what we're looking for. There could also be a doctor. They are pink and completely naked. So I'd like to capture the professor and the weapon sergeant. The weapon sergeant is the most important, though. We're getting some pretty metal Final Fantasy 1 here today. Oh, and some of these guys are overburdened, I believe. Just let's zip through this kind of quick. I don't want to spend so long anymore. I feel like I don't want the campaign to lag out. So I think I over prepare a little bit. You know, if I was playing on my own time without recording it, or maybe not live streaming at all, you could play slower and smarter. But the missions are getting really long, and like this campaign, I don't want it to drag on and get boring for me. Hopefully you guys are still enjoying it, but there's a point at which things start to slow down too much. And that's kind of one of the downsides of having large teams and large UFOs all the time. It's not too difficult to get bogged down on busy work for half a mission. And think about all the stuff I bring on missions, drop on the ground, and we almost never use it. It's good prep. It's better than not being prepped. And in a pinch, you'll be happy to have it. But most of the time, it's just prep work for no value. So, because of that, I trying not to do it as much. You know, only on really hard missions. If we're doing like a terror mission or just a difficult massive or a base, I'll do all the extra prep. But for normal missions, like this should be a normal mission, I will try, although I still want to play smartly, I will try not to waste time preparing more than necessary, if that makes sense. So it looks like a corner filled with rooms, not the nicest corner, and then on the other side, a nice little wall. Not a lot of civilians. Of course, there are Reapers, so they can multiply, and you've always got to be a little bit extra cautious with Reapers around. Not as bad as, I would say not as bad as Wraiths, but still got to be careful. There is... Is that just a regular... I think that's just a regular civilian tier 4 soldier. I think. You may notice Duke doesn't even have a gun anymore. Primarily because I decided SMGs sucked. And I just sort of switched to axes. Now, it's probably good to remember that civilians, they still have fire weapons, you know, and tier 4 fire weapons will still tear through my wolf armor guys pretty fast. It's not as bad as the old days when we had 0 fire armor, but still don't underestimate the power of fire. What did we find? Ah, who is that? That's a... I believe that's an engineer. It counts as a shirt. I'm not 100%, but I think that's what that is. We could always kill him and check. And reload if he's secretly a doctor. That sounds kind of like save scumming. It is. But civilians are just so hard to ID. Nope, that was a doctor. I still can't actually figure out what they look like. My bad. I had a bit of a niggling suspicion, so I put a quick save down, and you can get mad at me all you want, but hey, I thought he was legitimately an engineer. Pink plus a shirt. It looked sort of like a shirt, but from the angle he's looking at, he's facing, that still is considered naked, so... Okay, you got me. 1 Ankylo point for everybody. I didn't really bring a lot of grenades, did I? Interesting. Now, if the farmers kill him, now what are we going to do about that? He's in an annoying spot. Lots of farmers around. I would have to destroy a lot of cover to have a shot from where we start. On the plus side, these guys don't get shields or anything. Sure. Well, that didn't do what I thought it would do. Just threw a grenade on the building, it did nothing. Oh, walls and buildings, my old nemesis. Still up to your old tricks, are ya? Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. We still didn't destroy the wall at all. Okay, cool. Thanks, game. This is a lot of work for not a lot of success. I hate it when this happens. Like, all my plans just fall apart. Just reload. Nah, I'm not going to save scum the grenades. I'm only allowed to save scum specific things. Hey, look, we can finally see him. Now that I wasted all my turns. I forgot we could just use antimatter miniguns. They're pretty good. Well, there's some stun damage. Alright, Thornum, how about you? Just finish him off easy. Easy. I almost forget that civilians are actually quite weak to shock rifles and electron rifles. They don't have a lot of energy defense, so this pierces through them pretty quick. And also no stupid shields. Okay, good. That didn't deal with the dude back there. The dude. Just throw a smoke grenade on this side. We're not going to be able to move up this way right now. And I don't really know. There could be a lot of stuff still in these buildings anyway. Well, the good news is the doctor looks to be captured. As like we know, I was trying to rush because I was worried the farmers would just kill him. You know, if the farmers have like pulse weapons, which they could definitely have, or something like that, they could probably kill him in just a couple shots. So a little bit of aggressive diplomacy there, you know, assertive diplomacy. All right, let's see what goes over. Let's see what happens. What's OP as Azurus? Azurus? Alright, we got ourselves Reaper Zeta, I think. Where did we learn to negotiate? Well, we learned to negotiate at the School of Hard Knocks. Well, antimatter. Doom guy. Oh, the local forces. Yeah. Yeah, they tend to have shotguns, right? And shotguns or pistols work awfully good at close range because they just suicide themselves into the enemies. That worked. You did some good damage. These guys are really tanky, so. Alright, Thorinum. Let's kill this before it gets too close. Please. 95%. You still managed to miss one, but... it's XCOM for you. Now, there's a civilian over there. It's going to take a little bit of time to drive through the wheat. We could check on him. I should definitely do some more scouting here. Because I didn't hear any shooting, you know, this is not 100% confirmed, but this area seems unlikely to have any aliens in it. Just intentional spread. You're just mad at that farm. Alright, so we can clear this corner out next turn, hopefully. I think if there had been any... Oh, well. I didn't expect the UFO to be here, but still... Okay, so Herodins can fly at us over this hedge. Most things will be coming up either through this or assuming a hole over here. But at least there's a wall here, so that's, you know, good for Kleber. We should definitely do a little bit more checking the corner, though, just in case. No wraiths, so that's one less thing to worry about. Hello there, Duggar. If that's your real name. How goes Phase 4? Well, sonic weapons are kind of a letdown so far, but we're doing okay. We just got the Sizen Weapon Sergeant, or whatever he is for Phase 4, and that's unlocking better grenades and explosives and all that, and you got lots of sonic weapons, or sonic technology, they just, they don't look too good. Yeah. So that's going to be where a lot of Reapers come from, right there. What I'm going to do is a little risky. Take a little scout over this wall. But also very good to know. I don't think the pulse minigun would even kill this, actually, to be honest. Yeah, alright. Okay, just those two. It's very likely the Reaper will be coming towards Duke Nukem next turn. So clearly we want to back it on up. It might go for the tank, which is fine. But we don't want anyone in his range of attack. Those things just do way too much damage. Just putting some people in the back, you know. There was only 3 Reapers on the UFO in the first place. That doesn't mean there's only 38 now. You guys know the drill. We'll keep this wall up for now. Evan's actually... Nah, I changed my mind. Put Evan a little bit further back. Might have been in range of the Reaper. Don't worry, guys. We've got this Gauss minigun. The only weapon we will need to defeat all the Reapers. Aaron's gonna take him out. Okay, that's definitely a fire weapon. Good for the tank. And yeah, 56 damage. I think the idea with Reapers is they do around 50 to 60 damage per hit, but they basically just ignore all your armor now, at this point in the game. So the tank has, I think, somewhere around 150 kinetic armor. It just chewed right through it like nothing. But it's not going to turn it into a Reaper, and 50 is not enough. So, 816 damage. That'll do. Thank you, Fusion AP Cannon. So now there's a civilian elite hiding behind here with a flamethrower, you know, alien flamethrower. Let's see. It's a decent time to open up. Let's get some eyes on him so we know where to open up the grass or the hedge. There he is. Now, I don't know if this is actually going to work the way I'm thinking. It'll work in my head, but let's see here. Sure. So you see, pulse snipers are pretty good. I know it said 93%. Can't trust anything. Must be going through some smoke. Let's take 2 95s. Perfect. It's going to be pretty hard to convince me that I don't want pulse snipers and I should try sonic snipers. I know if we'd hit him with a sonic sniper, it would have probably one-shot him. But we had to destroy cover and it would have taken more than one shot to hit him probably, so... I don't know. I don't know. Congratulations. Duggar has evolved into a red Ankylo purely from lurking. Not even required to play the minigames to evolve. I think what am I trying to say? The script that does the announcements, it only announces if you have posted in chat in the last so long time period. So there are probably other people ranking up in the background that we just don't know about because they never post in chat. It's a secret. Alright, there's not too much further to go on that side. Let's just do a little bit of air scout. Want to stay about over 50. Okay, we got to the corner. This whole area is pretty empty. Not quite enough to get home, but this is still a pretty good hidey hole back here anyway. Is it really lurking if you post some eyeballs in chat? I still consider that lurking. You can lurk and just check. There's Pro Tank. See, look at all these people lurking around. I mean, it's got to be the right emoji for that. Now, I gotta keep my eyes open for Harridan. Over here, they could snipe us anytime. But this should oh, don't go that way then. This clears out pretty much this whole area. So other than flying across, you know, everything's going to come through here. And the tank will be able to keep an eye on that. These two entrances pretty easily. Get some more eyes on the entrance. We can, well, let's just hold off. We've killed, what, 2 Reapers so far? Yeah, 2 dead Reapers. There's likely to be 1 more, unless it died in the crash. And, you know, I'd hate to have it, like, right here, move up, and then get zombied. Now, you can try to kill them on reaction fire, but they got a lot of HP. And they're really fast. They seem to not trigger reaction fire easily. I don't know how that works, to be honest. Alright, take a little look. What a nice, relaxing mission. This is probably going to be close enough to the UFO to activate some bad guys. Betcha. I knew there was another Reaper. How's the quarantine going for Blue? Oh, fine. Yeah, I'm not, you know, I don't know if it's Canada. I don't know how it's affecting everybody else. I think it sometimes just depends on where you live, how your neighbors are acting and everything. But around here, it's been, you know, scary, but we've been managing, you know. Okay, there's a tank. That's our first tier 4 tank, I think. I'd say we're doing okay. It's not like it's fun or, you know, enjoyable by any means, but, you know, for the most part, I'm kind of an introvert anyway. I like to hang around by myself, and, you know, I'm not I wouldn't call myself a prepper or anything at all, but I am an adult, and not to call other people not adults, but, like, the wife and I have, just naturally, we order kind of large quantities of supplies. We shop in bulk, I guess you would say. So when the shortages started hitting for various things, like, you know, the toilet paper memes, we already had a pretty big stash, so unless we can't buy any for literally months, it's not a big deal. We don't live, like, 1 roll per week, or 1 roll at a time and then buy a new one, you know? I mean, I don't want this to continue on. Even if you're getting enough EI or whatever, like, you know, enough money to cover the bills from your government, you know, there's sort of there's an expected cost to all that stuff eventually. Like, I am a little bit concerned long term that things are going to be a little bit wonky next year and the year after that. Hopefully, you know, everyone gets over it and back to normal, right? But you can't just pull billions of dollars out of nowhere without someone paying for it one day. Working overtime. Yeah, some people super busy during the outbreak. But yeah, I mean, it's I have to sympathize or empathize with the people that are actually, you know, struggling, the people that are at risk of dying. You know, it's one thing to say that I'll probably be fine. You know, I'm young and healthy enough that. But that's kind of selfish, right? Like, if you're just like, well, I'm not gonna die probably. And I can stay at home, no big deal. But other people not necessarily in that situation, and you know, there's going to be casualties, there's going to be people losing their job and potentially losing their house or their car. That's going to suck, you know. All because of some dumb little virus thing, hey? When the aliens do come, obviously, when the aliens get here, they won't need to send UFOs. They just need to send a couple new viruses. That'll take care of humans just fine. I'm sure there's been lots of science fiction books about it, but, you know, really, just the way the COVID-19 has gone, clearly it wouldn't take much for a super virus. Like, if you were a high-tech alien species that can travel between planets, you know, you gotta have pretty good science, I would assume. I would assume you could genetically engineer a virus that, I mean, we'd probably just all die, you know. I don't think we'd be able to deal with it if it had a higher mortality rate. That's a little dangerous, a little bit too dangerous. Any new mechs? Well, we have a tier 1 mech, the Spirit Wolf. I built I built 3 of them. They are, okay. They're not as good as AP cannons, though. And then we unlocked the Timberwolf, the Mark II mech. I didn't build it because it was really expensive. It's like 100 alloys. And although, we have enough to build 1 or 2 if we wanted, it just seems really expensive. I've been pretty short on alloys in general. Look at that little punk over there. Does anyone have a nice sniper shot? We might. Oh yeah. Just gotta move some people out of the way. So yeah, the Mark II mech, I don't know. The weapon style for mechs just isn't as good as, like, the mech is not as tanky or as good at killing things as the tank is. Nah, I don't regret it. It's all just a matter of time and balance, you know? Like, I could do more missions, but I also could have just burned out. Like, if I did 10 more missions in each phase, I might have just stopped playing if it got too boring, you know? So it'd be nice to have more resources. I think what it really tells me is that if I want to play Xenonauts, or if I want to play X Division again in the future, what I'll probably want to do is mod some files. Make a little sub-mod. I think Runes was talking about it one day. I think he said he modded a couple things to give him more alloys as well already. And I'm like, yeah, that probably would be smart. Like, the mid-game alloy crunch is kind of annoying. I don't like to do 500 ground missions. So do the missions, get the tech, and if you modded the rewards just to be a little bit higher, maybe you wouldn't need to grind out as much resources. You just get a little bit more alloys per mission, and then it's fine. Like, it's no big deal. It would cut out a lot of the grind, I think. Wouldn't want to make it too easy, but it's going to be hard anyway, and getting a few more alloys is not going to change that. Well, that's number 4. Luckily, it didn't attack us. I thought there... Well, you know, Reapers. It said there was 3. Clearly, they found some farmers, and now we're up to 5. Good thing I didn't rush forward. Is it... I still don't think it's really worth trying to even capture them. Now, one thing that was interesting there... Usually they don't take any damage from energy. It appears that the pulse rifle pierces right through the Reaper's armor, which further invalidates Gauss Tech. Gauss Tech is even less useful now. 16 soldiers if you want. More aliens. More rewards. Yeah. That definitely makes sense to me. So there's an alien tank down here. Oh, you know what we should have just done? Blue, you're so dumb. Very nice little snipe. We should just, you know, do the old over the grass thing. And then just alpha strike it in one turn. At least, you know, that's the theory. Tempted to mod nades and rockets? Well, yeah, some of them, What would happen, like, how would it be overpowered if grenades didn't require alien stun grenades or chemical grenades to manufacture your own? Would that really break the balance too bad, or would it be okay, right? Like, that's one of the things I've been curious about too. Like, I get the feeling that the modders wanted to make sure that you had a limited supply of, you know, the green and the pink. But in the vanilla game, you just build them. Like, I'm pretty sure we could just build as many stun grenades as you wanted in the vanilla game. And it was fine. It didn't make it too easy, I don't think. You still need to upgrade your tech each phase to get the new tier. With every single alien throwing grenades. I don't think I would change the aliens' access to grenades. Like, I would still want to keep it at only the civilians have the grenades, because it's bad enough with the civilians. I mean, like... Oh, he moved a little bit. Well, you know. I would just like to be able to construct my own grenades at will. You know, I could see, like, right now, if it's like one stun grenade turns into 2 XCOM grenades. Right, they throw them so you can't get them. Yeah. That's definitely part of the problem. Maybe instead of... Or what if you could just change the multiplier. If you really wanted to still limit them, instead of having 2 for 1, you could go 4 for 1 or 8 for 1. But I think it would be better just to make them cost money. You know, just make them cost money. That's fine. We don't use money enough. Alien stun grenade, 10,000 per grenade, but you can build as many as you want. Alien chemical grenade, 10,000, but you can build as many as you want. Because blood grenades, we had like, I don't know, like 5 blood grenades in the entire phase 3. It's kind of dumb. Oh, yeah, snipers. It's a Gauss cannon, or not a Gauss cannon, like a rail cannon. Yeah, you could add some time, you could add some money. Just don't use resources that are required to be farmed, you know? Oh, I should have moved out of the smoke and fired. Yeah, this smoke is, like, really good at reducing your accuracy. Upgrade them. I wonder, that would be an interesting way to mod it. You could make it so that the stun, like, the tiers work like a Mark II stun grenade could require a Mark I stun grenade to upgrade. Like the way the Mark II to Mark III rifles work. So it would take more time and it would be like... Building the Mark IV stun grenades really would take a lot of work, but they're not limited by how many grenades you capture on the field. That might be kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't know if that's the best choice, but I would just like to find a different way to balance them more than anything. Well, I don't remember if these things are weaker to energy or kinetic, to be honest. I know electricity should work. Oops. Oops. Well. Well, well, well. Yeah, there's definitely, like, the old too good to use syndrome. If they're really rare, then they're basically like elixirs from Final Fantasy, you know? Plus, I don't think in Phase 2 and 3 or 4 that the stun or chemical grenades are all that overpowered. Like, in Phase 1, they were pretty darn overpowered. Like, the chemical resistance in Seisons and civilians in the early phase was pretty weak. Weak enough that one chemical grenade killed almost anything. But once they got upgraded chemical defense, like, it wasn't that great. Throw it on the ground. Just checking for ambushes. I don't want to go here yet. We'll let these guys win their battle. Well, I say that. Why didn't I just shoot this? Well. Okay. I could have made a smarter decision with Doomed Guy. At one point, I had 2 pulse miniguns. Time units. The underwhelming. Look, I don't know what's wrong. If we're talking about rebalancing X Division, I would change Gauss. Something about Gauss needs to get changed. It needs a buff. I don't know exactly how yet, but it needs a buff. Oh, sneaky Harridan snipers. Well, not much I can do about him right now. At least we killed the civilian. Too far away for Thorinum. Maybe next turn. Way too far away for Shinga. Yeah, all kinetic weapons. They need something to make them unique. And I don't know what it is. Like, they've got better reaction fire, that's a good start. And they've got cheaper reload costs generally, not counting Sonic. But they need, yeah, they need something. That's for sure. Oh, we'll probably be fine. Please don't kill me, sir. Oh, he's the one with the cool explosive cannon thing. Maybe they both had one of those. They should fire more. Why don't you just do that? Add +1 or +2 to all kinetic burst. If energy can do 3 or 4 per volley, kinetic weapons should be 4, 5, maybe 6 per volley. Just add bullets. It's like a real... We know how to make kinetic rifles right now. We have lots of machine guns. Just add bullets to them. Bam. Balanced. They can still be less accurate, less range, more recoil. In fact, the recoil would be a problem with all the extra shots. But if you can get good accuracy, maybe... I don't know if the game's got a mechanic where your strength reduces recoil or something. But yeah, there should be some way to do that. You know, there's got to be something. The stun damage, I don't know. I don't think that will balance them. On its own, stun damage is good, but... I think all stun damage is going to do is give them a bit of a perk in Phase 1. As soon as you have access to shock or electron weapons, they will always trump any half-damage stun, you know, like that's... I mean, maybe higher difficulties again. I don't know about higher difficulties, but... You know, a minigun is still strong. It's not like that's a bad weapon exactly. It's just, compared to Pulse, you either have to nerf energy or give kinetic something. Still alive. Interesting. Yeah, I think I would give, just to differentiate them. We don't need every rifle to have the same number of shots. Clearly. Look at the Pulse rifle. It's got 4 shots and cheap bursts. Give kinetic... I actually think that wouldn't be that hard either. Just like the baseline, they could start at 4 bullets per burst and 5, you know, Mark III could be up to 5 or so. It actually, the more I think about it, the more I think that's probably the way to go. I think it makes sense in lore, because the energy weapons are new, you know, cutting-edge technology, and although we're making similar rifles and miniguns as we already know about with kinetic weapons, the fact that they fire less per second and they're, you know, everyone loves laser energy weapons, but, you know, we're just not as good at making them, so they're not as good in certain areas. Like, what's the main thing that we have with machine guns? Rapid fire, really. I mean, that's the whole point. It's not that one soldier, like, I'm thinking like in real life, not that I'm an expert, but wars are not just accurate 99% shots, right? Nobody in a war is doing 95% accuracy. It's like tons and tons of ammo at low percent, right? Everyone's in cover, everyone's just pulling the trigger everywhere. It feels like that's what humans are good at. So kinetic weapons, yeah, I want to see tons of bullets flying around. Maybe not very accurate. Some of them will do different amounts of damage. Yeah, the heavy weapons are terrible. But again, if the heavy weapons shot 12 instead of 6, wouldn't that make a pretty big difference? It still might not be... Well, it still wouldn't be as good as a minigun. But I think the problem is 6. Like, the problem is that it only fires 6 shots. Low accuracy and 6 shots is like, you're never hitting anything. Heck, maybe 20. Go with, like, I don't know. Maybe there's some engine limitations here or something, but make it more like a baby minigun, you know? If miniguns are like 50, 60, 80, 100, 20 shots, that's fine. We'll do Blue's X Division submod, where I make everything overpowered and the game gets way easier. You can certainly test it out. It probably wouldn't be too hard. At least in theory, it's just XML, changing variables in XML files, right? As long as you know where to look, it's probably not too bad. I did that back with the old Long War mod. Ah, sneaky, sneaky. Okay, well, we got a little bit too close, but let's send some backup over that direction quick. I'd rather have the tank nearby just in case. Finding the info, yeah. It's probably not well documented, as if you weren't on the mod team in the first place, figuring out how the modders did everything, that becomes half the battle. It's pretty standard for programming in general. Unless people left some kind of documentation, you know. It's wild, wild west. I know it's only one guy over there, but I want to send a little bit more backup. He could have a friend. And everyone else can start moving towards the front of the UFO. Incorrect spawns? Yeah. One thing that was confusing me even is like the XML file that controls the experience gain. I was looking for that. I wanted to know how the stats grew per combat, because apparently in vanilla there was a hard cap of +2 for most stats per mission. Like in the vanilla Xenonauts, I believe the file is like you can get up to 2 for all your stats based on, you know, doing actions. I'm pretty sure. But clearly X Division changed that. So like, okay, I will look in the X Division main folder, because that makes sense. Go to the X Division mod folder, you know, mod/X Division. There's a file that lists different numbers for your stat growths. But it says like 5 is the cap, or some number. I forget the exact number. But if the vanilla game is 2 and X Division says 5, I'm like, okay, that's fair. But then we see +10. And I'm like, well, clearly that's not the mod that's actually that's not the file that's being used. So there's another mod, I forget which one it is, but it's like a tweaks and balances mod. And it takes priority over the basic X Division mod. Like it's further down in the load chain, I guess, on the mod loader. So, okay, it's the one that sets the max stat increase at like 10 or 20. But how do you know which file, like, how do you know, right? Like, you just have to guess which file is the right one. Because if you change the wrong one, or if you don't understand mod load order, then you're just wasting your time, kind of. Anyway, I still like these axes. I would probably mod the axes a little bit, too. What would I do to the axes? How would I balance melee weapons? I know even the loading screen says melee weapons are a bit of a work in progress. They're real good. Maybe too good. They're meant to be expensive. assuming you can't fix the duplication glitch, like, I'm gonna assume, for the sake of argument, that you can't fix this bug. This is like an engine bug that gives you the duplicate. Let's just say that you can't fix that. Then you've got to assume that once you've got one melee weapon, you've got a near infinite supply. It's using an exploit, but I mean, come on, who's gonna not, right? Like, maybe I would look at melee weapons as a... I wonder if you could do them like a one-time upgrade the way they do the shields, so that you spend a lot of resources to get the tech and the item, and then they're just infinite at that point. I think that might be a better way to balance it because of the glitch. Because otherwise, some people will only have one axe and just ignore the spawns, and some people will have infinite. Because I think, honestly, I think the cost in chitin is too high if you have to build them all yourself. I think 16 chitin and 2 fangs, I mean, the axes are really good, but I still think that's a little bit too expensive if you need to build, well, a few of them for your teams. Like, that's a lot of work capturing the same xenomorphs over and over again. So instead, if you make Axe Mark IV a one-time project that costs, I don't know what it would be fair, but let's say, you know, 100 chitin or something. That might be a little bit too much, but you'd have to figure that out. And then it was just done. Then you just had infinite axes. It doesn't really matter if they duplicate, because it doesn't matter, they're free. It doesn't matter, because, like, one of the big problems is, if you drop it on the ground and forget to pick it up, it's gone forever. So you're out 2 fangs and 16 chitin, or whatever it costs to build them. Or, there's the other bug where if you have it equipped, like, I don't want to do it because I'll lose it, but if, this is just a warning for future tubers. If you have a modded weapon, oh, well, we'll do it next turn. If you have a modded weapon in your main hand that is technically a two-handed weapon. So, let's put a quick save down. I will show this off. If you put a melee weapon in your main hand, right? Melee weapon. It's two-handed. It doesn't update instantly. That's probably... The bug is probably related to the interface not updating automatically. You can unequip the second... Like, this shouldn't be selectable. But what happens if you put something in your second hand? Oh, we're dual wielding, right? Let's just do it with a, a baton. Somebody might think, cool, we can dual wield. What happens? Well, whatever's here gets deleted. So, that shock baton, which is 6 alloys, is gone forever. Or, if you did it with, the axe, same thing would happen. Well, you can't put a shield in your main hand, but if you put, I think even something like this. Let's see here. Yeah, then it gets deleted. The axe and the medkit in that scenario. So it's actually pretty easy to permanently delete your things or infinitely duplicate them. So either way, you're either spending a lot of resources to replace things that get glitched out, or you're cheating in more. And I think it's probably a mechanic problem. Like, it's probably just part of how Xenonauts is programmed. It wasn't really meant for dual wielding. Not to rant too much about a single thing, but yeah, I think that would be... Assuming it's not too difficult to add those one-time projects the way we did with these shield upgrades, that seems to me the easiest way to fix something like that. And I guess, a lot of players are kind of familiar with how XCOM, like, enemy with it, well, let's say XCOM 2 specifically. Because in XCOM 2, right, everything is a one-time upgrade. You don't build weapons individually. You just unlock a new tech of weaponry, and everyone gets them. Once you've got plasma rifles, everyone has plasma rifles. There's no manufacturing them individually. I didn't really like that, so I wouldn't want to change basic gun manufacturing. But, especially given the exploit, and, axes, like, I think that's probably fair. You could use Mark 1 knives. Yeah, exactly. I might still bring knives on my shield guys, because it's not a waste of resources, I think I'd probably, assuming you could afford the bulk upgrade, it would probably increase your use. You wouldn't be worried about dropping them or duplicating them. Didn't I come through here? What happened? Something changed about the pathing through this. The tank has been confused. Oh! Hiding in the smoke. Brigadier General Evan Crow blocking my tank's pathing. That makes sense. Still a 50-minute episode. Hilarious. Well, I probably spent more time messing around on this mission than I needed to be honest. I'm still hoping, don't forget, that there's a weapon sergeant. So, I don't really want to just massively blow up this wall. Or this door. I'd like to clear out some cover here. Not quite. We'll get it. So we should bring the tank up. Civilians are still pretty scary with their fire flamethrower stuff. We're all grouped up perfectly for a grenade. I was just thinking that the aliens could cheat a grenade over at us. There it is. Luckily it was not an explosive grenade, because that would have been pretty bad. I haven't seen them use the explosive grenades as much as they used to. Back in the last version, 1.00.10, I feel like they threw explosive grenades all the time. And since we went to .11, I don't know if someone changed the AI or something, but I haven't seen it happen very often. They just throw these smoke grenades, which are more annoying than really deadly. Of course, they throw them over the friggin' UFO, but... So yeah, that was a mistake. Also, hello there, Luke. So what I'm thinking is, if I antimatter the door, you do sometimes hit the aliens behind it, you know. Accidentally. And Blood Angel, watching some Gold Box stuff. Cool. I definitely enjoyed the recording of those series. I'll probably... Oh, I don't know when, but I definitely want to get to the next series. I gotta get the Kryn Gold Box series going. They throw the grenades more, in the explosive ones in Phase 1 more. Maybe that's what I was remembering, more so than .10 versus .11. I don't know. Mostly I just need to keep the Wolf Armor guys out of here. Guardian Armor, or, well, Warder here, but Guardian Armor is pretty good explosive defense, and Ripper Armor is pretty amazing explosive defense. Incendiary protection. It's like 85 or 90. It's pretty high. And it doesn't shred or anything, so... I mean, I don't actually know how damaging their grenades are. If their grenades are like our grenades, 200 damage, then they'll one-shot anybody, because I'm pretty sure they've got like 85 incendiary protection. Suddenly you're just tired. I get that sometimes too. Just a wave of bam, go to sleep. I had it last live stream, actually. I don't want to kill the stuff behind the door. Civilians regenerate, so as long as the damage is small, every turn they should regain most of their HP. That's why I don't want to go all out here. And I want my tank to be up here. Yeah, that's... Once you're home and comfortable, your body definitely does that too. It's like, okay, we made it through the day, good job, but now we're done. It's been a long time since we brought a Mark 1 minigun. Interesting. I'm just gambling that there might be a weapon sergeant, you know? It would be really nice for our technology. There was no other civilians on this UFO, on this wave of UFOs, so this is the best chance at getting any real big upgrades right now. Not that we're in a huge rush, but... Alright, see you later, Ezra's. It's interesting how sturdy these doors are, once again. There we go. Antimatter still cuts through. So was there anything behind the door? Yeah. Not the ones I'm looking for, though. So the pink one there definitely has a shirt. That makes him a head engineer. No pants. So we saw the professor. This can't be a professor. This has to be another head engineer. That looks more like a terror Harridan, actually, than a normal Harridan. Or, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Interesting. What if we, What if, against all odds, we just fire a rocket in there? Now, it's pretty hard to capture Harridans, that's for sure. What else do we do? Draw some reaction fire. But that was a pretty good rocket so far. Okay, seriously. Little flame pistol. Get out of here. Apparently the pink smoke is pretty hard to shoot through. I just don't have a whole lot of people in good spots to really, Well, now we know what weapon he's got, so he's actually not even that difficult. The problem is I would like to stun him this turn, because if he flies away, we don't actually get the capture. Not gonna happen. Yeah, as much as I was expecting, perhaps, to do a capture, I didn't really prepare for it all the way. Well, we captured another one of those. It might fall asleep in the gas, but it is pretty strong. Like, it is pretty high chemical protection. We could try to just damage him a little bit, in theory. This stupid thing in the way here. Yeah, I don't know. I think he could take one hit without dying easily, but if we hit him 4 times, he's dead. Well, alright. Good try throwing him. Yeah, I think it's too far away for grenades. I guess we just relax and see what he does. Unfortunately, we're not going to catch him unless he falls asleep. Uh-oh. That was a bigger boom. So there's the extreme grenades. They still have them. We didn't take as much damage because we're in a top-of-the-line power armor. But, yeah. You don't want to get hit by that if you're wearing wolf armor, because it's... I don't know exactly how much damage they do, but they could probably one-shot you, I think. Or at least very nearly. Doomed guy, you're just not very good at this game. You're missing all your shots like that. Now, did anyone see, like, did the civilian just fall? Like, those rockets are so good, man. Okay, extreme stun rockets are exceptionally powerful. PS1 emulator? Well, you know, on a computer it's easy enough. Alright, Thornham, you got this guy, right? Easy peasy. Okay, let's regroup for a turn. Doomed guy, at the very least, does have a med kit. And that stopped the bleeding. Good, good. That one rocket was amazing. We still have that sword. Maybe I should dupe some swords before the end of the mission. Just, you know, just so we use them a little bit. I know it's technically an exploit, obviously, we were just talking about it. But, if we pick up a couple more for other people, I don't know, it's fine. I don't think it's that big a deal. it's not like you can't use one sword, drop it, and give it to somebody else anyway. In the grand scheme of things, it's actually not that difficult. So now Thornham has a neat sword. Some people already have cool axes, so it's no big deal. This is more just, you know, micromanagement. Well, sorry about that, Luke. That sucks. I've heard some people have been having a little bit more trouble with internet problems lately, too. Just, perhaps a little bit more usage on the networks because of the whole COVID thing. It does make some sense. Everyone's at home watching Netflix and Twitch and so on. I think we caught that guy. Those are some pretty darn effective rockets. I'm gonna move that tank up first. There should be somebody behind this door. Like right there. The game's so good. I think that guy is dead, though. No luck. Alright, I'm going to start moving people up. You could be safer and wait a little longer, but, you know, it's already been like an hour-long episode, so sure, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Don't forget, we're hoping to find a weapon sergeant. Don't forget. I'm not even telling you guys, I'm just telling myself. Grenades, dangerous. Killing weapon sergeant, annoying. Let's leave these here. Alright. A little bit of exploiting our cool blue swords. I just haven't used one. Maybe for the bridge we'll go melee mode. The safest way to clear the bridge. Just charge right on in. So, there could easily be more Androns behind these side doors. So I'll move my shield guys up first. And try to get some power armor for support. You know, it's been a long time since we had to do one of these cruiser-style breaches. I don't do them very often, so maybe I forget how to move into them safely. Lots of good reaction fire, you know. Alright, let's do this thing. I will check that body once the smoke clears. Because if it's a tier 4, that'll be a... If it's a Harridan Terror Elite, that'll be a nice grab. Interesting. I don't think we'll actually be able to throw it. I just want to check. Yeah, 85. Let's check the other side. That's a dead dead Harridan on the inside. It's good. Okay, I wish I knew what kind of weapon it has, but I don't. Let's see. Power armor, you're up. Oh yeah, don't forget the Gauss minigun. Best weapon. Oh, you know, watch out for smoke. The pink smoke. Melee weapons is too anime for you? Nah, in real combat, we might not use swords in modern combat. But people definitely use axes and shovels and bayonets. That stuff still works real well. Combat knives are definitely a thing. Weapons, they jam, they get wet, they need to get reloaded. You know, axes and knives, they generally just work. Reliability, and still really dangerous in close quarters. Like, if I remember correctly, at close range, a skilled knife, you know, melee fighter, someone with a combat knife, like an actual, not just a butter knife, but like a real weapon, they'll kill you quicker with a knife than they can kill you with a gun. Even though guns sound awesome, you know. Big explosive bangs. Don't underestimate actual physical melee weapons. If you had the choice between a plasma gun or a sword, well, okay, my point is that it's not a choice between one or the other. You can bring them both. Knives, I'm not saying I'd bring a sword necessarily, but you could definitely bring a backup knife. And if the thing you need to kill is right around this corner, stabbing them with the knife actually might be easier than trying to get the gun to work in a small corridor. I think next turn we'll minigun that jerk. Probably blow up the engines. Well, we got pretty good armor. Pfft. Good thing his gun sucks, whatever this guy has. There he is. I mean, obviously I use my guns most of the time, but don't underestimate swords and stuff. So that was a head engineer. I guessed that one correctly. And the guy we captured was just a normal Harridan elite. I guess we need to get used to the Harridan elites, the tier 4 ones, looking black like they're terror soldiers. Yeah, they all look like that now. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly how the terror versions will look different, but we'll figure that out, you know, once we find some. Not like it hurts to capture a couple extra, but... Okay, so I'm always a little bit hesitant moving in on these civilian ships, because they do love to come down and kill somebody. We could put sword guy... Let's do it. Totally doing it. This is happening. So... One of the cool things about swords is they have a 5.0 reaction modifier. The highest reaction modifier I've ever seen. So... Thornum's gonna be so mad. Unsubscribed. Sorry, just inventory menuing, you know the drill. You do have your backup. I just want to see, you know... I've never really tried this. I hear melee weapons are pretty good at reactions, but it's always been just too risky for me to really try it. I guess they've got pretty good axes, but it's really the swords that have the masterful reactions. Axes have a 1 or 2 reaction. The swords are a 5. I'm putting a quick save here because this is an untested experimental strategy. It takes 11 time units to swing your sword. So what I'll do is, like, to make sure we're around the teleporter with lots of time units, we're gonna get closer to the door, or closer to the teleporter without hopefully triggering an attack. That wasn't really what I wanted you to do there. Sorry, Shinga. How about you go this way? keep moving the wrong people. Blue, are you drunk? Are you okay, Blue? There we go. I knew someone over here had a sword. Alright, that should be good enough. I mean, we're going all axe if I want to go all axe. All sword, all axe. Fighters and barbs are boring? Nah, I don't agree. It's up to you to make your Dungeons and Dragons characters awesome. There's cool fighters and cool barbarians. Go check out Baldur's Gate. Okay, Doomguy doesn't actually have a melee weapon. Boy, I sure hope this works. They'll probably won't even come down after all this prep work. You know. Nothing. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We must make it happen. We've come too far. I want to see the melee reactions. For science. I knew I forgot somebody. Of course I forgot the guy with the Gauss minigun. Alright. Come on, sword wall. What if we send somebody up? Just make a little bit of noise out here, and then come back down. Maybe the aliens can hear us. Apparently the civilians are supposed to be able to smell you. This is the best strategy. Isn't this the best strategy? Kill him! Where's my swords? Sad Ankylo. So, it didn't work, guys. It didn't work. They survived anyway. 2 grenades. Stupid game. Okay, so the lesson for the future tubers and the live tubers is, even though your swords have a 5 reaction modifier and your soldiers have a 185 reaction stat, reflex stat, doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Nice idea, garbage idea. Nice idea, garbage in practice. Alright. It's too bad, really. Oops, I didn't. We're making swords like crazy. Wait, what are you doing? Just stand there. You dummies. Well, we do have thorinum and thorin. We have thorinum and thoranium. We've learned the guns are better. Well, they're better on reactions, at least. I can't argue about the reactions part. Swords are still really good at, you know, ignoring enemy shields and some other things, I'm sure. Alright, well, we'll prep our attack here. And they'll just come down and blow everyone up anyway. We'll give them one more turn to get sorted on the teleporters. One more chance, alien scum. I was really hoping they'd come down the teleporter and we just slice them up. Like, you know, anime style, right? But, alright. Well, let's go to standard breach mode. Because that's all we got now. We're gonna go open from the corners with shields. We could throw shock charges in there. They're definitely safer to do it like that. No doubt about it. But that's weakling talk. We've got this amazing Gauss minigun. Needs to get a kill. You like mining games? Nah, resource management games are fun. Alright, let's do this thing. Okay, let's do this thing. So that's an operator, but that's a low-ranking operator. Whatever a cruiser operator is considered, which is probably like phase 2. We've got a Harridan, office or elite guard, probably just regular elites for their phase. We can open this door and suppress, at least in theory. I mean, they're pretty good. Pulse miniguns, right? I've heard tales that they are strong weapons. Good thing it was a Mark II. Well, still, how did that do no damage? I wonder... You know, there's some other things we could science up here. I don't know why that hit the wall I was behind. I know the covers out here could have blocked some shots, but it shouldn't have been blocked. Right? Like, see how it's blocked? Not blocked. Not blocked over here. Interesting. So much science to do. Sure. Standard. Well, I think we've won. We haven't used the sword at all. Slice him up. It's still pretty good. Look at the timing on the music. We are victorious. You have saved the day. The aliens are dead. And we got some stuff. We did capture a doctor civilian. We did not capture a weapon sergeant because he didn't seem to exist. You would have seen him here on the list. And we got a new tank. So hey, maybe that'll lead to something. All right, well, one thing more to interrogate, which is good because we were running pretty low on things to research. Okay, well, future tubers, we're gonna end the episode here. I guess we've got a couple generic missions if I do them. I geared up for them, but now I almost feel like skipping them again. We'll see. Future tubers, though, thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. If there is a next time. Alright, live tubers, it's time for a little break. I don't know if it's worth doing. I just don't know, man. They're not going to give me any new tech. There's zero tech. Zero tech. I'll probably... Nah, we'll see. 1 second. One little break, get a drink, get some water, get a stretch, maybe have a muffin or something. You know, I'll figure it out. Okay, so break complete. Thank you for being patient, folks. And I was trying to be honest with myself, and I am not gonna do all these missions. If it puts us in a really bad position later on, well, there's not too much later on, and I think I got a little over scared on my first pet campaign, because this is right around this point. I'm not sure exactly where, but somewhere around this point was when I started to lose the air game and the ground game. And unless something really pops out of nowhere, I don't think that's going to happen this time. The thing is, you can't skip certain missions because you need to get the tech, and you only get so many chances at certain operators and terror soldiers. And I think what I did on my first playthrough is early on I decided that terror missions were too costly because I was playing with more Iron Man settings. And what was happening was I would go on terror missions, I would lose half my units, and it would set me back further than it put me forward. So I wasn't getting enough antimatter weapons. I didn't get the antimatter tech at all, really. I didn't capture very many terror soldiers or terror operators. So I was really I was behind on some key tech. No chemical grenades, less antimatter, less certain things like that. Less advanced aircraft, because I didn't do the shot down terror carriers, terror dreadnoughts, you know. But this time we did those, and we've got a much stronger air game because of it, I think. And I'm also much better on the ground game because of those antimatter rifles. So, in terms of what missions we need to do right now, it's things that get us better tech. And to be fair, some resources are good. We always need more alloys and alenium. But it's really more about getting antimatter cores and the new operator data hacks and really terror missions, really. And those are the hardest ones. We're pretty much at tier 4 terror, right? Like, that's going to be the big final jump to make sure we can win the game. And there's not much more we can do to prep for it. You know, we can theoretically get some sonic or rail weapons, but they don't seem very good anyway, so it's not like it's a huge upgrade. And other than that, build more aircraft, but our air game seems on relatively, like, there's one more phase of stronger UFOs. It's like phase 4.5. So I'd like to try to get some more upgrades to our weapons before then, but for the most part, I don't think we need to do every single normal UFO. The trick is just not to skip everything, not to skip the terror ships, not to miss any operators or specialists or like data cores, to do enough data cores to get us the you know what I mean, like the resources to build aircraft and weapons. Hey there, Rides, by the way. So I have convinced myself to skip some more ground missions. Less optimal, but better for my mental health. If we do too many of these, I'm just going to get burned out. You know, this has been a very long series. We're at like 40 streams, 46 to 8 hour streams. Robert with 16 viewers. Yeah, I would say we've been averaging, once the stream kicks into gear, we've been averaging probably 15 to 20 for most of these live streams. Like, you know, I'm impressed how many people are watching along. I don't want to just drag it on forever, though, even though you guys are enjoying the Xenonauts. Hopefully, anyway, enjoying the Xenonauts. This has been going on for a very long time, and I will eventually burn out. So I think these long missions that are fairly difficult are the ones that I don't... Well, they're not even that difficult. Like, they're difficult in terms of preparation and playing smartly. They're not that bad in terms of, like, losses. And they're also not very valuable. So I think I've decided we're going to not do those. Yeah, Monster Girl Island. No, we got to get back to the Amiga games. We got to get to Leisure Suit Larry. If I do all the Amiga games, Robert, you can see Leisure Suit Larry. There's like probably 6 or 7 of those. It's really Millennium 2.2 Deuterios. Super exciting. That is true as well, Luke. Once the Quarren stream ends, then everyone's gonna go back to work. Might and Magic 3. If I go back to an RPG, it's probably going to be the Gold Box Kryn games. We'll be playing some Dungeons and Dragons first. By a fair amount. I know all about the Might and Magic games, but I never played them. I have no nostalgia to play the older Might and Magic games. Like, zero. I've seen videos, I've had friends that played them, I've had real life friends that recommended them to me. And I've looked into how they play, and I'm like, yeah, that looks okay. But I didn't play them as a kid. So I didn't have that nostalgia like I did for Might and Magic 6. I don't have that nostalgia like I did for the Gold Box Dungeons and Dragons games. So that is always going to take priority for me. Even if it's not the best decision for the channel, it's the best decision for me. Sci-fi adventure from the devs. I'm telling you, I know you're trying to help, Kaidor. You and hundreds of people that have suggested more Might and Magic-like games. I know you're trying to help, and you're trying to find games that are similar. But I gotta say, I've got a gigantic list already, and I'm never gonna finish it. I can't add new games. I gotta finish stuff. I have played Command & Conquer quite a lot. Is it Planet's Edge? I don't know about that one. Might and Magic 3 was a fine game. No, I like, really, I'll take your word for it. I can't, like, I don't mean to ramble too much, but I can't just keep adding on new games to my Let's Play list. I've already got, like, honestly, I probably have, like, a 10-year backlog right now. So, I don't know if I'm ever going to finish the stuff I want to finish. It's kind of sad, honestly. I'm like, I've got so many things I want to Let's Play, but I probably never will get to it. It's unfortunate, really. I mean, rides, the clock is ticking. How are we going to play all the games we want to play? Where's the list? A lot of it is in my head, but if someone goes !list, you can see a large proportion of it on the Steam group. There should be a link in the chat bot. That doesn't get updated all the time, so it's not 100% up to date. But that'll give you an idea of things that I have already, like, whenever that last was updated, like a year ago or something. I've had a lot of those games in my mind to want to Let's Play for years, and I still haven't gotten to them. It gives you an idea of how much time it takes to do all this stuff. Should put that in the FAQ. All the stuff Blue wishes he had time to do. Anyway, that's just the nature of getting older, having lots of series that I'd like to move on with. If we just keep streaming 10 hours a day every day, and I don't pick games like Xenonauts that go on for 50 hours, or 50 hours, 500 hours, then I can start putting a dent in my list. Alright. Did I fix... I did not fix my screen. I'm not even including my personal Steam backlog. Like, this is the thing. Those are just games I want to Let's Play. If you include games that I want to just play on my own, that I have either purchased or otherwise acquired over the years, there's, like, it's impossible. How is anyone going to get to them all? Yeah, the Star Citizen was, I'm not surprised. I wrote that a long time ago. My opinion on that hasn't changed. That was, like, probably 2 years ago or more when I wrote that. Yeah, I'd love to Let's Play some Wing Commander. That's why I ended up going back to Wing Commander 1 and 2, because we're just never getting this game. Anyway, I don't want to ramble about that too much. Just make me angry. Stupid Star Citizen. Okay. Hello, Gambling Tubers, and welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts. Sort of. I mean, we're playing it, but I'm also skipping stuff. So, I thought about it for a fair while, tried to rationalize back and forth. I'm gonna not be doing all the missions again. I know we just got to phase 4, like, not that long ago. But this mission won't get us any new tech. We've already got all the size and specialists for the smaller ships, and all the normal xenomorphs. So, like, there's nothing here we can get besides some weapons, some alloys, you know, the regular stuff. So, it's just for is just to grind stats and resources, and I don't really want to do that. I'm just going to burn out. And then it's the same thing with this. We just did a battle carrier like 2 episodes ago. Maybe you guys, future tubers might have missed it. But it's not going to be much different. It's just kill a bunch of robots. And we've seen carriers. We see terror carriers. It's the same map. It's just tier 4 robots. So, yeah, I'm just going to do that too. Now, the risky part here is that if you skip too many, you might not be prepared for the final wave. But I think we've done enough over the time that we're not that far behind anyway. And what we really need is tech. So there's certain missions you should not skip. But missions that are like duplicates, it's probably okay to skip them a little bit. How long it would take to get 100% of all the Steam games? Well, for me, that would basically be impossible. There's not enough hours in the world. Okay. We've built our first round of sonic weapons. Oh boy. Get hyped for some sonic sniper rifles. Oh, I kept saying, like, I meant to fix that HUD, and I kept saving it, and I kept not reloading it. Hold on. Fix that. Blue's lying. He's already got all the achievements. Level 9,000 Steam profile. You have completed everything. Even future games. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. How'd you know? Oh, let's get this extra antimatter rifle done first. And get that pulse minigun. Seeing as we lost a pulse minigun, I do want to replace that. What did we ship to North Africa? Antimatter core. Boom! Heavy singularity explosives. It's bigger than normal singularity, which is better than fusion, better than alenium, better than all that stuff. Plasma, it's better than all that stuff. It's so gigantic, the world's gonna explode. I mean, realistically, black holes are dangerous. Anyway, look at all this stuff. More research! So, I want to see the aircraft weapons. To be honest, we should be able to research these pretty fast. I'm not sure if the vehicle weapons will be that impressive, but let's get this queued up. Might as well just queue it all up all together. How many people do you really need working on every little thing? All right, we've got 20 scientists. Let's get that rocket. We don't use no mechs around this place. It's kind of unfortunate. I wish mechs were a little bit better on my list of things I wish for. All right, our final doctor interrogation. We have tapped into the power of medicine. And we also do more damage to civilians. Cool. So we really don't have a whole lot more to research here, to be totally honest. Let's have a look at our brand new medkits. The final tier of medkits. So, what do you guys think? They're pretty big. It's like a giant Pope hat. We've got a Pope hat medkit and a kind of looks like a, what do they call those things in Stargate? The little kind of like phaser rifle things, phaser pistols. Somebody knows the name. They had a weird name though. No one on the show could pronounce them either. It wasn't just me. More like a jetpack. Yeah, I can see that. Zat Nicotels. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Kaidar. This had a dumb name. No one could say it. They just shortened them to Zats or Zits or something later on, right? Hit him with the Zats. Anyway, I don't know. It looks kind of like a snake, right? A little bit like a snake. So, sure. The main difference is they weigh more and they heal more. 70 total health. I think the old ones were, what, 55? Well, Blood Angel, why aren't you watching Stargate? Stargate's awesome. It's a little bit 90s, so you gotta be into the 90s. Yeah, so more healing, probably weigh an extra kilogram. And then if you ever want to bring some extreme first aid kits, you can bring some of these. So, alright. It might mess up some of our loadouts a little bit, because they're heavier, you know. But, you know, we'll make do. You want to watch it? Oh, your lady friend won't watch Stargate? Oh, wow. Alright, anyway. Research complete. Minigun built. Well, partially built. Let's get that pulse minigun upgraded. Sorry, B team, but we'll get you that minigun right back. No time flat. Oh, you know what I didn't do during my break? B team just did a mission, and I didn't even queue anything up. They just cleared out a battle cruiser. So let's get some... See, the battle cruisers give good stuff, even. Like, they're not even... Of all the missions to skip, like, they're fairly easy, and they give you some good engines and weapons. Like, that's not bad. It was, civilians. We did capture 2 elites. Two civilian elites and 1 Heridan elite. You'll notice there's no leaders here, hey? So I think I was correct. I don't know why I queued that up. Just automatic. Back when I said the Phase 4 and the Phase 3 Sizen and civilians have the same, like, officer class. Oh, we're gonna get the tank info soon enough as well. This is probably from the professor we captured. And I didn't check, but it's possible they dropped a dark weapon somewhere. Dark or something. No darkness today. Alright. Well, you know, not a ton of stuff, but hey, we do what we can. Alright, we got another antimatter rifle. The reason we built that was so we have 5 total Mark III antimatter rifles. I'm going to send that one to B team, I guess. So for now, we're spreading them out. Just spreading them around. And B team loves their antimatter. Oh, one thing for you future tubers. One of these days, I'm going to go through and sell all of our Phase 2 and 3 stuff. I think having too many entries on these storage screens is going to slow the game down a little bit. I'm a little bit worried. So, I think I'm going to clean up some of the stuff we don't use anymore, like Mark 1 sniper rifles, you know. Even though it's antimatter. It would be better if you could disassemble it, but... Oh yeah, so tank wreckage. The Mark 4 tank. Or the tier 4 tank, that is. You know, there's some stats here. It didn't seem that tough. It's got a lot of kinetic defense. Some of these entries are still pretty funny. Kinetic armor has reached silly level. Although it can still be worn away if you've got an ammunition factory's worth of ammunition. An ocean of time and you don't get killed. But, you know, it's not that bad. The killer tank. Hey, Rides with the big super chat. Thanks, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying the Red Ankylo army. We were talking about prestiging in the chat ranks one day. So if you get to the top rank of chat Ankylo colors, you could prestige you back down to the beginning and start at a Red Ankylo again. You'd be a Red Ankylo tier 2. Alright, that's our antimatter rifle. There's our replacement pulse minigun. Let's get that sonic sniper out of the way. Alright, singularity explosives. The single most powerful weapon ever created with its size. Unstable and not even tested. This could kill your soldiers in the blink of an eye. How about an advanced singularity explosion? It's even less tested than the one before it. Oops, I didn't mean to go to the research screen, to be honest. Let's see, what do we got here? There's only 20 people working on missiles. 10 people working on torpedoes. Okay. 9 more months, you'll have the max badge on YouTube. That's true. That's pretty awesome. Oh, don't watch Game of Thrones, Blood Angel. Well, okay, you can watch Game of Thrones. We have to stop around season... What season is it? Season 5 or 6? Don't go past that. That's the problem. It starts strong, but it doesn't last. Singularity missiles. We'll look at the missile stats once we're done researching them all. Torpedoes. Yeah, we'll compare them. Apparently, that's all we get for air weapons right now. So, should we build these? So the missiles, you know, this is our standard explosive line of missiles. We've gone Sidewinder, Alenium, Alenium, Plasma, Fusion, Singularity. We had a lot of in-betweens there. It does do 525 per shot, 6 shots, standard sort of missile loadout. I think if you compared them to the Fusion missiles. Not a lot different. Slightly longer lock-on time. I'm not sure... I don't really have a lot of vessels that use, like, missile weapons. I generally use torpedoes or cannons. But, you know, we are talking about over 3,000 damage from missiles, and that's pretty good these days. That's a lot of damage. On the torpedo front, this is more likely the kind of upgrade I want, because we're currently using a lot of fusion torpedoes, so maybe we can upgrade them to singularity torpedoes. So the fusions were 862 times 4 shots. The new ones are 2250, but only 2 shots. The sneak peek streamers have seen this before, but to give a little bit of analysis to the future tubers, it's all about that one big torpedo, and then you get out of the way. So I think this is probably better, but it's a little bit more, it's a little different with how you want to fly around. It's probably not as good against point defense, because you only fire one, and having it shoot down one gigantic torpedo is a little bit more painful for your total damage. But in waves of 6 from my Furies, or whatever they upgrade to, they're only going to shoot down one, and the other 5 torpedoes will probably destroy them. So I'm a fan of this. I think it does do an enormous amount of damage. So, assuming we've got the alloys, we could probably build a lot of these. It's going to be 6 per group of Furies, plus 2, like 1 per Lotus, 1 per Cyclone. So we're going to start with like 8 at each base. Yeah. And like, they're not that expensive. The problem is more that I'm building so many of them. Well, it's going to be tough for C-Team. What I'm going to do with C-Team is send them some backup alloys. You know, A-Team is getting a lot from shooting down interceptors, especially. So we should share some of the treasure. Resources. Oh, right. Base 3. Resources, of course, it doesn't keep your sorting. Resources. Alloys. We'll send them like 60. We'll send them 50, so 150 and 78. How's base 2 doing for alloys? This way. Base 2. Transferring to base 3. I definitely need to clean this page up. It's going way slower than it used to, just loading up all this list. Too much stuff. They got 158, so they can share 30, let's say. Alright. What about Alenium? Hold on, I should have checked that while I was here. Neither of them have a lot of Alenium. Let's share 10. And I should have sent some from A-Team as well. Base management is just not my strength these days. Okay, so, exposing weaknesses. Well... if we don't share our resources, how will we build more future bombs? Timberwolf Ion, Sonic Tech for a mech. If we look into building more mechs, I will look more seriously into upgrading their weapons. I guess I could build these. I bet you they're free, and they should be better than what we currently have. If you care about stuff like that. Sharing is caring. Vehicle weapons... yeah, so they're still free, right? Like, most of these vehicle weapons don't even cost anything. So our current mechs are old mechs that we're not really using. They've got a pulse weapon. We could, theoretically, you know, get a better weapon here. So if we're looking at pulse, we'd have the option for going Spirit Wolf Rail or Timberwolf Ion. Do I care enough to build these? I guess. Something to do. Seeing as we unlocked them. So the old weapon was Timberwolf Pulse. Timberwolf Pulse. So this weapon did 50 times 20 and total of 400 ammo. We could switch to Spirit Wolf Rail, 120 times 10. That's a damage downgrade. Right? 50 times 20. No, this is a little bit better, right? 50 times 20 is 1,000. This is 1,200. So, okay, a slight upgrade versus Timberwolf Ion. 150 times 10. Well, that seems to be the best in terms of total damage output. This is the new winner for mech weapons. Plus, you can fire it 40 times. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. You know, as far as mech weapons go, you can fire that a lot. And it does do a lot of damage. 1,500 damage per volley. Like, okay, that is a lot of damage. Okay. I don't think it's going to be amazing. But they don't really cost anything, so I'll build 2. It might be the best mech weapon for the near future. Unless we get an antimatter mech weapon. I feel bad I don't use my mechs, you know. And this might help convince me to use the mechs with better weapons. Alright, and then the rocket. This is a vehicle rocket rather than a ground rocket, like a troop rocket. We tried the fusion rocket once. It was kind of interesting. You get 8 rockets on a vehicle, and you can fire bursts of 4 rockets. So sure, if you've got the singularity tech, that's a lot of damage, you know. I don't think I'm going to do that, but hey, that's an option. Plus, we're out of research. I guess one of the perks is they are also free, right? So, if you want to fire a lot of rockets in a short time, this is a way to do it. But now we need new science. I want to get these torpedoes going. Definitely going to take a while, and the sonic rifles and the Timberwolf Ions are pretty low priority. But we could bring sonic snipers for our next mission. There's some hype. I think you missed the last stream, Rides. I spent all kinds of time talking about memes in Reddit last stream. We were talking about boomers and millennials and zoomers. All kinds of fun stuff. How old people that use Reddit are. All kinds of stuff like that. The War of 2020? Exactly. It was alright. It was pretty lighthearted, you know. As you'd expect on my kind of channel. So, new torpedoes. Bam. Bam. And we're going to want to build a lot more, but we're going to send our first batch to Australia of 6. And then we'll build some more stuff, and then we'll build another batch. It's kind of like building orbital lasers. Send to Australia, please. X-Air torpedo 6. Go. And of course, everyone finished their torpedoes at the same time. So equip. There's going to be a little bit of re-equipping, but this is maybe the last time we change our torpedo loadout. So at least this is perhaps the final wave of this. So this one is going to Europe. One of his old man Blue doing his old man boomer rants, talking about Slashdot and the old memes before they were memes. I forget them all. I've already forgotten them, but you know, last night I was full of them. Alright. Well, I should have just sent 8, clearly. But the Furies are what I really wanted to get upgrading quickly. Because I think they're going to get like the biggest bang for the buck upgrading to Singularities. Because they fire in such a big burst. It's just going to shoot stuff down. But, like, you know, the total damage also goes up. So if you're using Lotuses with only 1 torpedo mount, it's still... You know, you're doing a lot more total damage in a quicker burst. Plus, and I guess I hadn't really thought of this, my Lotuses do have a breaking, what we call it, a method of breaking point defense, so that the bigger torpedoes can still get through if I do a little bit of micromanagement. So, you know. Blue, doing some base management. You know how it goes. Hopefully the next wave of UFOs brings lots of new tech for us. Santa Civilians with his little elves, his weapon elves. Let's see, we're looking for torpedoes. Go. And I did not assign the engineers because why would I do that? At least we've got, before the next wave of UFOs, we've got some upgrades. I will have to consider, like, when do I want to upgrade my Furies, if I want to upgrade my Furies. Because there is a new tier, there's a new top dog in town. It's not the Cyclones, it's the Merlins? Yeah, we could build some Merlins to replace the... our previous lead, but we need a lot of heavy weapon systems, so I don't know if it's worth it, because we can build other really cool things like particle pulse weapons out of those. It's hard to say which one I should focus on. Alright, C-Team built their mech weapons. Let's continue building torpedoes for now. We're just gonna upgrade everyone's torpedoes, I mean, like... Why wouldn't you? It's just a straight upgrade. Hey there, Crusader Knight. I suppose we should be disassembling things, you know. Don't forget that. Does this count as singing? I think this is okay, right? This is pushing the boundary of my acceptable background, but la 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 is, you know, that's okay. It'll probably get copyright flagged, though. Just can't win. Torpedoes. More torpedoes. Everyone gets torpedoes. We're going to get a UFO wave any second. I can just feel it. What I'm going to do is, now they've built more than 2, my first wave of upgrading the bases, I forgot that Australia, North America, and Europe had more than the 3 Furies. So I didn't send them the backups. And I believe, if I remember, Europe needed 4 more. And then I want to have 8 for the next base. It's going to be a bit of transferring around. 9 a.m. in Italy. Nice. All the Europeans are starting to wake up and have some fun. Base management, everyone's favorite part of the day. Enjoy your breakfast of torpedoes, singularity torpedoes. They're better than Fruit Loops. Alright, Australia and Europe. Let's go Europe or Australia, whatever. Okay, Australia we only sent 2 more because there's only the 2. Perfect. Europe we sent 4 more because 1, 2... Nope. Bong. You have failed. It was North America that needed the 2. Okay, we're just gonna ship 2 extras from Europe to North America. No big deal. Transfer Europe to North America. 2 extra singularity torpedoes that didn't need to send. And then, whatever, we'll figure it out. So that's 6 bases all upgraded now to the new singularity torpedoes. Bing, bang, boom. Alright. Now we will need to finish our construction to build, you know, this is 8 more. This is 8 more. This is 8 more. Okay, so we need 8 more per group. So did I queue up the correct numbers? 8 plus 2. I didn't queue up anything. This will be 8 more. This is the last wave of torpedoes for now that we need to build. And then this is actually 8 plus 2 plus 2. So it should be right. It should be fine. We got that sonic rifle, just in case it's not terrible garbage. Man, Mark IV weapons have just crushed my spirit. I really hope the railguns turn out a little bit better, to be honest. We gotta get some, we gotta get that civilian weapon sergeant as soon as we can. This seems to happen every time. We always get the energy for the Mark II and Mark III energy weapons. We get the weapon sergeant from the Seisons every time. Alright, damage upgrades continue. The main air game looking alright. I think I should just upgrade all the Corsairs next. As far as air game, our bombers are looking strong. But our old Corsairs are a little bit out of date. And I would like them to be upgraded before the final upgrade to the alien interceptors. Definitely would be smart. The whole world is in chat. Perfect. We got Australia, Netherlands, Italy, Canada. We got everybody. That's the whole world. Lots of different time zones anyway. And think of all the live tubers watching this anywhere in the world. It's crazy. They could be watching it on the moon even. Soviets this time? They could be watching it in the Soviet Union with subtitles. Not that there's no Russians that speak English, but you know, gotta use YouTube's auto subtitler. There, gotta say it clearly so the subtitler can figure it out. The future tubers? They're everywhere, man. They're out on space. They're on that lunar colony. Remember, after the Earth got hit by the asteroid? This is their only form of entertainment that survived. Watching me play this game. Their history lesson, honestly. Well, time's up. UFOs are coming. Interceptors. Battle cruiser. Online. Cargo ship? We did one of those already. Okay, looks like we got a wave of mediums. As far as I know, unless there's a civilian one, I didn't check. None of these are going to be very valuable. We have gotten torpedo corvettes. Oh, we didn't do a supply ship yet. Okay, we got to do the supply ship mission. We 100% need to do the supply ship. Because we don't have it on the list. Where is Blue? Blue is in Canada. See you later, Luke. I'll probably be streaming in 30 minutes. It's likely. So this is the mission we really should do. Cargo ship. That's a new one. It's Sizen, but that's okay. So we want to clear out its interceptors. And then shoot it down. This guy, battle cruiser. We should probably try for the weapon sergeant. I don't know what the odds are of getting it on a large, but they shouldn't be too small. Corvettes, I mean, you know, it's civilians. Technically. What do we got here? Another Corvette. With Sizens, we're definitely not doing that one, I don't think. This guy, another Corvette. Civilians, you know, maybe. Maybe it depends on the mission. Like, scouts. Research. Like, ground attack sounds like the kind of place a weapon sergeant would go, right? In charge of your weapons tech. More than a research civilian ship. Let's just let our Cyclones deal with the interceptors. Alright, air battle. Let's go. 2 interceptors. This is our old Phase 2 Corsairs. They're going to get torn up by the cargo ship for a little bit. It appears that it has even longer range than the last version of cargo ships. So this whole idea of, you know, staying out of range, this is not going to work. Not ideal. Okay, remember, these are not contrails. These are Corsairs. We got to get a little bit closer. We might lose this one, to be honest. I hate these ships so much. They're not even very strong. They just constantly deal damage, and then if you stick around, you just lose. Yeah, this is why we need to upgrade to some new interceptors. We typically can shoot down the interceptors with the Corsairs, but when there's this at the same time, it's not easy. That's too bad. Well, we'll send some Cyclones. They got a ways to go, but backup is on the way. Alright, well, this mission should be easy enough. Corsairs or Cyclones, you know, these are our tier 3 super fighters. They're totally fine. Double kill. I think I want to build more of these particle pulse weapons. They're pretty they're pretty good. Might be my best interceptor weapon by a fairly long shot. Now, corvettes are no big deal. They've never been hard to shoot down. One torpedo will do it. I mean, our new torpedoes are pretty awesome. Hold on. I sent the wrong ships. Contrails aren't what you're supposed to send after battle cruisers, Blue. Tail over land for now. Okay, I'm hopeful if we just, you know, the problem might have been dancing around in the corner. We just have to go in and try to get these kills, right? Like, there's not enough time to get to the corners. These cargo ships just destroy you at range. Not that I had enough time to even do my little, Well, no, we had enough time. That was fine. That was good. One kill. And then we just do that one more time. I'm starting to get a feel for the contrail barrel roll. Yeah, I mean, that was much better. You know, the enemy ships were injured a little bit, but that's a better strategy anyway, rather than trying to hide in the corner where you just keep taking damage. Okay. Now, we don't really need... Well, the Cyclones... Oh, yeah, they'll be fine. Although, I suppose, in the nature of not letting it build a base, the Furies can handle it. This is going to do a lot of damage. Alright, let's see how 3... This is probably auto-resolve will just give us a perfect victory because it's so much damage. I just want to see what it looks like if we do it normally. Singularity torpedoes. I guarantee one volley is enough. Goodbye. Sure, it shot one down. We still did over 10,000 damage. Beautiful. I didn't send anyone after this Corvette. Could have sent one Lotus at each, to be honest. They're pretty darn automatic. Oh, much easier in manual if you wait till you're behind them. There's that. Well, let's see if we can still do this. As long as we're more agile. Took some damage there that we didn't need to. But once you're behind them, like, what can you do? Sorry, but, you know, Corvettes are just not very good at air combat, you know. And to be honest, battle carriers or battle cruisers, cruisers being one step up from cruisers being one step up from corvettes are still not very strong. Now they might shoot down the first one, sure, but it doesn't matter. As always, you could hold off on firing your torpedo until the little guys got closer. It's fine. Anyway, nothing to worry about. Okay, well, everything's been shot down. Missions are all over the place. Good. I finished my torpedoes before I completely forgot about things. South America needs their upgrades. I would say for the start, I mean, those were not very large craft, but the Singularity torpedoes seem pretty effective for now. We'll see once we get the bigger ships how it turns out, but I would imagine against other dreadnought battleship type things, having the bigger piercing shots are probably the way to go. We'll see. So, well, future tubers, this has been kind of a research analyze progress episode. I'm going to off-camera think about what missions we're going to do. To be fair, I might not record the corvettes. I might still do them on the hopes that we get a civilian commander, tactical commander. But there's nothing else other than that, hoping for a weapon sergeant. I'm not going to do the Sizen one for sure. And we do definitely want to do the cargo ship. So C-Team needs to secure us one cargo ship. We 100% have not seen those before. In Phase 3, they were known as supply ships. Now they're cargo ships. That leaves 2 corvettes and 1 cruiser, which I believe is more likely to have the weapon sergeant anyway. How much are the torpedo corvettes? The corvettes, I might just skip them, to be honest. They're not really worth any good resources at all. It would only be we would only be doing these for the hopes of a weapon sergeant and nothing else. And they'd still take a while. I don't know. I'll think about it. Anyway, thanks for watching, Future Tubers. Hope you guys have enjoyed. And next time, we'll got at least 2. You know what? That's enough. I guarantee you. We've got two missions this wave that I need to do. We'll skip the ones that I don't probably need to do. That'll make sense. Fair enough. All right. Hope you guys have enjoyed and have a great day. That's fair, right, live tubers? We can't just do all the missions. It's just going to burn everybody out. Especially me. Primarily me. Okay. So, I said I was from Canada to Crusader Unite, right? I didn't miss that bit of the chat. Sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment doing all these air games, you know. So yeah, C team and either A or B team. Who did the last mission? I think B team did the one last time, so it's probably fair for A team and C team to go this time. You're from Milan. Ah, interesting, interesting. I don't know much about Milan, sorry. It's, I feel like it's in this area of the world. That's about as good as I got. Geography has always been one of my weaker points. Or no, is it like an Italian city, Milan? Maybe there's 2 different kinds of Milans. Because it could also definitely be Italian. But I feel like there's a place that's got a similar name over here. Maybe. That... I don't know. I always get mixed up. All these... North Italy. Alright, alright. Over here. We can't zoom in any further, but somewhere up here. I don't know much. I don't know much Europe either. I live way over here. You know, it's all the same to me. From here, these look similar. I swear there's something over here that has a similar name, though. Something. Maybe it was colonized by some Italians or something. Alright, so C team is going up against Sizen's medium. Fairly easy, theoretically, but Sizen's. And A team is going up against a big civilian batch. Okay. Let's gear up. So... C team... We got... Doesn't matter who we use here. Let's say King Sarius. Congratulations, King Sarius. You get the first sonic weapon. The Precision Sonic Mark III. Now, given the way these work, we might want a backup weapon really badly. The ammo for them is very light. So 2 shots, and then you need a lot of ammo. Like, you need a lot of reloads. And I think they need some sort of backup weapon. The backup is the pulse sniper. Then I never use this weapon. Oh, I mean, you know. Got the axe. This is Sizen's, right? No, I want to commit 1 sniper rifle and then something else. Not 2 sniper rifles. That's silly. We can bring... Could bring those Gauss shotguns. They were amazing. Could bring a Gauss rifle. Ah, yeah, this is an okay combo. I'm alright with this one. So the idea here is... We've got a single holding still... High damage, long range... Longish range damage. But we also have a burst weapon for moving and shooting. At medium range. I mean, they're both kind of medium range. But it's also a different damage type. And then technically we've got an axe for short range. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's all a bit of an experiment right now. Might as well have lots of grenades or lots of ammo. So, okay, we're gonna try out the Sonic Sniper. We do also have access to a Mark II Sonic Rifle. Maybe Sirius really likes energy weapons. You know, I don't think this weapon will be that bad. We got to give it a try. I think it'll work better against civilians than Seisons, but we'll see. Also, we've got this Sonic Rifle. So for the Sonic Rifle, what would be a good backup for this? Let me think. Probably the Gauss one again. Or in this case... Well, yeah. In this case, maybe it's better to just have that pulse back up. Maybe. It's not going to be that bad of a mission, though. It's not like this is like an extreme landing ship. Alright, so Fella is going to try out the new Sonic gun, the rifle, and Sirius is going to try out the new Sonic Sniper. At least it's a Mark III sniper, and the Mark II rifle might be disappointing, so I brought the Pulse rifle back up. Big Muhammad can technically capture stuff if we care. Dave can capture. He's got the antimatter rifle. Only got one Mark III for rifles here. Oh yeah. We got these stupid Gauss SMGs. They're not much better. But this team doesn't really have any good Guardian weapons, you know? Oh no, Sonic guns. Sorry, T-Dogs. We got to capture that weapon sergeant. That's hopefully we find a civilian weapon sergeant tonight, and then we'll see what railguns do. Electron pistols, those things are terrible. I think the idea here is shield guys are really axe guys. They're just axe guys that have a primary weapon with a bullet. And then in practice, you just get up close and hit him with an axe. That's the main strategy. Yeah, I think that's sensible for axe guys. And then power armor, you know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. They're all fine. Alright. C team is ready to go. Fully commit to wrecking C team. We'll go... A team gets all the antimatter weapons. B team gets all the pulse weapons. And C team gets all the sonic weapons. No, we gotta balance the teams. I mean... It's the nature of the mod. You're not supposed to rely on a single weapon type, even if antimatter is really good. Anyway, this mission won't be that bad. I don't think that'll be that bad. 5 wraiths, bunch of xenomorphs. It's okay. And then A team, a bunch of civilians. Didn't I just get them geared up to go Androns? Well, that's too bad. Too bad. Hey, Kai. Well, what do you think? Civilians, I think this will work better on. Because they've got very low energy protection. And against Reapers, having the Gauss won't be too bad. Gauss shotgun still works on Reapers really well. Sure. And then 2 people with antimatter rifles, just, you know, to cover everything. Because still the best. And I know this is the Andron. Oh, that's True, no good grenades. No useful grenades for my loadout here. I mean, it can't be all bad, right? Let's bring, I know I built some of these earlier. I built some super smoke, some super grenades, some super stunners. If we find a, that's it. Remember, A-Team wants to capture a weapon sergeant, so I shouldn't be too lazy on the capture stuff. Even though the mission shouldn't be too difficult. So I'm just throwing some grenades in here. We want to bring some big old purple rockets. They're so good. And we'll throw in a Singularity AP rocket for fun. I'm gonna demote Jiral's gun down to the Rocketeer. Because I know Sonic's not gonna work with this armor at all. But it will work just fine for antimatter. Just fine. I gotta update my loadouts one of these days. Not right now, but... Not right now, of course, but one of these days. Ah, it's too much. Too much ammo. Alright, good enough. And then the whole point here was... we got to test out these sonic weapons. We got to try them out on different types of things. So one team is taking the sonic rifle against Seisons, one's against civilians. Genius. And for your backup against civilians, the pulse will still be amazing. So if this weapon totally fails us, you know, I don't want to not bring them. So antimatter works no matter what. Pulse might do more damage to civilians than the antimatter, just because you can fire it so often, and they do go down to lasers energy damage pretty quick. But against other things, antimatter will definitely take the lead. Tim wants to know what gun he has. For now, nothing, because you're not geared up yet. We haven't got to you. Gotta relax. So, shield guys were next. Got those extra shields. Sure. Antimatter pistols. Even the Mark II. Really, like I said, they're more like axe guys anyway these days. I don't have any Mark IV axes. Interesting. Oh, and don't need those. Don't need those EMP grenades. The one downside for these pistols, the antimatter pistol Mark III, is definitely very heavy. And of course, now that the med kits are even heavier, it just makes all the loadouts a little bit tighter. Trying to go fast. I can't explain everything if I just go a little bit faster. That'll have to do. Alright, power armor, guys. Tim, you have a pulse minigun. We've definitely over-prepared for the last mission here, that's for sure.
Good evening, citizens of Earth.
Okay, we'll drop a couple things on turn 1. This is our Mark II minigun, antimatter minigun. We've got probably enough stun rockets as long as I don't waste them. I get the feeling we've ran out of shock charges again. Oh, I forgot to show off all the singularity explosives for the future tubers. We'll have to have a talk about that next time, I guess. Yeah, we didn't show off the new singular explosives. Easy to miss. Not the kind of things I've been using much of, really. Okay, so that gets us pulse with extra flamethrowers for fun. Antimatter, maybe stunning if we need it. Antimatter cannon, this is way too much micro here. Alright, we can drop the medkit on turn 1 and then have 5 reloads, or 4 reloads. 5 shots. David, though, doesn't really have a weapon set up for killing civilians. Flamethrowers are awesome, but it's nice to have something more long range. The best weapon. It's back, baby! Gauss Minigun Mark III. Just can't retire it. Should just build everyone more pulse miniguns, I know. Realistically, that would be much better. I want to bring some of those chemical rockets. They're pretty good, you know. Don't use them very often. So bad. It's like the power glove, you know. You know. Alright, that's good enough. That's enough prep work for today. No more lollygagging. This is just gonna have to cut it. Well, hold on. We'll wait 1 second here. I just wanted to build a shock charge before I forget. We built 3. We're so speedy. Alright, that should be more than enough. We'll be fine. We got some backup reloads for our pistols. Everyone's got a... I mean, I actually have 3 reloads on Awesome Guy. That's way more than you need for 1 antimatter rifle. And then we got our Sonic and stuff. Yeah, this should be fine. Alright. Let's say hello to the future tubers. And then we will do our mission. Hello, cargo tubers, and welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts X Division with me, BlueAnkylo. Last episode, did a little bit of research, a little bit of teching, shot down another wave of UFOs. Today, we have C-Team is going to a cargo ship. Nothing really special on the ship, I don't think, but it's a new type of UFO for Phase 4. So, of course, we need to research it. We've geared up, C-Team is going, and we're going to test out some new things like the Precision Sonic, and the Sonic Rifle Mark II. Other than that, standard kind of loadout. You should know basically how I load my guys up by now, I think. If you've been paying attention, you know how we run these. You know how things work around here. And then A-Team will be headed to the battle cruiser to hopefully find a weapon sergeant, a tactical commander for Phase 4. I also built some more shock charges because, you know, I always run out. And I transported something to South America. Torpedoes. So hold on 1 second. Get these things equipped. And then we will get to work. This is our last batch of Singularity torpedoes. We have now torpedoed up all of our current aircraft with top-of-the-line torpedo weapons. Next plan will be to upgrade our Corsairs, and then it's gonna be like pick a weapon for Phase 4, whether it's the particle pulse or the sonic weapon or the Gauss or the rail weapon. We're gonna have to pick something to upgrade our contrails. We gotta figure out something for them to use. Can't be using Phase 3 stuff. Just throw the Gauss minigun. Yeah, just drop it on them. Give it to one of the guys with flying armor, and then just fly by and just drop it on an alien's head. They weigh like 20 kilograms or something. It'd probably work. Okay. First things first. Is anyone overburdened? This is your chance to review everyone's gear if you're curious. Nobody looks overburdened. This is not specifically a capture mission. It's a medium cargo ship. So it's not even an extreme cargo ship, which would have theoretically had terror troops. So I don't think... I mean, you never know, but I don't think this will be a particularly challenging mission. It is C-Team, of course. You never know when they're gonna do things. Now, we do have some sonic weapons. We'll see if they are laughable. Or amazing. They could be the best weapons we've ever had. Blue, quit trolling chat. Alright. I guess the real question is, what's worse, Gauss or Sonic? Although in the end it'll be Rail, but for now, we don't really have Rail tech figured out very well. We've got a Psychic Sizen. And that's all within immediate vision. No reason to try to capture him. Hey, we broke the shield, suppressed him. Rail will be the best. Alright. Sounds like T-Dogs is expecting Kinetic to take a lead. Even better than Antimatter? That would be pretty impressive if Rail can beat Antimatter tech. Oh, so far, Pulse Tech is looking pretty good, by the way. For shooting things at long range. Most of the time. It feels like it's been quite a while since I've had a desert map. So this will be, not... I don't know if I would say fun exactly. But, it'll be different. Alright, get up there, fella. You can't be too far away if you want to use your sonic gun. It's not a long-range weapon. It's the best weapon. You hide behind this cactus. This is C-Team, guys. If we can't play quickly with C-Team, then you never can play quickly. I had... What did I have 2 days ago? I don't think I made any rail weapons. Well, we know where he is. Can't fire from that square. It's kind of annoying. Oh, I had a desert map? Oh, I see. I see. Don't like this at all. It's going to be hard to find good sniper spots for all this right now. Let's just park behind the tank. The tank is the best cover anyway. This is Mr. Pro Tank here. Looks a little bit like Star Wars Battlegrounds. Could be. A lot of these isometric games, I wouldn't say they share assets, but they don't always make them from scratch. What did we spy? Aha! Sneaky little Sizens. We could try to rocket them, but that'd be a little bit crazy. Anyway, this is a pretty good spot for our flying scout, I think. We know where 2 are. Let's see how this goes. Lightning weapons. Ion weapons. Wraith weapons. Oh, look, 2 wraiths. There's 5 wraiths total. I remember that much. So there's 2 out of 5. Oh, isn't that convenient? We have an axe. It's not a Mark IV axe. But it does not need to be a Mark IV axe. Alright, good work. Epsilon there. That was great. 2 wraiths down. I didn't put my counter up, but there's 3 remaining. Easy. It's not a very big mission. You know, easy. Alright, this guy. And that guy. The axes are definitely strong. Here we go. This is it, boys and girls. Sonic rifle fire! Great start. I could have tried to destroy his cover first. I mean, what did you really expect, guys? We shot Sonic. You know what we've got that always works, though? I hate to say it, but we got antimatter. Well, okay, it hit his shield, but other than that part where it hits the shield. You know, the easiest way to kill this guy is going to be probably with a cannon, actually. Nearly. I mean, looked pretty impressive, just didn't kill him. Can't quite, oh, you know what we can do? Oh, yeah. Death from above. What'd you find? Just someone hiding behind a rock, doesn't matter. Alright, Niflheimer, get him! Death from above. It might not have done enough damage if we hadn't cannoned him first, so still, the cannoning I think was still helpful. Alright, I like that kind of stuff, that's always fun. Well, that guy's not dead. Remember when I said, what did I say? I said something. I think I said, like, Sonic doesn't seem very good. Why am I building so many Sonic weapons? I may have said those words at some point. But, you know, we've got Pulse. Can't believe I lost vision there. Alright, Pixel with the Pulse minigun. At least he's suppressed. Better than Sonic. Okay, let's see. Where to? Kill the Wraith. I mean, we didn't do any damage. So far, let's just say Pulse and Sonic are tied. They both did 0 damage. That's fair. And, let's see how, the Gauss minigun does. Oh! The Gauss minigun is guaranteed better than the Pulse rifle or Sonic rifle because it hit him once. You heard it here first, guys. Gauss minigun is now the best weapon. Confirmed. Ankylo fact. That'll be where the UFO is. So don't go don't go too much further. Sure hope this gives us a cool sniper shot next turn. Then we can see the precision Sonic. I actually think that'll be a little bit better. Oh yeah, I forgot to move this guy back in cover. My bad. C-team, you know. Hey there, Lord Tenebrous. Unfortunately, our forward momentum is going to have to slow down because now the Xenomorphs are coming. Let's put this guy where he can't get shot around the corner. Okay, this dude is just asking. No, he's asking for nothing. But this dude... Alright, guys. Sonic Sniper, go! That was a snapshot. I didn't even use my aim. I could have done that twice. Confirmed, best weapon. Confirmed. Right there, you saw it here. New best weapon. Sorry, Gauss Minigun, you've been unthroned. Now, there's going to be some Xenomorphs coming down here. It's going to be exciting. Decent ammo capacity? Yeah. We can take pairs of shots. Pairs of shots. You can't count that on one finger. Why does this game make the tier 4 phase 4 stuff so bad? Come on, modders. Don't do this to an Ankylo. Oh. This is the time. Yes. Burn. Plasma flamethrower has finally failed us. It did 0 damage to a tier 4 Sizen Guard. These things do 100 damage per hit. Incendiary, he ignored it. Dang. It didn't do... I don't think fire ignores shields, shouldn't it? Fire should ignore shields, guys. Shields can't block a flamethrower, right? I mean, I know that's how other weapons work, but that shouldn't make sense. You know, if it was my guys with a shield, it wouldn't work. This actually will work pretty good on the Cyberdisc if we get closer. It's in an awkward position, to say the least. Charge! Alright, we got this sonic rifle. We're probably going to want more people over here anyway, because of the whole Xenomorph coming out the front door thing. Yeah. And, you know, there's wraiths. We didn't find any wraiths yet, but they're out there. Well, no, I take that back. We found 2 last turn. We didn't find any this turn. Okay. I forgot one guy. King Dimitri. Wow. Well. Don't worry. King Dimitri's got it. That's 2 more hits, guys. Nearly enough to kill him. What is this Sonic shenanigans? It's you know... You gotta build some, right? You gotta test it out. Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go, Robert. Your song's on. Not exactly the one that we were enjoying on the Ankylo bot. But it's close. Okay, it's a good thing I put someone with power armor out there. And it's also doubly good that this is C team, and I kind of care little if they survive. Sonic Sniper! Got the kill and didn't even destroy someone else and shoot them in the back or blow up an alien right next to somebody. Best weapon. There's a lot of xenomorphs over there. At least we're far enough back, they're not really doing much. We should watch out for that door. Like, we were taking a lot of fire from stuff up there. 2 poppers over there, by the way. At least. Alright, that's enough. That's enough. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least. Plasma flamethrowers, they do work pretty well. I agree. There's some more. You know, the tank works pretty well. Pro tank, you know, still got it going on. I believe in King Dimitri. Don't worry, we hit it once. Alright, Sonic Sniper. Boom! 591 damage. I will agree to move out of the way with King Sarius. The pulse sniper never misses. Never causes friendly fire or anything. Meanwhile, over here, flamethrowers, right? They're pretty cool. You think a flamethrower can one-shot a tier 4 cyber disc? No, but you can nearly kill yourself. Why does this always happen? No blocking, 0% block, still managed to burn himself to death. C-team, man. You're just not very good at this game. I mean, I was thinking maybe I should move around the rock and take the shot. But I wasn't sure I could move there and take 2 shots. Because, you know, percentages and low time units. But, I'm like, once I saw, kind of like, hold on. Once I saw that good aim, right? I'm like, oh, we can aim without hitting the rock. We can aim over here. And not hit the rock we're behind. Nope. Nope. Gotta hit the rock and kill himself. C-team. It's always C-team doing stuff like that. Check these guys out. Alright. Good scout and Lone Eagle. So we didn't kill that drone. I should really make a point of not forgetting about the the face hugger, and we're gonna kill this with somebody else. But finding those poppers. There's one. See, there's one. Easy. Praetorian. Okay, that's at least 2 poppers. There's another one. There's a lot of bad dudes on this map. Okay, antimatter. That was pretty unfortunate. You didn't really do any damage there, Dave the cow. Not 100% sure we're going to be able to hit this one. 2 hits. Well, we got... Oh, here you go. Here we go. You better believe it. I didn't even need the pulse rifle. Bam! Sonic rifle gets a kill. Add 1 to Sonic. You're pretty sure that would have been a perma-kill if Pixel had died. Yeah, I mean, you know, fire is dangerous and all. Keeps things exciting, though. I'm not happy that we didn't deal with that popper. And there's a lot of things in there that are dangerous. Oh, yeah, well. Speaking of dangerous things... At least that one's covered. Oddly enough, we still haven't killed this guy in here either. Well, I guess the next step is not having any time units to accidentally destroy the popper, and then it just ends its turn next to us. All relaxed like. That's just a wraith. Nothing to worry about. Good spot, though. Okay, as long as there's no wraiths right here, we should be okay. Okay. Didn't kill that drone. Drones are not the most dangerous things in the world. He decided to run all the way across the map. He knew that the sonic rifle was there. And another popper. Man, this UFO is just full of baddies. Also, see you later, Lord Tenebris. You go play some Arcanum since you're off work for a few more. Oh, you gotta go to work. Yeah. Well, we didn't kill 2 poppers. But the smoke, I believe, had the desired effect. Plus another Xenomorph facehugger. Their ability to ignore fire, just, you know, they should just walk through it, right? They should know how to walk around it. What's the point of fire if they just walk around it? Now I don't know where he is. Scout. There's the popper. There's the big boy. There's a wraith. Get him, Dimitri. Only 2 wraiths remain. That's the facehugger. That was a facehugger. Alright, we're cleaning things up. Now, I'm considering trying to capture it. I haven't decided yet. It depends on how everything else goes. But that was popper. We gotta get this popper, and there's a size and... Oh, well, hi. Well, hi there. 1 wraith remaining. These guys don't... No, we're not making any queens today. We're not letting C-Team generate facehugger queens. That's not... No. Not on the docket. I think there's going to be a Sizen soldier somewhere behind this pillar. I'm not even sure who hit him there. 1, 2, 3. Big guy. Explodey guy. Guy I mostly forgot about. Okay. That'll do. Too much smoke. You know, we're never going to shoot through all that. That should be all local xenomorphs handled. You know, other than the one. I can't believe this guy in the fire has not died yet. We hit him with a flamethrower. He didn't even die. So... Oh, I was overburdened by my axe, accidentally. Accidentally! Wow, that was more damage than I was expecting. I was thinking we just do like, you know, a couple hundred damage instead of nearly 600 damage and one-shot it. I guess those are pretty good, you know? So the Precision Sonic Mark III. Rookies with flamethrowers, maybe not the most accurate. When Pixel finally gets to this video, like, it's gonna take him a while because he's back in the VODs working his way through. He's gonna be a little bit scared because his first character was perma-killed by, well, fire of a sort, let's say. I don't know, let's just throw a grenade over there. Probably didn't even kill him. I bring all these explosive grenades, they don't even really work. Why the axe was burning. Okay, so this is the one standing in the fire, not dying. I wonder what weapon that is with the red beams. Because Ion is the blue one, and Thunder, like that's another one with red. I gotta check these guys' weapons, because I don't know what... I'm curious what that is. Okay, you know, Pro Tank, I take it back. You have... C-Team had some bad defective tanks in the earlier days, a few streams ago anyway. Today, Pro Tank has proven that the engineers have patched them up. That was 2 really nice shots. Went from a bit of a sticky situation to a... we're fine. Hi there. Have you heard the word of axe? Let me teach you the word of axe. Well, it's one thing if you get perma-killed and then resurrected quickly. Oh, you mean for this mission? I see, I see. Look, the engineers did all they could to give us 1 mission of Pro Tank. We loaned the engineers from A-Team so they could make a good tank. I am thinking of keeping Pixel a little bit not inside the UFO. Probably should go back to not fire. Alright. Unless there's some more surprises. There should be 1 more Wraith. So there's that surprise when that happens. But other than the surprise of Wraith, and he could have died in the fire, in the crash. We should be solid now to move up. The UFO door itself is probably pretty heavily defended, though. We'll put Niflheimer behind some smoke a little. Tank will move up first. There's Wraith number 5. Just seems like C-Team can never spot those guys. At least it's got a dumb weapon. He survived the sonic sniper? 2 shots. You know, honestly, it's not that bad. This one's not too bad. It's different than the Pulse. The Pulse Sniper is really good. Sonic Sniper, better in some scenarios, I'm sure. But worse in others. You know, against those Ghost Robo-Dogs, I bet you that Sonic Sniper would be pretty good. Be shredding a lot of armor quick. Alright, well that should have been the 5th Wraith. If I kept count properly, which I believe I did. There was only 5 at the beginning of the map, and now they're all dead. Alright, let's let some smoke clear, get closer to the door. We got ourselves a nice little mission here today. I should have opened the door first. Let's just do it. It's very dangerous to open the door like that without suppressing everything or using other hacks or shooting the door open, but it's more exciting. It's C-Team. Remember, I think this was before I was recording, but I was saying how the Mark II antimatter minigun is just enough to break a shield of a Sizen in Phase 4. If we upgraded to the next tier of minigun, it would have killed him, probably. Because it would have done a little bit more damage. They have 900 HP shields, give or take, and the minigun does around 900 damage or something like that. It did just enough damage to hit him at the end and break the shield, but clearly it was just at the capacity of the minigun. That should mean he has no shield, though. Not that I can expect to hit him with anything. Don't worry. Gauss minigun's got our back. At least he suppressed him, you know? At least he suppressed him. Why are these guns so bad? No damage. How much stuff do you think's back there? Alright, sniper shotgun. That doesn't matter, that's on the 2nd floor. That also doesn't matter because he's on the 6th floor. Oh good! A weapon sergeant for the wrong race again. That kind of sucked. 90 damage? You know, the sonic weapon would be better for that. Got him! Didn't double kill, but still, I got the one I really wanted to kill. This guy only has a dumb little pistol anyway. It's only C-Team. So nobody cares about C team, you know? I'm just enjoying the music. Pretty good battle music going on. Hey, oh, Dave the Cow with the antimatter kill. Should have moved that sonic rifle up. That would have killed him easy. Alright, well, we took care of the door guards in a rather unsafe fashion. We'll probably still go in shields first. What I'll do is we'll slow it down a little bit here after I just rushed in there a little bit rashly. The rash rush. Just split our forces up a little. Alright. Riflemen, snipers, everything split up. Shield guys will clear the corners, or at least scout the corners. And then we'll approach the second floor. It's fairly likely there's something hiding in these side bits. Not today on that side, but I've seen that happen pretty regularly. See the other T-Dogs? There's one. Probably the operator. Nope, the engineer. Well, let's engineer his destruction. Pretty good. Axes trump shields. And now, you know, I wasn't doing this earlier, but we could certainly steal his shield. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to check... hold on. Some of these weapons were kind of interesting. So the ion rifle should shoot ion projectiles, but what were the red ones? Maybe the ion rifles are just red, and everything else is that blue... white-blue sort of looking weapon? Weird that one of the weapon types would look different than the other of the same tier. Very confusing. Alright, let's check the second floor. Looks relatively calm for now. Doesn't mean anything, but there is an exploded acidling over here, which is kind of interesting. Must have been one of the poppers that just got confused and attacked his friends. I don't know why that happens sometimes, but it wasn't me, that's for sure. And everyone else starts moving up. Definitely trying to not make any more stupid mistakes here as we get to the end of the mission. You know, these medium ships aren't usually too bad nowadays. It's like a cruiser, but not as many enemies on it. Only 2 doors instead of 3. Alright, so we'll set up for next turn, I think. I'm just load balancing here. I want a pulse minigun on each side, that's all. You know, 1 bad minigun, 1 good minigun, 1 good minigun, 1 also good minigun. I would say, for starters at least, The sonic weapons aren't terrible. Their stats on paper are pretty bad, but with the power of the Alpha Wolf stuff going on, it's not as bad as they could have been. So I'm going to put my shield guys on the doors to open the doors. And then I'm going to put probably the suppression style minigunners up next. Oh, well. You know. Nice idea. Not enough time units. I meant the suppression minigunners up front. I guess I could have still suppressed with this, if we need to. Alright. Not too many within vision. The trouble, of course, is more that they have big annoying shields that make it difficult to just run in and kill stuff. Good, I'd rather draw that one out from range. So there was only 3 on the bridge. That's an easy mission all in all. And although shields are annoying, axes beat shields. Sometimes by a large margin. I don't need this operator. This is a... Oh, probably a tier 2 operator. They don't add in a unique operator for every wave of ships. It might be our first cargo ship, but this will be a supply ship operator from, like, Phase 2. There's only... For Phase 4, there's only Battleship, Dreadnought, and large base operators, as far as red shirts. There's also mission operators, but that's a little different. Unless this guy's an assault, and I really doubt it. We can almost determine it by shooting his shield out. Yeah. That would not have done enough damage to break a higher tier operator. So it was a... We'll see if he should be dead in here, just for interest's sake. Let's see. Should be a landing ship operator. Yeah. So it goes landing ship, and then cargo ship, and then supply ship. So they don't upgrade these types of operators between phases. So you know, that was a fine mission. Got the data core, got some basic stuff. There should be some stun grenades. Nope, no stun grenades even. Smoke, neutron. Oh yeah, stun. So good. Not a waste of time, but, you know, a fine little mission. We got some stats for some dudes, and not much else to say. Yeah, as always, it's the terror and assault operators for each phase that have usually one of the data hacks behind them. I can find out specifically what data hack we're missing if we really need to. We've done data hacks 11 and 12, I believe, from Phase 4 Seisons. Seison hack 12, Seison hack 11. So we're missing Seison 10, and technically we could figure out which operators can drop that. It's probably Assault or Terror, though. But it could be the Dreadnought operator, still. That's possible. And then for civilians, we need data hacks 11 and 12. We still haven't done the Terror or Assault for him, or the Bomber, Battleship, or Dreadnought operators. It's no big deal. Anyway, for now, we're just catching operators that I know are new. And once we see a Dreadnought, we will definitely catch a Dreadnought operator. And once we see a Terror mission, we'll definitely do the Terror cap. Anyway, that mission was fine. We'll get some science off that soon enough. And looks like A-Team you're going to have to go find us, hopefully, a civilian engineer. Because I need that tech. I mean, there's not much else to research, you know. After this mission is done, I will look into queuing up some aircraft upgrades. I think I'd like to build some more contrails now. We've got 4 extremes. It's a lot of engines, you know. So we need 1 extreme and 4 engines each. So that's, you know, 4 and 7 plus, so 4 and 11 and 13 and 24. So we can create 6 more contrails, which we probably should, and that will give us, you know, we've got 3, 6, 9. We can stock up, say, Australia and North America, and then we just need 4 more bases of contrails. But as far as I know, the contrails are going to be our main tier 4 interceptor, so we'd like to upgrade our old ones, and it'll be fine. The dreadnought I need, Terror Assault to give us 11. Interesting. So the 11 we got must have been from the Praetor, which can do anything, I believe. The leaders and the Praetors kind of have their special. We can give any technology, any data hack. So that's actually quite lucky. If you're following along, generally each group of 3 has 1 specific data hack for each civilian in size, and that is meant to be the hard one to get, the Terror or the Assault Operator. And those are usually rarer and more difficult to capture, of course, because it's a harder mission. So if you get lucky and the officer or the Praetor, which is also hard to capture, but maybe not as bad, if you get the right hack from him, it saves you a lot of trouble. So getting Sizen 11 from the Praetor, that was a good deal. Now that probably, assuming it's the same pattern, that means for the civilians, I got the civilian Dreadnought Operator for free. I didn't need to catch the Dreadnought Operator. But I'll probably still need the civilian Terror Operator or Assault, whichever one it is, to get the civilian Data Hack 11. And then the 12 will probably be from the Bomber or Battleship Operator. Anyway, they're usually coming in pairs. That's all. But, all that said, we've got ourselves a new mission to do here. This will be for next episode. So future tubers, next time, another battle cruiser. I'll record this one again. I'm not going to start off-cameraing them yet, but hopefully this gets us the Weapon Sergeant. That'll unlock a bunch more technology, and then after that, we're mostly looking for a few more operators and some terror missions. And obviously doing missions to get resources, of course, every now and then. But I'm not going to be doing every single UFO every wave. Not from now on. We're just looking for new stuff, doing a couple of missions. I don't think I want to skip waves, but just 1 or 2 missions per wave should be acceptable. So thanks for watching, future tubers. I hope you've enjoyed, and have a great day. 11's for terror, 12 for bomber for civilian. What did they give us for? I mean, it doesn't matter, and they could have changed it. If we got 10 from civilians from the Praetor, we also did the base operator already, so we did not get anything from the base operator. Let's see here. We got 10, I think? Yeah, so we got civilian 10 from the Praetor. That means 11 will be terror or assault, and 12 will be the bomber. Yeah, that makes sense. So we got the yeah, assuming it's the same. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, no big deal. I'm gonna take a short break. I'm actually a little bit hungry. I have to have a little snack. Oh, just patrol there for a second. I'm gonna go grab a quick snack, and we're definitely gonna do this mission tonight. No problem. We're blasting through missions at light speed. But I'm gonna go take a little bit of an extended break because my stomach's rumbling. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna have a muffin, maybe some banana bread too, actually. Anyway, I'll be back in, say 5 or so minutes probably. Maybe enjoy some snacks or water yourself. Drinks and snacks for everyone. You know, I'm a little bit worried that one of these days, these mag batteries are going to downgrade into sonic batteries or Gauss batteries. And then they're going to do less damage to any nasty UFOs that attack our base. The good old days of mag technology and plasma technology and pulse technology, all the good technologies. Back when they were awesome. Alright, well, I think my break is pretty much over. Thanks for waiting there a little. We're pretty much ready to get back into the action here. I think C-Team should have a couple things to disassemble, though. We might have captured something accidentally. No, we just killed everything. I was thinking about trying to capture that Praetorian, but no luck. So all C-Team really has to show for themselves is maybe a wreckage? Didn't they blow up a cyber disk? Wait a second. Did the flamethrower destroy the cyber disk wreckage? I've never seen that happen before. I'm sure I've killed them with flamethrowers and not had them to... Because they blow up anyway. Like, I thought you always got the wreckage. Unless they brought, like, an old school cyber disk. Well, that's unusual. I guess it must have been destroyed by the flames. Maybe if the flames keep hitting it after it blows up, maybe it destroys the corpse. Like, maybe you only get the wreckage if the last hit of the flamethrower blows it up. Or something along those lines. Oh well, it doesn't matter, it's just fiber, but... Who knows? Alright, well what else did we potentially do on that mission? Lots of energy cores for grabs. I'll queue some up. Maybe we'll just build a bunch of pulse miniguns anyway. I have 2 pulse miniguns everywhere, and I'm starting to think I should have built more of them. If there's no good tier 4 minigun except for, you know, potentially antimatter that's hard to get, maybe Pulse really is the only good minigun for endgame that's not antimatter locked. But, you know, maybe Rail. Maybe Rail Mark 2 and 3, you know. It could happen. Should be some new grenades, right? There we go. A little bit more capping if I need it. Plus, they seem really effective anyway. So even if I don't need to cap, these are a nice way of getting rid of enemies. Like, it's a good way of dealing with enemies if they're all grouped up or they've got a big shield. Alright, well that's enough prep. For now, one more drink of water and we will get to work. Wish me luck. Tactical commanders for everyone. No, you can test commands, Luke. Give it a try. There are 4 main minigames in the bot. There is the mission, the boss, the free-for-all, which is the free-for-all is the mutiny, and there is the challenge, the duel. And totally fine. Of course, I've added a couple more with the scripts, importing some cool Python scripts. That's where the dice minigame comes from, and the trivia minigame. I've got lots of plans. It's just a matter of finding the time to work at them. Yeah, it was. Originally, it was like a combat duel, but we can't have that. Can't have you viewers killing each other in chat. All right, let's say hello to the future tubers and get to work. Hello, Sibylian tubers, and welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts X Division with me, BlueAnkylo. Today, we've got a team versus a shot-down civilian battle cruiser. I am very hopeful that we find a weapon sergeant, and I think it makes sense on the ground attack that they might have one. Now, he may have already died, but I do need to keep doing these until we eventually get one, so let's start with this today. The last mission was just a cargo ship, a construction ship to build a base, a supply ship, a medium ship even. And it had a Sizen weapon sergeant, so it's just a matter of not getting bad luck. Also, we get to do an Arctic mission. Isn't that great? Now, we definitely want to make sure we can capture the bad guys. You know the drill. I seem to recall I didn't spend a whole lot of time prepping for these missions. So if it looks like we're missing important stuff, you know, that's probably all it is. Blue just got his team built a little bit quicker than usual. It's an Ankylo theory, anyway. You know, we've still got some pretty good stuff all in all. I should probably have that down there. Yeah, we're bringing some sonic weapons, and I think the sonic weapons will look... I think they will match up really well against the civilians. You know, rapid fire is good, but sometimes just one really high damage or whatever is a nice, efficient way to get a kill. Anyway, that looks ready. So where are we? We're near the bottom left corner. Bottom corner, anyway. Relatively narrow map, but it's a long and narrow map. But it's only a battle cruiser, not a dreadnought or battleship. So let's try to keep the forward door closed so that we are able to hide if we need to. And I'll do my standard one scout to each side, flyer to look up if we need them, and we'll figure everyone else out sort of as things develop. I think tank can come out this side. It actually might be smarter to open this wall from this angle, just because, well, they're not... I guess it might be equidistant. We'll see. Let's see how it looks. So far, so good. Take a step out there, Blood Angel, don't die. We found ourselves one generic Tier 5 guy. This seems like the sort of thing that could be a job for Xenonauts. Of course, I blocked him by the tree. There you go. Bam. Now, civilians are supposedly high in kinetic defense. Psh. They got nothing on Xenonauts. Hey, they put us right on the wall that time. That doesn't happen very often. Alright, this corner looks safe. To the next corner. Another civilian guard. Okay. I'm going to say no cat on this side. No Xenonauts. That's probably what we do is suppress with energy. No more cover. Did a bit of damage. Didn't suppress them. But now the power of the pulse. I mean... Okay, 51 damage. The power of Sonic fails you. How about the power of antimatter? Yeah, that... I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So that was the Mark II. It did 50 damage with low accuracy, low range. It's supposed to have like 150 or 160 energy damage. Now, it could have rolled low. If it's 150, the minimum damage is like 75. And if he's got like 20 or 30 energy resistance, you know, that would get you down to 40 or 50. But that's not great. That's why I only built one. Alright, we got some Reaper. Okay, I got a plan for this Reaper. I know. Just throw it on the ground. I wonder if it will charge at us or try to, like, stomp somebody through a wall. Or if we should just fly over and shoot him anyway. Well, 220 damage. Okay, new crazy idea. The craziest idea you've ever had. We're gonna make a wall behind the wall. So I think he'll try to come in through this way, and then we'll get shotgun. Or he'll go after the tank, and then it doesn't really matter. Genius, right? Ah, it's a genius move. The only person he can attack is someone with a shotgun or the tank. Did you get a jackpot? Oh, you got a baby jackpot. Only a roll of 17, yeah. 18 is the best roll you can get with 3d6. Alright, we got a killer tank. Probably a Harridan sniper. Civilian heavy or something. Oh! Booyah! Harridan sniper again. Alright, well that... I always feel good when my plans work, so that was nice. How about... Bam! Okay, by the way, that was a full health Zeta Reaper, and this sonic energy weapon, of which they're usually particularly defensive against, just one-shot him, no joke. So, don't give up on Sonic yet. The Mark IIIs, they're still doing a lot of damage. Now, most of the enemies were firing from over here. Okay, long-range jerk sniper. Xenonauts. No more long-range jerk sniper. We either run further forward or we just sort of let them shoot at us at long range. For now, we let them shoot at us from long range. I'm still afraid of Reapers. Yeah, the Zeta Reaper is not actually as well defended, but he still has a lot of HP. The main thing is a lot of HP. Ah, why not? Get out there, mongrel. We can't just play chicken. This is A-team. Besides, what I really will be doing is putting the power armor up front. A little bit more vision. See? You know. If we can kill the Harridan snipers, that will make it a lot safer to move up. Significantly safer. These, you know, these Arctic maps are always a little bit interesting. Hopping between trees in the middle of nowhere. Remember, don't kill the weapon sergeant. Blue, don't kill weapon sergeants. Now, there's probably not any outside of the UFO. They're usually not, but it's just very important for me to remember. My snipers are in position. My power armor has begun moving up. Sure, why not? Oh yeah, that was where Encarta was going to go. Oh well. Okay. Another Harridan. They're everywhere. Fortunately, kinetic weapons and fire weapons don't do very much against Ripper armor. I really hope... I'm not even 100% sure, but Ripper armor was a phase 3 armor. I am still hopeful that there's an upgrade to Ripper for the final phase. I believe there is, but, you know, I don't know. Get him. 5 hits out of 24, you know? If this weapon just shot a normal minigun amount of bullets, it would probably be pretty good. The problem is more that it shoots 24, not compared to how much damage it does or how... Like, it's not very accurate, but most miniguns aren't. If it shot 40 or 50, it would probably be a fine gun, actually. Because some enemies are quite weak to this stuff. I think if I was balancing miniguns, that's what I would do. Just add some damage to it, basically. Or add some bullet projectiles to it. Okay, this is what the snipers are for. Of course, when you can hit things with snipers, what you really want is a pulse sniper. Oh no, we missed a 95 or 88, whatever. Still, 4 shots, 3 hit, that's dead. I wonder if we'll ever get something as awesome from one of these. Well, if you want that one to survive, we're gonna have to heal them, because I'm pretty sure they're bleeding out. I would think there's still probably some more Reapers out there, just because you know, we've killed a couple. I wouldn't expect that to be all of them. Let's get that tank as far as it can go. Time to move up, BlueAnkylo. Oh, enemy tank. Yeah, I should have known that. I heard this tank firing at us from a long way away, so shouldn't surprise anyone. Every time I hear these Doom songs, I think, maybe I should pick up Doom Eternal one of these days. Been so busy with this game. Haven't had time for new releases. Is everyone, like, super excited about Chimera Squad? Chimera Squad's coming out tomorrow or today? I don't know, depends on what time it is. Probably today now. We can't do it because we only can do one shot. Well, now maybe we can hit him. What is Chimera Squad? It's XCOM 2, but more like an RPG. Dang it, it didn't kill him. It did do a lot of damage, and that was still a pretty good shot. It's more like traditional sniper rifles than pulse. I think the reason the pulse sniper is so good is because it's uniquely accurate at long range and rapid fire. No other sniper rifle is like that. Compared to other sniper rifles, like, say, Gauss, this is still really good. It's currently out for $10, yeah. That sounds right. Will I speedrun it? I mean, I assume it's going to be pretty bad, personally. So I'm not... My speed run is like, don't even open it up. But, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked at it too much. Maybe it'll be cool. It kind of reminds me of like a mobile game, honestly. Like, sure, it's coming out on PC, but it looks like it's dumbed down and Maybe not exactly like pay to win gotcha style, but still like pretty darn casual. I think the big thing that turned me off was like, oh yeah, there he is. I think the big thing that turned me off really quickly was, it looks like, man, those snipers. This is the trouble with these Arctic maps. It seems like in Chimera Squad, there's really no squad management. You get characters like an RPG, and if any of them die, you reload your game. Not like you chose to save scum, just like that's it. There's no other option. Like game over if someone dies. And it's kind of weird. So as you can see, although they're not particularly high armor, they do have a lot of HP. $600 damage. 200 damage. Boo! Man, imagine once we get the next tier of cannon weapons. It's gonna be so awesome. This is not very safe. I'll admit it. Do it! 4 hits out of 6 was really good. Too bad we didn't blow it up. Pay $1 to open up a bot and give it a hat. Uh-oh. I didn't think it was going to be Team Fortress 3. Okay, well, there's still somebody in there we can't see. Zep took a bit of a hit there from some sniper. It's probably my own fault for having him exposed, but... Hey, you know what? Good job there, Mr. Goss Minigun. And what we can do is reload for not that many. Well, and not quite take an aim shot, but you could still take a shot. Just, you know, that one didn't work out. I mean, there's always antimatter. Okay, I get it. I get it. Antimatter is good game. Thank you. I'm trying to make a case for some of the other weapon technologies. You're not making it easy for me. Okay, let's get Zep out of the way. One of the less armored people. Warder, sure, is tier 4 armor, but it's not a very big upgrade over the old Sentinel armor. This Guardian stuff, the green stuff, is much better than the pink-purple stuff. Be nice to get vision on whoever was shooting us. Given the angles, I bet you this is all safe enough. Because whatever's shooting us is probably shooting us from the mouth of the UFO, the entrance door. Yeah. I'm going to try. This is more of a suppression shot than it actually hit something. But I think there's a reasonable chance that would have suppressed a little bit. And that'll make my job a little easier next turn. Too far back for sonic rifles. Really, at this point, we're too far back for pretty much anyone that's not, like, antimatter sniper, maybe. Don't kill the weapon sergeant. I guarantee you that pulse minigun didn't kill the weapon sergeant. But thank you for helping to remind me. Note to self: don't kill weapon sergeant. But to help suppress things, I shall fire many, many lasers. It's not going to kill anything. Kill the weapon sergeant. Don't you guys want to see like new tanks and like railgun weapons? You got to catch the weapon sergeant if you want railguns. Another Reaper. Funny. Well, it's in a pretty good spot. Not going to be easy to kill him. Let's see if our antimatter pistol can finish off this mortally wounded 95% shot. Blood Angel, are you... Come on. Come on. 2 95s in a row. Thank you. You still didn't kill him, though. Alright, he is very tanky. I give you credit. Gotta give the tank credit. Knows how to tank. Took 3 shots from my tank to kill it, plus a bunch of damage from other people. as if any other tank could ever surpass Cat Tankilo. Look at this. Look at this stuff. Ah, that was pretty sweet. Some pro gamer moves there, that's for sure. Alright, let's see if we can get some eyes on that door. There is nothing outside. They're just all in the ship, sniping at us from good cover when they feel like it. So that means we should be able to move up, as long as they don't have shots on us. Which means these guys over here just charge on up. Charge on up. Charge. Next turn on up. Civilians, right? You know, grenades. Last time, they threw a grenade from here over the wing and, you know. But that should be okay. And, yeah, out of vision. Everybody else is going to end up going this way. Should be the safest way to approach, in my estimation. Okay, well, we're moving. Making waves. Gotta find that weapon sergeant. I mean, gotta kill that weapon sergeant. If I remember correctly, the hyperwave decoder said only 1 tank on this mission, so there shouldn't be any more surprise tanks. Sometimes I've definitely found them hiding behind the UFO or near it, because they get stuck and they can't really go move up. Okay, so just casually moving on up through the Arctic. For now, where's my anti-man minigun? Anti-man minigunner. Anti-gun antimatter. Is it that late? We're getting to that point again. Anti-man matter gunner. The best tank's the one stuck in a wall incompletely. Yeah. Yeah, there's been some glitches with that for sure. Enemy placement is tricky. What's my favorite FF character? That's a pretty good question. Don't know if I have a single favorite character. Let's see, what would make sense? Yeah, we're gonna let the tank it. Clearly not the Tower of Magi version, that song. Riku? I don't think mine is Riku. Let's see. I mean, I have favorite characters from various games. Look at all those. See, there's still when I shot my pulse minigun over here twice, the civilians by the door did get suppressed. They're still crouched down from it. It worked. I mean, Sid is in almost every single Final Fantasy game there is. Almost all of them. So these are just regular dudes. That means time for big money. Stop it. Stop. What are you guys doing here? Seriously? Just you. Come on now. We just snuck around the corner. You got like 15 Overwatches. Friggin' jerks. Alright, here you go. What do you think? Should we build some more antimatter cannon Mark IIIs? I mean, this doesn't happen very often. But boy, when it does. Who's building, you know, a sonic cannon or a plasma cannon? Psh, psh. I didn't really answer the question though. Is Sid not in a Final Fantasy game? Final Fantasy 1. There's no Sid in the original NES version. Other than that, no, I don't think he's in everything else. Yeah. Final Fantasy 2, he's the first, he's got the airships, I'm pretty sure. Final Fantasy 3, Sid is like... I'd have to like really think about it, but I'm pretty sure. He's not always the airship mechanic, but typically. Antimatter. Stop being so good, Antimatter. Let the other weapons have a turn. You're such a hog. Stealing all the glory. Yeah, wasn't he like one of the guys that joined your party or something right away? I feel like he's in everything except FF1. Somehow. But, I haven't gone through the whole list in a while. That's not gonna work. You dummy. You big dummy. I know where you are. Alright, well, Rise of BlueAnkylo was pushing its luck, but still, suppressed. Wow. How about some antimatter pistol? He was bad guy in FF12? Yeah, well, I don't know much about FF12. That one's on the naughty lists. I don't even think it's exactly a bad game. It's on the naughty list. Alright, sorry Final Fantasy VII. Your North Cave is a little bit too whiny sounding. Alright. Most of the things on the ground floor have probably come outside. We should be able to move in now. I mean, we also, blew up the front door. The battle system, it was... Actually, I wouldn't even say I disliked it. It was definitely a change to go to the auto battle, mostly controlling one unit at a time stuff. But I did like the system of queuing up conditions and responses. So, like, I wouldn't say FF12's battle system is exactly what turned me off. It was weird, but I could handle it. I do like that programming type stuff, so using the greater than, less than, trigger spells and stuff. Like, I actually like the idea of eventually everybody automatically heals poison and revives people without you even clicking buttons. I thought that was actually kind of neat. I know some people hated it, but like that for me was fine. The action, but not really action style of it was not my favorite. Because it kind of felt like you were playing an action RPG. where you might be able to dodge an enemy's attack by, moving away from them. But it is not that, so that doesn't work. So the overworld just didn't quite work for me. Or like the world, like the map, walking around the map stuff. But no, overall I'd say it wasn't really the battle system. It was like... How do I explain FF12? I tried to play FF12 3 or 4 different times. On different friends, families, or personal PlayStation 2 copies. And I always stopped, I don't know how many hours in exactly, but different spots. And then I just got bored with it. So for me, the reason I don't like FF12 is mostly to do with the story being kind of slow and kludgy, and not, at least in the early game, not really doing a lot to interest me. Like, I know it's technically connected to Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice stuff, or at least Tactics Advance, but I never really got into it. It felt kind of like, those bad fantasy tropes when you're, when a mediocre fantasy writer just adds so many new words into their book or story that nobody knows what anything is. And Final Fantasy has done this before too, but I felt like FF12 specifically was like the first 5 hours of the game was just random words and letters in a jumble, and unless I wanted to take notes, I was not going to know who was who. And I mean, that's just part of the getting used to the lore of the world, but that was like another minor turn off. I really didn't like, what was the guy's name? The main kid's name? It was Pinello and the other kid. The two kids that are like the main characters. I thought that was really, like, they had no reason to be there. Well, my problem, like, okay, the story is, I would generally, Van. I would also agree that gameplay is the most important. But if the story completely if I'm falling asleep with the story, if it's totally disengaged me, and the main characters are completely useless and have, like, okay, I mean, I'm not trying to rant too much here, but like, I didn't know why Van and Pinello were involved. Like, just go home, dumb kids. You've got no reason to be here. You're a little thief, whatever. Like, I didn't feel like they had any stake in the story. It should have followed either Balthier or what was the name of the guard, the captain of the guard that was actually probably supposed to be the main protagonist, or a combo of him and Balthier. Like, I forget the guy's name, but he was the one that was there at the very beginning of the story. Bosch, right? It made more sense for Bosch or Balthier, probably Bosch really, to be the main character, and then Balthier would be your, like, he'd be your Han Solo hanging around helping out. That's your Luke and your Han Solo. Anyway, the story is not a break winner. Like, I can play a game with a bad story, but it had a bad story for me, at least early on. I didn't get far enough to really figure it out, and some of the characters were, well, yeah, I don't need any teenager street kids anymore. We had enough of that. So that was like a small strike. But no, what really stopped me, and it wasn't just that, because I'm a patient Final Fantasy player. I've done my time. I always got stuck on these gigantic maps with nothing going on, where you're just walking across. And I think from what I've heard, it's a relatively common complaint. It's a fair ways into the story. It's not early on, but that gigantic desert you have to cross. There's these like platforms, you go up and then across and then down and then desert and desert and desert and then another big platform and then on and on. It just kept going on and on and on and on and on. And after, like, I don't know, I wasn't like fighting every single encounter, but I can't skip it. I'm not just gonna not do combat ever. Like, the game's, Anyway, I remember a couple times walking through that desert for a couple hours and just falling asleep, really. So, like, that was a really bad level for me. And I found a lot of the map design, the world design was just boring. Like, you spent so much time just traveling across an empty field, it felt like. I mean, I know it's not all desert, but a lot of it is just empty desert in that world. And I kind of got tired of that eventually and just gave up. But I did stop at different places. Like, I know I stopped on the desert once or twice. I liked... I think the first nice grassland area you get to... I forget the names of all these things, but like... There's the place with the crazy weather, where sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's dry. Like, that was cool. I was fine with that. And I was okay with the big open grass field area, because I think that was like where you started getting extra... Whatever the... not the experience, like the job points, whatever they called them in that game. I feel like there's a point where you start getting 2 or 3 of those per battle. I'm like, oh, sweet, now I can actually level stuff up. And that was around the grassy area, whatever it was called. So, you know, there were some points that I'm like, this could be a cool game. And, you know, I start making some progress, understanding the battle system and all that, and that was fine. But then I'd get to another one of those desert areas. Or, I mean, I just got really tired of desert areas. I don't know, they're not very interesting. It's like big, empty ice maps, you know, you gotta break those up. But, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to nail down exactly what killed FF12 for me, but, you know, the level up system seemed okay. And, the battle system was a bit weird, but it's fine. I think it felt slow. I think that was, if I was to sum it up, the game just felt too slow. I spent too much time walking around, not really progressing, listening to weird people say random words, and just, I wasn't really invested in the story because I didn't really care about Vaughn. Like, I don't really care about that kid, and, you know, I got far enough to see some of the quickening summon stuff where there was obviously some story, like, you know, it was getting the standard Final Fantasy treatment. It's hard when you don't care about your characters. Yeah, I always thought, even just with an emulator or something, if I was to play again with double or triple speed, it would make a big difference. And that's true for a lot of games. I also can't really play Pokemon type games, like, you know, it's been a while, but Pokemon, I just find everything so slow. And if I can play with some sort of speed up function, I have a lot more fun. My time, I mean, I'm playing a really slow game right now, obviously, but, you know, a lot of times when I'm playing something and the game is stopping me from clicking or moving, it's just, like, I found, like, even, what was it? What's my silly example? Just a totally just silly example. You know, you guys probably all know, you're all of the age. The healing, whatever the name of this, get over it, you old boomer. No, when you're healing your Pokemons at the not the Pokemart, the place where you heal them, whatever, the clinic. There's that little song that plays. I can't sing it, but you know, the little jingle that plays when your Pokemon are getting healed in the machines. That takes too long for me. I'm just sitting there being like, okay, let me move on, please. Nurse Joy and all of her cousins, yeah. I'm like, I get impatient, I'm like, okay, I don't, like, it doesn't even take very long. It's like a couple seconds, right? But I'm like, okay, thanks. Just heal them up and get me back out to the grind, you know? It's a minor nitpick, but, like, the older I get, the pickier I get with stuff like that. I'm like, don't just make me sit around and watch a little animation. Let me press A and click over it, right? I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who did I lose? Oh, hiding by the doorway. All right. But yeah, it's, you know, it's just stuff like that. And it's not just Final Fantasy 12, but like most of the PlayStation RPGs I've played all seem to have really slow, like, everything feels slow. Battles start slowly. The camera pans around the battlefield for a couple seconds. You can't skip it. You just watch the camera show off their amazing PlayStation 2 graphics. And then your guys are doing a little hopping animation, getting all stretched out, ready to fight, and then the battle music ramps up, and, you know, a minute later I'm like, can I please attack? Or I'm just running away from this button. I don't need to fight this one. I'm just gonna run, it's fine. You know, like I'm just sitting there like, come on, let me go. Patience decreases as age increases. I think that's part of it. I think as a kid, when I was younger playing those games, it wasn't as big a deal. But also, like, okay, to be fair, the games I was raised on, stuff like Final Fantasy 1 or 4, 5, 6, you know, the first 6 anyway, Battle started instantly. Well, there was a... Okay, technically there was a sound effect, but the battle screens loaded almost instantly, and you could input fight or run almost as soon as the battle, like within like half a second, right? Once you got to the PlayStation era, the loading screen and every battle, it seemed like from Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, it just kept taking longer and longer to actually get to the action. Now, I know 15 is a little different, and 12 was definitely different because of the way you were always sort of ready for battle, but you still walked... I don't know. 12 was slow for different reasons, but I'm complaining now more about, like, how... I think, like, the PlayStation 1 specifically, like, Final Fantasy 9 maybe was the best example, where it was, like, just... Oh, you know what we should do here? Here, I am rambling again. Let's do the charges, because I want to... If there is a weapon commander, I really got to catch him. We're gonna drop... Who's gonna do it? I actually want this stun rocket ready, too. The load... Like, Final Fantasy 9 was really slow. Final Fantasy 10 was pretty slow. Like... I think it's fair to say that the PlayStation 2 was a bit quicker loading times than the PlayStation 1 because it was DVDs rather than CDs. Bit faster load time, but some of them were still pretty rough. Anyway, you know. Point is, I'm an old gamer. I like... I'm fine spending hours and hours doing the game. I just... I want it to be on my terms. I don't want to have to wait for the game to let me play. Like right now, I don't consider, like, okay, if you're just watching along, this probably looks really slow. Like, okay, Blue's complaining about slow games while playing a game that takes forever. He's on like hundreds of hours, he hasn't even progressed. But the difference here is the speed is at which I am playing. Like, I can still always be controlling my characters and planning and doing stuff. When I'm waiting for the game to let me do things, it's different. For me, anyway. I don't want... Like, I wouldn't enjoy Xenonauts if every time I made an action, it took real time, like 10 seconds for the... You know, the character make the little... They spin their sword around and they hop around and I can't touch anything until they get to their destination. You know, I don't want that. Like, I just want to click and go. And then, or even the enemy turns, right? Like if alien turns, and sometimes it does take a while, and hopefully it didn't just crash. But the longer the enemy phases are, the more I'm like, you know, let's get on with it, guys, you know. Okay. Explodey time. Everybody's favorite time. We are going to destroy anything in the corner spots. We've done cruisers. We've probably done dozens of cruisers by now. Maybe even hundreds of cruisers by now. If you don't know how I like to do cruisers, you haven't been watching, clearly. It's nice having, you know... we used to do this with, like, 8 or 10 soldiers. Now we've got 12. It's so much easier. Kill all weapon sergeants. Quick save. Thanks for reminding me. XCOM 2. Yeah, see, there was mods for XCOM 2 that would let you move your soldiers all at the same time. So that helped. But if you could only move one at a time and it, like, zoomed in with the action camera to follow them and you couldn't do anything while the action cam was on, like, I hated that stuff. I just want to, like, let me move my guys. Come on, weapon sergeant. It's pink. Pink with shoulder pads. Friggin' every time. I'm not seeing any weapon sergeants, though. Well, my minigun is bigger, but, man, poor Faye. That was a rough start. That's him. Right there. That's the boy. That's my boy. Okay, good. This won't... There's no way this kills the weapon sergeant. At best, it might suppress him. And it killed the other one anyway. Perfect. Perfect! We can do this. That gun is so good. You gotta be very careful. Hey there, Runes. Alright. This isn't even gonna be that hard to capture, but it's very important. It's very important that we do capture him. So throw these over. And how much is it to throw? I didn't even... I should have remembered. How much is it to throw? 87. Oh, wow. Well, unfortunately, this one's not going to be able to connect. We don't need the operator at all. Hold on. I already learned my lesson. I'm such a dummy. Just do this. Just run up in front of him. Like, okay, we did talk about this before, and then I always forget. In this armor especially, why would you ever throw it? It's so dumb. It takes less time just to walk over there and drop it. It's so dumb. Anyway, we're fine. That was an unfortunate door counter, but we've got... I mean, this is probably going to work on its own anyway. Is there anything here? No, no. We're not killing the last one, so we can still pick the stuff up if we knock ourselves out, which is fairly likely. Anyway, the important thing is we have definitely captured that weapon sergeant. You know, it's no messing around with this with me on this channel. When it's time to capture him, you drop 2 shock charges in front of him, and then you hit him at point blank with an extreme rocket of stunning. Stunning +5. It's a very stunning rocket. Alright. Now, there's some stuff on the ground that I would prefer not to lose, so instead of ending the mission, we'll wait a little bit. Should probably heal this guy up too. So we don't want to kill him. He's going to be actually, this is a cruiser. This should be a tier 2 operator. So whatever gun he's got, it probably can't even really hurt us, especially with shields and power armor. It's more important that we like don't accidentally reaction fire him or anything, which shouldn't be a problem right now. And then this guy will wake up, we'll pick his stuff up, we'll just kill this jerk. Does he have a grenade? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter, because whatever he's got is a phase 2 equipment. But yeah, I didn't really want to lose these things. They're kind of hard to get, and this is a little bit expensive, and I should pick up my grenades. It's, you know, I've got some spares, but I'd rather not just toss them in the garbage. And then, you know, whatever. Just clean it up for later. Alright. Yeah, no, I don't think a basic operator from a previous phase is going to have any way to really hurt us at this point. We'll test this out. Does he have a reaction fire? Let's see how much damage he does. I'd be willing to bet that's a phase 2 kinetic pistol. Like, whatever it was called back in phase 2. Back with Meg Tech. Almost 100%. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Alright, TAC Commander. Woohoo! That's what we needed. We can now finish the basic specialist tree. In fact, I'm so hyped. Let's go look over at our catch list. That's the last specialist we needed, I think. I can also confirm that this commander is not even new. So we're deleting that. That is from phase 4. So, all we need now is terror stuff, of course. We need a Sizen Dreadnought, I believe. Mattergy tech, there you go. Runes knows everything. We need I think the Sizen Dreadnought operator is probably the one we need for the next data hack. And then civilians, we will need, I believe it's one of the terror ones, and I think one of the bomber or battleship ones. But We'll see as we catch more of them. Anyway, good stuff. Nice, happy little mission. As long as it doesn't crash right here. We got another hybrid pistol. That doesn't really matter. Yeah, there you go. Matter-G pistol. It's right on the screen. But yeah, there's no way that guy was going to hurt us in our current tier of armor. No friggin' way. Good, 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 good. Still only seeing Reaper Zetas. I haven't seen any new Reapers this phase yet, but we haven't done Terror missions yet, so we'll see when we get there. Yeah, good little mission. The only some minor damage from something. I don't even remember. Oh, we got sniped a little bit. Standard, yeah. Harridan's on an ice map. That's how it goes. But here you go. Booyah! We need to question him further. Well, future tubers, I'm not going to end yet. That was a pretty quick mission. That was only like a 45-minute episode. 45-minute mission. That was better than a lot of missions have been lately. Let's quickly queue some disassembly up there. That was a cruiser. And we didn't really catch anything at all. There was a tank, though. So one killer tank. And I mean, I might as well do the pistol, I guess. And was there anything else? There could have been a power source, maybe. I didn't check. Yeah, one reactor. Better than nothing. Probably no dark weapons. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see where the tech leads us. 50 scientists. It's more than 50 scientists. We went to 99. They're not even all in the same base. It's like there's 50 guys in Australia poking them with a stick, and then there's another 49 guys in North America watching it on the internet TV they've got set up in here. The 1981 internet TV. Okay, boomer. They have to clean up the tubes to watch it. Oh, yeah, we're doing some disassembly back here. C-Team always needs more stuff. They're poor. So we get some interruptions for a little while. Oh, yeah, I was going to do some aircraft. We'll save the aircraft for next episode, but I'll probably, in between recordings, I'll move some aircraft construction materials around a little bit. Because it's going to be time to build some more contrails, I think. Here we go. More exciting, though, of course, is the science. It's always about that science. The last weapon sergeant to research. We already did the grenades. We've already done the grenade tech. We will need to look at alien incinerator tech. Assuming we have enough incinerator rifles. And if we have enough advanced incinerator technology, we may be able to get to advanced mass technology. That's all I need for now. So let's learn about their flamethrowers. Superheated magma, plasma shell. Oh boy, guys, railguns are coming. It's gonna take a little while, but, you know, 99 researchers, they're pretty good at their job. Okay, gotta speed run it again. Can't let this video go over an hour. T-Dogs is excited. I sure hope the railguns are better than the sonic guns, because those were pretty borderline. Alright. Incinerator tech. Well, it's fire tech except higher, right? They've pushed out even more heat than before. It's also sticky, so that sucks. Resin, like on an arrow, sticks to you and burns you to death. Great! Sure, but that'll hopefully get us to advanced alien mass technology. As it does. And I would assume that the incinerator technology is the dead end, maybe will lead to one thing one day technology. For now, mass tech first. And then I guess the leftover guys can do that. Alien reactor. Done. Okay. Science, science, science. Oh yeah, by the way, we did a new ship, a new data core. This might lead to some research as well, you never know. Actually, it should. It should be the next wave of whatever those sonic type beams were. So the cargo ship, it has that annoying long-range auto-fire thing that I hate. Resources, lots of engines, lots of weapons. Actually, pretty good haul. For a relatively easy mission, I would say that's a lot of heavy weapons and heavy engines. So that's pretty good. That might be worth doing. Just if we want to grind aircraft items, that seems decent for that at least. For a not too difficult mission. No science. Alright, we're not getting any weapons off it. Oh, you were worried that a grenade would destroy the stuff on the ground. Yeah. You know, operators aren't that smart. Advanced incinerator tech. Well, we got this one first. I don't think this is going to do anything except maybe one day in the brainstorming pot. Not yet. Can only hope that one day we'll have the most advanced, extremist of antimatter technology. Advanced alien mass tech. Alright. Basically, let's get Mark II railguns. Standard stuff. Let's go learn about advanced rails. Even though our railguns have proven to be quite effective in the field, I have not built a single railgun. We've come with some serious theories of improving them. Upgrade our base defenses. Oh no. I was so happy with our mag defenses. What is our current... Just for science, let's try to remember this. Mag batteries, they should all have a 50-50 hit rate, assuming they're all the same. And it's 11,000 damage per hit. Let's see what the next tier is if we remember later. Hopefully the aliens leave us alone for just a little bit longer. Advanced rail tech. Okay, let's get a little bit of an idea of what kind of stats to expect here. So add ballistic cores, mech railgun, but we don't care about mechs all that much. We do have alien explosives. This doesn't really tell me anything about what kind of weapon this will make. It's too bad. Well, we've got all the default rail weapons, plus a vehicle singularity cannon. Ooh. Sounds good. I don't think we will get the AP from it, but we should check. Usually you need another data hack for the AP cannon, but that would be amazing if I could get that. Anyway, we've got lots of researchers, so what we'll do is the same thing as last time, where we just assign 10 per weapon, because there's too many. I need to like do this one first. There's too many guys trying to compete. Sorry. This was supposed to be easy, but then it got all complicated. There we go. Basically, I just want to do it like this. Assign 10 at a time. It will all come through pretty much at the same time, very quickly. It only takes like 5 or 6 to get excellent speed anyways, so... You might say, Blue, you've probably hired too many researchers, but hey, why not? Research like crazy. I don't actually think you need like 200 researchers. That's a little bit much. Okay, now we should get 1 or 2 Mark IIIs. We did do 1 civilian data hack. We did 1 of the data hacks for civilians, so you never know. Wait, that's... I mean, that is more hype, but let's keep them all together. Should still only take like a day. Oh, they didn't give me any time to research it, guys. Darn it. We got some big ships. But is there anything new? That's... Well, we haven't done a heavy shuttle yet, to be fair. No terror ships. We're on a roll. Can you max out at excellent? Yeah, there's just It's like diminishing returns. Once you get to excellent speed, adding more, each additional scientist provides less speed to the research project. 99 is still faster than 10, but you know, it's fastest optimally to research everything in parallel in excellent speeds, I think. There might be a point of, there might be some optimization if you do the math, but yeah, it's fine. So, bomber battleship, Androns. No real tech here, probably. Torpedo corvette, definitely not there. First time data core. Battle cruiser with Androns, lots of Androns today. Sizen Xenomorphs battle carrier. None of this looks... Just the shuttle mission looks like it'll be actually new technology. Oh yeah, this. That was the shuttle that destroyed everything. Not the shuttle, the cargo ship, supply ship. Alright, contrails can handle it. Let's, Is this Brunei? I feel like this might be Brunei. We'll send these guys to lure the interceptors over to land in Brunei. Meanwhile, catching this will be difficult. 6,000 kilometers an hour. Contrails are fast, but not that fast. And then battleships are tough as nails. Definitely want to go with cyclones. And corvettes barely even count. We'll just send one Fury. Battle carrier needs interceptors to deal with the escorts. Those were shuttles too, weren't they? So it doesn't matter where we shoot them down, they just disappear anyway. And battle cruisers are no big deal, really. Let's use some Furies. Okay, let's get this air part done. Or try, anyway. I think what I'll do is I'll send... sort of 3 directions at it. See if we get lucky and pinch it in. Because I'd like to get a mission out of it. So the shuttles we can just destroy anywhere. We need to stay a little bit away from the battle carrier because it'll have the standard complement of drones and stuff. But we do have some space to work with. And honestly, these shuttles... I think as long as we stay together, max out our DPS. We've got, you know, tier 3 high damage beams. Slow it on down a bit here, so we got a little bit more time. It was close, but we still destroy them fast enough. I think if you were playing on a higher difficulty air game, you'd want to take some shots and then move out of the way. But these things are so nimble, I don't know how well that would work. Doing the dogfighting minigame would be tricky. As long as you're going slow enough, though, you might be able to handle it. Just need to start slowing down a little quicker. What are you doing going towards the thing there? Alright, we're fine. Totally fine. Alright, so that's the escorts dealt with. Now the carrier can be dealt with by lotuses, or loti, I don't know. Lotuses, I guess. The formula for science, for, what was I just talking about? For the researcher speeds. If you want to share it, that's fine. Ah, bad timing. Got to catch them over land. Dang it. Yeah, I think it's worth not shooting it down until we get on land if we can possibly set that up. But yeah, sure, if you want to... If it's not too complicated, I can probably wrap my head around it. Do I want to do this mission? Sizen, battle carrier. There's no operator. We could catch some xenomorphs, but honestly, right now, I'm not really... I want to research more than I want to do gigantic missions, so let's just shoot it down. They took the bait. I think they're coming up towards our interceptors. You know, we'll do this one, but it... Oh, you're supposed to attack from behind. I know this. But as long as, you know, Furies are still fast enough. Oh, wait. No, this is fine. This is fine. I thought I needed my anti-missile, but not against corvettes.
Let's wrap this up.
It actually takes so long to lock on. I was a little bit getting worried there, but man, those singularity torpedoes do so much damage. So much damage. Alright, let's take down this carrier here.
Gotcha.
Speaking of singularity torpedoes, why don't we do this one all, like, professional-like, you know? We're gonna not fire the big torpedoes until the little torpedoes lure out his anti-air defenses. I'm pretty sure he has those. Yeah, he shot one down. Now we fire our torps. And then just get out of the way. A little bit faster, please. I don't even know if you needed their torpedoes in that sense, but, you know. Seeing as they do so much damage, you don't want them to shoot them down. It's kind of funny. If you had more HP, you'd probably need to do a couple little tricks like that, but... just kind of funny. Overwhelmed with little baby torpedoes. Oh, you know, I was gonna upgrade those too, wasn't I? I didn't actually upgrade them to tier 4. The low sonic torpedoes are not our final form. Yeah, those are tier 3. I was gonna upgrade them to, what was it? The warp missiles, I think? I just never really picked. It's like there was piranhas at low range and then warp at longer, yeah. And I think, yeah, sonic to warp. And they just fire them twice as fast. Sure. Yeah, we should probably upgrade the Lotuses to warps. I forgot about that. They look pretty good, you know. That's something to do with the air game when we get around to it. Bomber battleship. So this is definitely the more difficult ship for this phase at the moment. Was this something that had operators on it? Sadly, like, what we would like is a bomber battleship from civilians would actually get us the chance to get the operators we want. But Androns don't. So we're behind it. I'll try to math out the formula here in a second, Runes. Once I finish this round of air combat and end the episode, I think. Intercept, or not intercept. Engage. Now, he doesn't have any point defense. He does have a lot of big guns. I don't think we need to go afterburners. We just need to be not getting too close to him and using our evasion rolls smartly. Actually, yeah, this will work. This will work because we can shoot down his missiles. It's really the well, technically, you could figure out who he's aiming at. I don't know if this actually helps. Usually, I keep them grouped together, but you could just roll the 1, and if he switches targets, that probably makes it even easier for the well, if he alternated, it would make it easier for your cooldowns, but, like, this is fine. Oops. And then if you... yeah, okay, that's the problem. You've got to be a little bit more on top of it. Fusion singularity torpedoes, folks. I wonder how much HP can those things have at max? Would that be enough? Because I think we're doing, just with the 2 cyclones, we're doing about 9,000 damage. I bet you that's not quite enough on its own. At max difficulty, anyway. Oh, I'd get you pretty close, though. You need to bring somebody else, or actually, I bet you the pulse. If you did 9,000 damage with those torpedoes, and then just ran up real fast, your cannons would probably finish them off. So I think 2 cyclones could still take this down, even on the higher difficulties, without too much trouble. Oh, we got him. We got him. I'm glad we had some cyclones down here. So much faster. Okay. actually, technically new mission at least. So for this, he's got about the same range as we do. So we need to do some tricks here. But we've got such a better arc of fire. Let's... Oh, I gotta get used to my cyclone roll speed, I forget. That should work. Yeah, no problem. These weapons are probably my favorite cannon weapons so far. Particle pulse. Good stuff. Okay, 2 more battles. We'll manual fight it out. Hunter Beam Contrail should be a decent matchup here, at least until I get either particle pulses for everyone or some other tier 4 weapon. Let's see. I want to aim at the back one first, so let's see if this is about right. Yeah, if we go through around here... See, this guy's already turning towards us. I actually missed my angle there a little bit. But these guys are fast for now. Now they're behind us. We need to roll and then start turning. And we can roll in a second. Roll to your right. We need a little bit more distance between the UFOs and us. A little bit more distance. And we want to hit the back one again first. That was a better roll for sure. Getting the hang of it. Something like that. Still over, like, I needed to roll a little bit earlier. But it's one more shot, it's dead. You figured out what happened with the base defense? Oh yeah, how did that go down? Where just everything started dead, exploded. The game thinks you damaged it to certain percentages. Well, this is silly, but we'll do this one anyway. The power. Well, unless we come in at a bad angle. I guess one thing about the singularities, the torpedo arc is not quite as generous as the previous tier, the fusions. So if this hits, it's gonna hurt, but not enough. All right, and if we just stay out of the range of his rest of his weapons, that no big deal. That's 5 torpedoes, almost 20,000 damage. There's not a whole lot of UFOs that can take 5 singularity torpedoes in one volley. So cool. All right, well, future tubers, we're gonna end the episode here. I'm gonna do at least this mission. It should be a relatively quick one for the data core, and I'll decide if anything else is worth my time, because what I really want is to talk about all the new stuff we're researching. And that'll be coming next episode. So thanks for watching, folks. Hope you've enjoyed, and have a great day. Right, so if... I don't remember doing very much damage to... I mean, I forget how that went down. I haven't reviewed the footage. But when everything started dead, I didn't think I shot it down. Like, I thought it just attacked my base. But maybe if I did do some damage to it with the with the base defenses, that might have been enough for it to still confuse the game and roll up the damages on landing a little bit higher. It really seemed like all the xenomorphs just exploded and killed everyone else, though. Because they all start all grouped up. So for science, every 1 science means 1% less efficient. So 60 science only works at The 60th scientist only works at 50% efficiency. Now, yeah, it was undamaged. So for science, my question, the only thing I need to know other than the 1% per scientist, does that start at excellent? Like, I assume there's a penalty if you're below excellent progress. Because sometimes the breakpoint to excellent is not at 6 scientists, it's at 40 or 30 or 20 or something. I would assume below that you have a major penalty, and then after that would be diminishing returns. That would be what the game is trying to teach you, I would assume. Oh. I mean, that's kind of weird. Because it only has a smaller percentage. Yeah, I guess I could sort of see that. I guess if the mod changes the above 10 scientists. But are you penalized then? Like some, I don't know if there's nothing here right now. But some research doesn't switch to excellent until you get to like 20. So if you're getting diminishing returns already, it's kind of silly. I assume the base game might have been more nothing required large groups of scientists like that. But let me think. So for UFO base attack, for alien base attacks, if it's, let's see, I guess to me what's confusing here is normally if I was coding something like this, I would be changing the maximum HP. This is going to have singing in it. I would change the maximum HP of the UFO depending on difficulty. So if you're balancing it for a UFO that has 10,000 HP at max, that's the highest difficulty, then the calculation when it lands is like if HP is less than 5,000. So half the the math would be, you know, kill aliens at certain thresholds of the max HP. So for the different difficulties, if the mod has changed things by other, like, I'm trying to think of how the game could confuse a damaged UFO from an undamaged UFO. Because we still didn't do any actual damage to it. The UFO must have an current HP stat, you know. If the mod is just set, like, I could see perhaps that the mod is saying UFOs always have 10,000 HP, but on lower difficulties they start damaged. They start at 4, but no, because it still works. Like the air battles in the air game, it still calculates the percentages correctly. They start at 0% damage and then work their way up as they take damage. So however the air battles work, that's not confused. It must just be something about the landing routine. Otherwise, they would start at 35% or something like that. But it works correctly for the display when you're in air combat, at least. So it's a weird thing. Definitely weird. What game are you? We're still just talking about Xenonauts. I don't do landed UFOs very often, but from what I've seen, landed UFOs just have exactly what it says here. I think. I mean, I've never... No, we count the wraiths pretty regularly. I think landed has exactly what the decoder tells you, and a shot down, like a crash landed, is like... Well, it's not minus 50%, it's minus like 20 or something percent. Like... We keep track of wraiths all the time, and if it says 11 wraiths, there's almost always 9 or 10 wraiths on the shot down. I've never seen half of them dead. You can't really lose. Okay, Runes, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. Everything is super easy and you can't really lose. I know you come from a place of understanding, but please understand when I say many people can lose on New Game or NG. There's a lot of people that can lose. It might be easy for you, and it might be easy compared to NG plus 2, but that doesn't mean it's easy for everyone else. Especially, yeah, NG is the difficulty that we're on right now. It's like new NG. I'm just assuming it means new game. NG plus 1, NG plus 2 are the main difficulties. Just get good. It's easy. No, I don't think you mean any harm. I'm just trying to like understand that, like, I get it. Comparatively speaking, the stats on the higher difficulty modes are considerably more difficult. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because the stats are lower right now that it's easy by a different, like, it's like, what is your definition of easy? It's comparatively easy, but it's still hard for some people. Anyway, I don't want to rag about the game too much. You can still get one shot. If someone with the wrong armor type gets hit by a toxic grenade or a toxic cannon, they still just die. They can still be killed instantly, even on NG mode. Like, it's not that easy. Might not be. Well, like the original. I think the trouble is, like, if you're comparing it to the original XCOM, the very first XCOM game, the difficulty in that was very spiky because damage values were rolled so wildly. A weapon that says 100 damage could do anything between 0 and 200 damage, and then your armor would have reduced that a little bit, but lots of main weapons had damage values that were way higher than any of your HP values, so it was very easy for the entire game, no matter what armor you had, to just be killed and instantly one shot by a plasma heavy. So, like, that's difficult, but it's more random. It could also do 0 damage. Yeah, see, I guess that's the difference here. If you've been playing XCOM, old school XCOM games, for 25 years at some of the highest levels of difficulties, and you, not just you personally, but you and others who have done that are quite distant from what easy means. Like, it's totally different from a newer or younger player. It's not even close. I do understand that comparatively, you know, if you're used to playing on NG plus 2, then not NG plus 2 must seem like the little baby aliens running around here. They barely ever hit you. But it's still up there for a lot of, I mean, I'm, you know, I thought I kind of wish I would have kept count, because, you know, we didn't have very many deaths so far overall. Really, like, this is fewer than I was expecting. I thought I'd have more bad rockets and grenades. As far as I know, no one really died of facehuggers or reapers, and most of this was friendly fire more than anything. But I should have kept count of how many deaths we would have had without the Don't Die On Me mod. So, like, every time you got revived with 1 HP, I wish I just kept a little marker just to track it. And I think everyone would have a bit of a different feeling for how easy NG is if you saw just how many permadeaths we would have had. Because I think we're at, I didn't keep count, and it's just a broad estimate, but I think we've probably had 30 or 40 would have died. Now, some of them would have naturally been revived via luck, but it's like, at best, a 50-50 coin flip, and at worst, they're still dying anyway, no matter what. So, it's hard to say exactly how many true deaths we would have had if we'd been playing, you know, without the submod to make it easier. But I think it would have been at least 20 or 30, and our strength would not be comparable with 20 deaths or 30 deaths. You know, this is what we looked like with 3 strong bases of, well, not all maxed out, but still pretty higher statted soldiers. The missions would be considerably more difficult if our average strength was more like these guys that are at Captain. You know, it's not... If you don't have those time units, things get tricky. Yeah, there was a lot of deaths. Well, to be fair, Luke, the early game deaths only barely count. Like, losing a bunch of soldiers in the first month or two, it doesn't even really matter. You just, they die, you buy someone new, they die, you buy someone new. What I mean is, like, once you have had some stats invested to them, and they've actually gained ranks and actual utility, plus you've got some armor and some weapons so they can actually survive. At this point, and this is what's happened, this is what could happen very easily, is once you're in phase 3 or 4, there's a lot of things that can still kill you without a lot of options, other than you being amazing at the game and knowing some pretty good tricks. But, like, well, all I mean to say is, like, we would have had quite a few brigadier generals or just generally high-ranking soldiers. They would have been lost, and over time, that also ups the difficulty significantly, because you have to keep replacing them with rookies, and it does take quite a long time to train up a fresh... You know, there's a lot of difference in stats between someone that's done basically nothing and someone who's, you know, experienced super soldier. You know, again, it's all little tweaks here and there. Well... Early game, right? Like it's standard at the beginning of a campaign of the original XCOM. It's the same thing. Like, your soldiers are definitely replaceable. Late game, it's harder though, and you know, the enemy stats get up. If your stats aren't at least strong, like, you're gonna have a hard time shooting them. Anyway, I gotta figure out. I'd like to finish our rail tech. I definitely can't do 4 missions right now before I have to end the stream. But if all we do is the little baby mission, which shouldn't be too scary, is there any good reason for me to do extra missions right now? No. We need a civilian battleship. And we need... I wouldn't have done the Corvette anyway, probably. These are all good for resources, but I don't think I have it in me right now. I just want to do a mission quick and try to do a bit of a research episode. I don't want to... Well, I'd like to at least do the analysis of rail and at least plan out if I want to build some, because so far the sonic weapons, ugh, gross. Not very impressive. Let's, one thing I should do here before I record again, without wasting too much of my remaining minutes, is I was going to build some more contrails. So we could build 4 in the main base. We can build 2 here. That's 6 total. And 1 here. So if I send some extremes... Let's see. If we send 1 heavy engine to B team, they can build 2. And if I send 1 extreme alien control to C team, they can build 1. And then A team can build... That's 3 total. Then we might as well just build 3 here. That'll be 2 more teams of contrails rather than the old just to upgrade some of the old Corsairs. Alright, that should be pretty easy to do. Alright, so C team needs an extreme controller, and B team needs the engine. I am a little concerned about the final air upgrade once the aliens get there. When they get their heavy interceptors. That's one of those things I'm not sure if I'll be ready for. Because I still don't really think I'm very good at the air game. I mean, I could always turn the submod on to... There's another submod that just makes you auto-win, but I would prefer not to have to go to that point. What am I looking for? Resources. Heavy weapons. No, heavy engines. I'm glad it's entertaining to watch. I don't mean to get defensive, but I've dealt with quite a few, I don't know what to call, but it's kind of elitist when you've put thousands and thousands of hours, and to them, this is easy, and it's too easy because they would never play it like this themselves. And they show up, they leave comments or they leave chat, and they're like, "Ah, you're playing on the easiest mode. This is, you know." I've had some fairly negative comments, I guess, and it does kind of tick me off because the majority of people that watch don't feel that way, and the majority of people that I've talked to that are playing, especially for the first time, do not feel that this is baby easy mode. Like, this is still kind of hard until you've learned how to play it. It just save scum it. Yeah, that's... And then there's like, at least half of the people just think I should save scum to victory. It's all good. I'm not... Like, this has been a nice casual game. Casual. Sometimes casual, sometimes nerve-wracking. But for the most part, it's been fine. My only concern at this point is now that we're getting close to the end, I can't risk screwing it up. So, I can't risk dropping the campaign now. We've got like, I don't know, 200 episodes recorded or something ridiculous. To just get to this point and be like, oh, I guess we lose. It's like, oh man, I will never touch this mod again if that happens. So, I have to keep it together and not play stupidly or skip enough missions that you get into trouble to lose. Because if we lost right now, man, I would be done. Like, that would be it. The Phase 3 terror missions with Phase 2 equipment. Yeah. In retrospect... Well, no, that was more of a science experiment, right? That was like, here you guys go. This is what Phase 3 terror looks like. Don't do this mission. It wasn't like I would seriously try that mission. It was like, that was just to demonstrate for newbies that when you get to a new phase, you should really avoid the terror missions until you've geared up a little bit. It might make common sense, but if you're just playing for the first time, you're just like, oh, I shot it down, or, oh, there's a terror mission in Australia, better go deal with it, just like the original game, but you didn't realize just how much of a gigantic boost the aliens got. A lot of that is just like X Division mod knowledge. Even just playing it once or watching someone else playing it once would probably put you in a position where you can beat the game. It's more if you're playing it blind, experimenting with no Wikipedia or anything. If you're not reloading or testing things out, you're going to probably have a bad first campaign. I'm pretty sure Thornum's just referring to my first terror mission back on my experimental episode where I just showed off a don't do this sort of thing. We had no chance to win it. The no tech challenge. It's the speed run where you just lose right away. Okay. A-team. They should be fine. It's not that big of a mission. We'll continue testing out some sonic weapons for now. It's probably not a big deal to capture anything, but... one cap and one big exploder in case I feel like I want to show off the Singularity rocket. I don't think we need to really worry about setting up for this mission, honestly. Nothing other than the very basics, you know, it's fine. Stupid Gauss minigun. When am I going to get rid of these things? I thought it was a city map in Mexico. Oh, so the one Thornton's referring to, again, just in case you missed the stream or forgot about it. Right when Phase 3 started, one of the first UFO waves had a terror mission. I'm pretty sure we shot it down, which was crazy lucky, honestly. At least I knew how to shoot down Phase 3 terror dreadnoughts, so that was cool. But then I'm like, don't do this mission. I'm just going to show you, I'm going to put a save file down, and we're going to gear up as best we can and give it a shot. Just to see how hard Phase 3 terror missions would be for a newbie that just got to Phase 3, so you only got Phase 2 stuff. It was a desert map. It was a civilian terror dreadnought. And basically there was no cover around our dropship back when we had the Shrike before the drop pods. And we put up a good fight. We actually killed over half the aliens. There's like 60 or something. But there was just, like, there was no way you were going to win that mission. If you're playing Iron Man, you would have to just land, notice it was impossible, and then run away. And still you might lose some people. Or if you're playing Iron Man, you would just not even try it because you'd know it was not going to work. But you wouldn't know that on your first playthrough because that's your first one, and surprise, it's just way too hard. But this is going to happen. It's a kind of an XCOM thing. It's very XCOM-y. You do not like it if YouTubers cheat. Well, I have an opinion on that too. It's hard to know if a YouTuber is cheating. It's really easy. Like, I thought about it. My mind went through the process of how you could do it. But if you wanted to pretend that you were an Iron Man Impossible Let's Player, you could very easily change the mod files to like lower the enemy's accuracy or the enemy's HP or something, and it'd be very difficult for anyone to tell. Like, someone really experienced might be able to see, like, how did that guy die? You only did 92 damage. It normally has 120 HP. But very few people would know that kind of thing. So you'd have, like, if you made, like, little minor tweaks in the background just to accuracy and a couple minor things like that, that would actually help a lot, but the random viewers wouldn't know, and you could say this is the hardest difficulty, even though it wasn't really. And even just the Iron Man aspect, it's pretty easy to make a backup save, and if you're recording an episode and you die, just delete that episode, start over again. It's a little bit hard if you're live streaming it, but I don't know. Obviously, there's going to be some cheats out there. But I'm not a huge fan of the sort of bragging about how awesome your Let's Play is. Like, my Let's Play has got the highest difficulty with the most Iron Man and the most impossible, and just sort of bragging about how it's like you've got a really big brain, you know? Like, just that stuff doesn't work for me very well. Kind of makes me suspicious, honestly. Anyway, these guys look pretty well good enough. It's just an easy little baby mission. Just a little baby mission against just a few civilians and Reapers. There aren't even any Harridans. We're not going to do the robot missions this time. We're just going to get one more episode tonight, and we'll do a little mission, get some more research finished up. Should be able to finish up the Railtech Mark II. There might be a couple Mark IIIs if we're lucky. And maybe we'll see what the next UFO wave is, because we should be expecting a terror ship sometime around now. And maybe next stream we'll be prepping for a actually hard mission. That's the plan. Hello, baby difficult mission tubers. Welcome back to Let's Play Xenonauts X Division with me, BlueAnkylo. Today we're just going to do a little heavy shuttle. I wouldn't do it for any other reason than the tech, because this is our first data core of that size. It's kind of important in our gotta catch them all. You gotta catch all the aliens, you gotta catch all the UFOs. It probably won't really result in too much important research, but hey, we'll do it. There's a bunch of other stuff we shot down last episode, but I don't think there's anything we can get from these right now, and more importantly, I don't really want to do them right now. So, you know, bomber battleships, lots of... these things give you amazing amounts of heavy weapons for your aircraft. There's a good reason to do it, in the sense that it would help me build more ships and weapons. But the bad reason is I just don't want to. So we're going to skip all those, and we're just going to send A-Team out to do a nice quick one to get a data core. And then we will continue today's episode with the rail weapons, because we want to do a little bit of analysis of the final tier of kinetic weapons and see what we're getting into. Hopefully some of these are exciting, because if you remember back a couple episodes ago, the sonic weapons didn't really impress me all that much. So I'm hoping Railtech has something that really gets me excited. I don't know. If you want to prevail, you need to know the mechanics of this game very well. We were just talking about that before the episode started. So, you know, it's a shuttle, the smallest mission. There's the least amount of worries. We've got 12 units. We actually probably outnumber the enemies for... That's crazy. Like, we actually might have more soldiers than there are aliens on the map. There are still Reapers, so, you know, I'm not going to just go charging out. But, other than the Reapers, it's just a few civilians and no Harridan even. And then this will be the one where everyone dies, because there'll be some sort of Super Reaper. So, let's see if there's anything nearby. I would guess likely that the UFO's over here, but could be up here if you're really lucky. Okay, there's one of the Reapers. Good. Do we want to try to kill it this turn? Nah. Let's wait for next turn. It'll come moving towards us. Or it'll kill some civilians and reproduce. This little farm area is going to be a little bit rough for our tank to get out of. We could try to go this... It might be slightly faster to go this way. Of course. We'll have to destroy some of these barricades. Don't worry, David's got it. Told you, Gauss minigun is the best minigun we've ever made. So let's pretend that's not the minigun I built one of, 3 of actually. Oh look, this one works just fine. I know he almost destroyed it. But I don't know. I don't think anyone beta tested this one. Like it starts with 120 ammo even though it's supposed to be 240, and if I reload it it goes to 240. Like something's wrong with that gun. I don't think it's complete. Oh, you know, I could have done some fly scouting. That's always smart. See if there's anything right behind here. Another Reaper. Okay. Okay. Well, buddy, you're dead. And you're dead. 4 Reapers. I think there was 4 Reapers on the UFO. They're all right there. Neat. That means if there's anything down here, it's a civilian that shoots you. Actually, assuming I have my numbers correct, that's all the Reapers. So there's nothing down here other than civilians and farmers. Well, okay, so I didn't. Oh, I should see. Normally, I would bring more shotguns, you know, because Reapers, right? We're just gonna kind of wait here. That's too much for me to go charge into. Definitely too much to go charge into. If they charge at us, if they run in here, we're gonna axe them. I don't have a lot of good reaction weapons, to be honest. Usually I would bring more shotguns against Reapers, but I didn't. I didn't expect to have 4 of them clumped up like that. I could try to light this on fire, but I don't think that will kill them anyway. This gives us some vision up here, just so I can see them coming. Well, you know, chances are they chase after some civilians, but I still don't think they'll have enough time units to attack and eat anybody. We'll see. We will see. Yeah. 1 anyway didn't get too far. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. That's 6 Reapers. Remember when there was only 4 Reapers? So yeah, we're gonna have to fight our way through some Reapers here, I think. On the plus side, they are... Well, actually, antimatter is kind of the wrong weapon against them, I suppose. They're low defense, so you can use almost anything. Probably higher damage weapons with no armor mitigation would be best. He's fine, Blue. Let's have a look. Well, he's not so fine. What about... Oh, hey, hey, hey! This guy got one! This guy is not going down without a fight. His buddy... There was... Once upon a time, there was 3 farmers and 4 reapers. The farmers managed to kill one of the reapers. But then 2 more appeared. That's pretty rude. So, we should get that tank moving along, I think. I think this is where the tank needs to go. Yeah, let's block this entrance up a little bit. There's gonna be, well, you know, we killed 1, he killed 1, and then there's 3 more. So they're back up to 4 or 5 again, you know. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. Oh, we could do something cool here. Right? We have the technology. What if we could probably kill this? We could probably kill the zombie. 147 accuracy, huh? 147 accuracy, and that's what you do. Okay, awesome guy. Let's try this again. Good. That is 1 less Reaper for next turn. Excellent. Does anyone else want to try to kill a Reaper? I don't actually think... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. 1 shot? Nah, that's not going to be worth it. What we want to do is be over here, and anything that comes around this corner, because the tank is blocking, I believe. Yeah. The tank, no, they can't walk between the tank and the grass. They have to come around this way, and then that'll be in range of the shotgun, I think. Nades are a no-go. They'll do like 200 damage, but they have like 600, I think. I mean, we can test it out. I don't have a lot of grenades either, to be honest. I didn't really prep for this mission very well. You could say I was not prepared. Can't shoot there. Well, no, too much grass. Let's not forget that there's probably something down here anyway. Power armor with pulse can handle most things. Of course, there could be a civilian over here that just hits us with a grenade. That'd be hilarious. I doubt this would make much difference, but it might affect the pathing a little bit. And I was pretty sure the tank could take it. Basically, now they have to walk through the fire, which will do a little bit of damage, or they have to go all the way around, which, you know, this guy's got our back. That's Reaper number 7. Oh, not quite. Not even 1. Too much grass in the way. Just Too much grass. Alright. What I can do before we land is... See, it's 5 per tile. We can go up one more. Alright, well, he's probably not going to have a very good time over there. There's a lot of farmers on this map. It's a small map, but quite a lot of farmers on it. Okay. One more with an axe. Yeah. This is not going to do anything. Here. 60 damage. Booyah! I mean, whatever. Oh, did he get a second one? I think that worked. The guy that was here went this way instead of this way. Are we seeing big brain Ankylo here making incredible analysis, taking advantage of the enemy's pathing to avoid your fires, to go to a trap based on the farmers? Checkmate, aliens. Oh no, he got 2 kills and then he died anyway. Aww. That's a shame. Go home and kill your drink. Come on. That was some awesome shooting. Alright, good. I mean, I said that might happen. Pulse Sniper's still pretty good. That hasn't changed. Also, Antimatter's still good. Surprising very, very few people. We'll get them. How about Pulse Miniguns? You think these are still good? Did that Reaper explode? It kind of looked like the Reaper exploded with the Pulse Minigun there. Okay, that was fun. Well, it looks like what was once a lot of Reapers is now a tank that can't path through the... See, no wonder they went the other way. They can't figure out how to path through this. You know, just in case. Just show that farm who's boss. Well, that was a lot of Reapers. Assuming the farmer with the shotgun can hold the line, we should be ready to move up next turn. The flamethrower was really the big winner that turn. I think the flamethrower really did well. I don't think he would have been able to attack anybody, but the fact that he went down there and got killed on Overwatch by somebody else, like that was alright. Another one! No! Yes! So many Reapers. You know, if we research this rail technology, maybe these guys will get rail shotguns that are even better. I'm pretty sure they're using Gauss tech right now, which, you know, seems to work. Alright, well that was a lot of Reapers, which means a lot of farmers lost their lives for us to get this far. This guy is so lucky that we were able to kill, like, probably his dad killed like 2 Reapers and then got zombied, and then XCOM or Xenonauts were just here in time to snipe all the new zombies before they could get them. Very fortunate. We're gonna say we'll go this way now. Gotta be a UFO down there. Oh, big wall. Okay, we can go through the middle here. That's fine. Sure. Now, we haven't actually seen a civilian yet, which is a little risky. Although, with this guy not being shot, means there's probably nothing right here. Boy, I forgot how small the tiny baby UFOs are. Anyway, that was probably... Not that this mission was ever going to be super difficult. That's a professor. Doctor. He'll have a hybrid pistol, probably. But we should have enough chemical defense, I think. As long as we keep wolf armor guys out of the way. Almost could have just killed him if I hadn't gotten in the way, but we'll worry about that next turn. Send a little bit of backup that direction. 2 power armor should be enough. And then a couple more reinforcements following the tank. Yeah, this should be fine. A good Reaper ambush was exciting, you know? It's like the old whale mission XCOM stuff. Don't kill my farmer. Hybrid pistol. Still does 7 damage to someone in Predator armor, or Ripper armor. Not good enough. Okay, a little wall there is kind of nice. This is like bad terrain. It's like you're a horse walking through the forest and fire looking. or a mountain. There should be... Well, there were supposed to be 4 Reapers, but I think there were supposed to be 5 or 6 civilians. I did see that farmer up there, which is another point in favor of like moving quickly right now. There's probably not much else on the map that's not in the UFO. I did say, you know, welcome back, baby tubers to easy missions. I mean, I'm not gonna need all these people to do it, but it's fine. That's what she said. Alright, glad this field is clear. Given the location of the landing spot, yeah, they're all just going to be up at the front of it. Alright, we'll be up there ready to move in a turn or two. But actually, there's a little hole over here. Boy, were there a lot of civilians on this map. Really densely, this is one of those, you know the type. It's one of those farmers where they've got a lot of children. They're serious about their reproduction. Looks, did he just hide over there? No, he's probably in the UFO up front. Could just blow them all up. Honestly. Have I even thrown a singularity grenade yet? I don't think I have. Here you go, guys. For you. It's a little black hole. There's a weapon the Praetors can have that does that. They just shoot it at you. I've seen that animation before. Now, do you know how lucky we were on those large base missions? With little baby pistols. You don't know how good we've had it. Alright, Anyway, we'll just not group up, because they'll throw them back, you know. It's actually a pretty good choke point for them. I should move the tank up, though. Yeah. Tank can just... I'm pretty sure BlueAnkylo could just solo it now. They're no match for the Kamikaze Rocketeers. It's true, I gotta say, the extreme stun rocket Kamikaze attacks worked pretty darn well on the last Praetor. Aw, he bled to death. What kind of gun you got? You didn't show me your gun. I guess he was not a combat farmer. He's a reproducing farmer, not a combat farmer. That's fire weapons. That's not going to work on a tank. Not easily, anyway. Yeah, he found a good spot to hide in, anyway. Just keep in mind, they can toss grenades anywhere they want, magically. Sorry, but your incinerator weapon does not shred tank armor. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Ah, we can get right up in there. I didn't think we'd fit. We could just let the tank handle it. Actually, this is, you know, if you're trying to look for cool strats, with the tank blocking the door, someone can open the door with pretty safe, actually, without any real risk of counter. Boy, are they packed in tightly. Should just destroy the thing in the middle. It's fine. 91%. There you go. Alright, now if they destroy my tank, I'll be mad, but I don't think they will. Tank's got over around 1,000 HP. Fire does basically nothing. Kinetic does very little. Shreds a bit, but, you know. Yeah. Now we're just bullying them. You shouldn't be able to shoot through that wall, you know. Only me. I'm like reaching around the wall, shooting him with a pistol. He shouldn't have a very good shot through that shield. Anyway, we didn't kill it. Suppression. You know, we don't even really get... It's probably better to get the kills with someone who's getting stats out of it, I suppose. If you really want to micromanage. But this is kind of fun, you know. Like shooting fish in a barrel. There we go. Can't last forever against BlueAnkylo. There's mice in here. Got it. Alright, that was real tough. But we got that shuttle data core. I'm pretty sure Scarborough must have been injured going in, right? Oh, did he just get shot by somebody? Nah, no, we didn't take any damage. Anyway, that ended up being 8 Reaper Zetas at the end. And, well, 4 of them were civilians. Maybe 5 of them. I think 1 Zeta was dead in the UFO. Hybrid pistol, yeah. Those things don't give antimatter, though. Only chemical cores. Not that good. Oh, you mean the damage. Yeah, we got shot for 7 damage or something. Good point, good point. So that means that the damage of that, even on easy mode, the damage of that pistol, the hybrid pistol, still beat our chemical armor by 7 if it took 7 damage. So he rolled a 72 damage, which still punctured our armor, basically. For chemical, it's like a water sprayer. It somehow punctures your armor. Anyway. Good little mission, no big deal. The reason we moved stuff around was so we could build some more aircraft. So we're going to replace a couple more Corsairs with contrails while we finish our research. Singularity Cannon. All right. So this is new. Now, as always, it's the AP cannons I really like, but just to give a bit of a comparison, Singularity Cannon, 300 damage, gigantic explosion, ignores a bit of armor, 12 shots, compared to old, not AP, just regular Fusion Canyon. It's not a huge high damage increase, but 220 up to 300, bit more range, bit more accurate, bit longer, bigger explosion. If you wanted to just blow stuff up, you know, that'd probably be a decent way to do it. We also just inherited the Timberwolf rail. We've already got the Ion, so it's better than that, isn't it? It ignores a bit of armor. You get 20 shots, 1200 damage, ignoring 60 armor. We already had the Ion, though, and that was better. Not even close. Not even close. Sorry, rail tech, you did not defeat the Ion tech. Yeah, this is suboptimal. The only advantage would be it does kinetic damage. If you think kinetic damage is better. Hey, Tenebrous. We'll be ending pretty soon. We're just going to do one more little science trip for our future tubers. Yeah, 20 shots, 1200 damage, 24 range. The Ion is longer range, 1500 damage. Almost the same mitigation, but 40 shots. That's much better. Anyway, just a little nice detail there. We've got lots of researchers. Let's just spread the wealth. 3 more missions. I've been skipping a lot of missions, but we have made a lot of progress tonight. That was nice. So I did not unlock the AP cannon. We'll need another data hack to get the actual upgrade for our tank. All right, so contrails. We're gonna send. We're gonna create 6 more of them. Unfortunately, I would replace these 3, but I can't unequip them until we get them healed up a bit. So we'll do North America and Europe next. And I don't want to lose the guns, so let's unequip them like so. Corsair number 1. This guy's been around a long time. Goodbye. Let's just assume that the pilots are not really retiring. They're just transferring over to their new, more cutting-edge, high-tier stuff. They want to be on the cool planes anyway. They may do with the Corsair long enough. Time for some cool contrail. Alright, and then we want to build 3 more. 1, 2, and we'll build another one back in A team because I didn't feel like moving everything around. Just a little lazy. Alright, first off, North America should equip. Don't want to try to win with autocannons at this point. Gauss Tech is still decent, but I will try to upgrade some of these guns as we get resources. No, because I'm disassembling the old planes, this is much easier to handle. You can build, if you're not replacing planes, if you're just building new ones to add to your roster, then yes, you would want to build the guns, equip them, and then send them. But for this one, it's definitely easier to do it this way, in my opinion. Because we're just storing the old guns for the next line of aircraft. And we will build better guns later, just a little bit later. I need to send that Corsair or Contrail. Relocate to Europe. And there should be another one here. Relocate to Europe. And then 1 more to build. And we've got pretty good contrail coverage. Might as well equip those in case we get attacked really soon. I think what I'll do next, actually, if we have the resources, which we should, I should upgrade, we've got another, like, straight upgrade. All of the Lotuses should have better missiles now, because we could build those pretty easy. And I think I've got, like, we can count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 Lotuses. Wow, we did a lot of stuff in Phase 2. But yeah, we can upgrade them to warp missiles from sonic missiles. And I don't think there's anything we can really upgrade the Cyclones with right now. Oops. Cyclones are already pretty much, you know, pimped out as well as they're going to get. Particle Pulse, this may literally be the best cannon weapon we're going to see. The best anti-missile and the best torpedo. So this might be as good as they're going to get. But we still have some time to research better cannons. You never know. Okay, so we're looking pretty strong for our interceptor game. Next up, 10 new missiles. Assuming we've got resources anyway. Warp missiles are the upgrade to Sonics. Yeah, they're not that expensive. We need 10, so we can build like most of them in A-Team. You need 2 for yourself and build 2 more, I guess. That already puts me... No, I said I've got 5 bases with Lotuses, 2 each. Sorry. I don't want to ship any into base 3, that's all. So I just want to build their own here. They don't have a lot of alloys, so I didn't want to build any extras, that's all. And that should get us to 10, which should get everybody. Oh, right, heavy shuttle. This is why we did the mission. So, let's see if this is a new tier of shotgun weapon. I don't see a lot of reason to do these missions, though. Easy, but no heavy weapons, no heavy engines. Aircraft short circuit, though. Let's queue that up. We'll keep all the guns similar. Anyway, let's see. It'll probably just be like the other focus blasts, I would expect. Short range, short, little damage. Lots of damage, short range, few shots. Like a shotgun, but for sky. Hey, rail weapons, yay! We'll look at these shortly once we've got them all. Sniper, heavy, minigun. We do have the Mark III carbine at least unlocked, which is probably good. At least this is an option for our shield guys, whether or not I like it or not. Alright, so Lotuses get a final upgrade for now. There's probably not much more we can do with these guys either at this point. Assuming, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to bench them. They seem pretty good. It did look like, in some ways, the Night Owls were better. Because they got better, like, combat stats. But they don't get the extra missile points. So I don't know if that's a little bit more evasiveness for no extra missile. I don't know. I'm not sure that's worth it. But now we've got fancier missiles anyway for the ones we have. Okay, short circuit. So I'm always struggling with air cannons a little bit. It does 650 damage, 2 shots, very low range. I assume this is very similar to the damage the shuttles could do to us, which would one-shot some of my ships at least, I think. I think my if I was using alien interceptors, that would one-shot them. I think. I think they only have 650 HP. It does do a lot of damage, but it only does 2 shots. So compared to my particle pulse, This thing does way more damage. Well, not way more, but a little bit more damage. But, you know, the problem is really the 400-meter range. You have to be very, very accurate with your interception to actually get close enough to fire this. Even though the arc is good, you got to get real close. And 650 would need to basically one-shot an interceptor for this to be a good idea. Which it... Well, it might for us. It probably definitely does for us. But on higher difficulties, it doesn't one-shot them. Anyway, it's okay. The problem is probably more that it's expensive to build. Let's see here. It's not so much that it's a bad weapon. It's like 2 heavy weapons. So it's definitely in direct competition with something like the Particle Pulse. I don't know. Maybe it's better. The Particle Pulse I like because it's got that gigantic arc at a little bit longer range. It seems easy to use, but maybe Short Circuit would be really good. Maybe I'll build one. We'll see. Rail. Rails. Rails. Well, we only... Did we really only unlock 1 Mark III weapon? We did 1 civilian data hack, and we got 1 Mark III, and we had 2 Sizen data hacks, and we got 2 Mark IIIs. So that's 3 total data hacks with 3 total Mark III weapons. Let's just research our last one, then we'll do the analysis. Oh, I forgot to transport these, yeah. Hold on, where am I sending them? Australia, Europe, just Australia and Europe? Yes. 10, yeah, of course. I'm all good. I'm all good. I'm not... It's just getting a little bit late. Australia. One of the last missile upgrades for a while. Warp missiles for you. That's to Australia, and then the next one is to Europe from base 2. I don't know like how much of a difference this will really make in practice, but I am scared of some of the end game UFOs being way too overwhelming. So I definitely want to build up my air forces as well as I can. Without, you know, farming and grinding like crazy. Europe. Did I send them to the wrong place? Where'd they go? Did I send them both to Australia? Where'd my other warp missiles go? Did I sell them instead of transfer them, guys? Did anyone catch that? Did I just get rid of 8 alloys for nothing? Like, it would have been... I probably forgot to hit transfer or something. I meant to send them to Europe. It's getting late. Starting to make dumb mistakes. I bet you I sold them. Well, A-Team's got some extras, you know, it's fine. If someone knows where they went, you can let me know later on. It's fine. We'll track those warp missiles down. Just sold them on the black market for 10 bucks. All right, save's coming. I will look at all of our new tech as soon as I finish my warp missiles and equip them so that I don't lose them this time. Because I can't do that again. Alright, A-Team, transfer to Europe. Sort. X, aircraft, torpedo, missile, warp missile. Oh, wait, now I've got 4. Whatever, we got 2 spares. I never sold them, I just didn't send them. Sure hope Europe is where they're supposed to go. Yeah, it totally is. Okay. A little bit of a glitch. Anyway, like I said, I don't know if this makes a huge difference, but I've upgraded as much as I can. Next up is I need more resources to replace the last of the Corsairs. We still got... these guys got... No. These guys got shot down. So we've got 3, 6, 9, 12 more Corsairs that can be upgraded to contrails. So that's 12 times 4 engines, if that's what we want to do. Which may or may not be a good idea. If I want to upgrade my Furies to Merlins, which is lower priority, that's a lot of weapons. It's something like... I sent them to North America? Or North Africa. That's fine. I found them at least. I did find... somehow they made it to Africa, so I got them. Main base. So as far as aircraft goes, like, we could upgrade some Merlins. This uses a lot of weapons. But they're faster than Furies, but I don't know if it's really very worth it. It's pretty expensive for not a lot of gain, just a bit faster. We could build more Night Owls if we need something with anti-missiles. Interceptors I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah, upgrading the contrails seems good. And then picking a tier 4... because we're using a lot of like tier 3 weapons, like the Hunter Beam. It might be better to build interceptor beams, or just particle pulses, or short circuits. Or maybe rail cannons, or something, I don't know. But one of the phase 4 weapons, at least, we should build for our contrails. And that should give us the best anti-air, air superiority we can get. We've already got, assumedly, the best torpedo, and maybe the best missile, I don't know, like... I don't know how they all compare to each other, but we've got most of those already researched, so just a few more upgrades for the air game. But for now, let's have a look and do a little bit of rail discussions. Oh, before, did our guns get upgraded? Particle battery, woo! I almost forgot to check. So we've gone from mag battery, 11,000 damage, to particle battery, 16,000 damage. Again, there's probably some randomness. Again, I would assume if it's similar to your normal weapons, it's plus or minus 50%. So between 8,000 and no singing. Between 8,000 and 24,000 damage per shot at a 50% firing rate. Having one probably doesn't really matter. But the bases that have like 8 of them, they're going to average half of that in damage. They miss half of them. So with 8, there should be around 8,000 damage per one. So that's 64,000 damage. Or you assume half of them miss. So 16,000 times 4 is still 64,000 damage, of course. So 64,000 damage on average is no guarantee, of course. It's still XCOM. But is that enough to shoot stuff down? Well, I haven't seen a tier 4 terror ship yet. But if, for instance, a tier 3 dreadnought attacked, 64,000 damage should reliably destroy it from full health. Even at New Game plus 2, or NG plus 2. On our difficulty, yeah, for sure. And, we'll see what happens with the new ones. Motherships and stuff are coming, so we'll see. Right, so railguns, yes. That's what we're here for. We only got one to Mark III, and it was the shotgun. Well, carbine. So before we get too excited, I guess we start with pistols and just do a little baby compare from Mark I to Mark II, see what the difference is. At least with rails, they don't have the bad firing costs the way the Sonics do. So remember, I guess, to be fair, that we're not really competing against antimatter, because antimatter is sort of special. We're competing against Gauss, Pulse, and Sonic for kind of endgame weapons. And then antimatter is generally going to be better because it's much more limited. So, 12 range, 90 damage, 10 armor ignore, 6 shots. Cheap to reload, cheap to fire, average accuracy for a pistol. Upgraded is much more accurate. I definitely see an accuracy buff. Plus 2 to ammo, plus 2 to range, plus 25 to damage, plus 15 to mitigation. So it's a pretty good pistol upgrade. I don't see anything to make it stand out. But as far as pistols go, that's a fine pistol. It doesn't excite me, because I don't see anything specifically exciting. Yeah, okay, look. The banner is only covering up one line. The only thing you're missing is, look at the bottom here. It says 23%, 55 accuracy, one shot. This one says 23% accuracy, 23% time units, 70 accuracy, one shot. You're missing very little, and I could technically scroll it up anyway. As usual. Sorry, Thord. You just gotta play all the way here, and then you can do it. SMGs. They're probably not going to be as good as the antimatter pistols. But, if you want... Oh, that's right! These guys only did 4 shots. Why? Why did they get downgraded to 4 shots? Okay, I sure hope the next one is more than 4 shots. 6 shots! Well, I guess we can see where we're getting with those. So, per shot, 60 damage with some shock. 64 ammo, so 4 shots per reload. The reloads are pretty cheap. You do every single mission? Wow, yeah, you're gonna be there for years. Yeah, that's a pretty good upgrade. 50% more bullets, and the damage goes up significantly. It's also promising because it sounds then like, because they got more, SMG will have 8 shots like normal. And if it continues to do a little bit more damage, that's not bad. This should be a good anti-Reaper weapon for late game. The Zetas actually aren't really specifically weak to kinetic, which is kind of weird, I guess. But it still does a lot of damage. Actually, you know, it's kind of bad for our shield guys, because our Guardian armor adds 20% time units, so this now costs 50% rather than 40%, or nearly 50%. And that does make it a lot harder to take 2 shots. So, yeah, that's the problem, is because I use, you know, the hard to fire weapons armor, it doesn't make that 40% time units look very promising. But it's much better than Mark 1. Next, Rail Rifle Mark 1. The first tier was just sort of blah. 100 damage, 3 shots, average firing. Pretty good range, I suppose. 20 for a rifle is good. And kind of low ammo, I guess. It's very similar to like the original Division rifle, just more damage. And then the Mark II, even more range, 20 more damage, bit more mitigation, same time units. I think the accuracy is slightly better, but not substantially. 40, 65, 35. Yeah, so the aim shots are a little bit better. The burst shot is the same, which is usually what I'm using. 21 ammo. It's actually like, it seems like a lot of the rail weapons are just small overall upgrades, rather than some weapons where they get like a specific thing they focus on. Like Sonic is all about the damage and nothing else. The rail weapons are very much, to my mind, everything gets a little better. A little more range, a little bit more damage, a little bit more ammo, a little bit more accuracy. Nothing jumps up, but you get a little bit more of everything. Which is fine. Like, looks like if we get a Mark III rifle, it'll have one of the longest rifle ranges and pretty high kinetic damage for kinetic damage, if you like that. Assumedly a little bit more ammo, a little bit more accurate. Hopefully 4-shot bursts. Because the only way it's going to really compete with, like, Pulse is if you shoot 4 bullets. At 3 bullets, it's gonna struggle. I guarantee it. Yeah, Railtech, Kinetic has been like this almost the entire game. It's like the modders never really knew what to do with them. Kinetic doesn't have anything really super interesting. Like, I don't know how you balance it, but they don't seem to have much of a niche. They have a damage type that works against certain types of armor. But other than that, there's not really much else about them that's unique. Anyway, next up, shotgun or carbine. So, the original carbine, yeah, but they gave that to Pulse. Pulse gets the best. Pulse gets easy to fire, accurate, long range, and mitigates all the armor. Pulse just gets all the best parts. Well, other than antimatter ignoring armor, but you know. And also being super accurate and super long range. I guess I have some preferences. I like long range, super accurate things that bypass armor. That makes sense. Carbine. So originally, 26 damage times 10 with some shock. And the accuracy doesn't really matter. Upgraded is 26 damage with 2 additional pellets. So that's 52 more damage. 20% upgrade easily enough. And otherwise, not much different. I like all the good things. Yeah, well, I mean, that's how it works, right? Yeah, like, this is a fine shotgun. I don't use shotguns very often because I don't like to get up close and personal. And if you are up close and personal, you know, melee weapons are amazing. But against something, this is probably good. Hard to be overly excited, but you know, it's not like it doesn't look bad. It looks like a shotgun that's very good at being a shotgun. It doesn't sound very interesting, but if you want a shotgun, this is the one. It'll be the best shotgun there is, because you don't get a sonic shotgun and you don't get an antimatter shotgun. There's a pulse carbine, but I didn't like the style of fire. And I'm pretty sure these will be a straight upgrade over Gauss, although we can check at Mark III. So the final rail carbine adds 2 more pellets and 1 extra range. Not that that really matters. It's got 10 ammo. The accuracy, like I said, doesn't really matter. So like the main thing is it's 26 damage times 14, and it's got 10 ammo and 16% to fire. Nothing else really matters to a shotgun. The shock, sure, the shock goes up, but actually the shock goes down. No, it stays the same. Never mind. I thought it went from 45 to 40 now. So the shock stays the same. The suppression rarely triggers because you're trying to kill things, so it stays the same. It's got a good reaction modifier. You know, it's nothing bad, but the main thing would be this does upgrade over the Gauss shotgun, right? 26 times 14. Let's have a look. Because we have Gauss shotguns already. So instead of 19 times 14, it's 26 times 14. It's a clear damage upgrade. Okay, I like it. Shock's a little bit higher. Reaction's the same. Ammo's a little bit lower, but I can take a little bit lower ammo for a little bit more damage. It does weigh a lot more. 6 kilograms to 10 kilograms. I think the reload cost was the same. Yeah. And actually, is it easier to fire? Hold up. Yes. Oh, secret benefit to Mark III rail weapons. Maybe the Mark III rail weapons really will be good. So normally shotguns are 1825 for their firing rates. I think. Let me double check, but I believe that's standard for most shotguns. 18 and 25. The mag ones were always a little weird because they had carbine stats, 18 and 45. But the basic shot you did was 18. And I think it's been like that since the beginning. Shotguns always require 18 for your point blank shot. As far as I can tell. Even for the carbines, like the laser carbines, it was still 18%. Yeah. The rail Mark III goes down to 60. Now it's not much, but it is easier to fire at Mark III. So that's an upgrade. That's a good little... It's not as good as Pulse in terms of the reduction. But that's actually a little bit of hype for the other Mark III rail weapons. Because if they all get a small time unit reduction, as well as a little bit more damage, a little bit armor mitigation, a little bit more ammo, that could be pretty good, actually. It's a nice all well-rounder. Rail weapons, the well-rounded jack-of-all-trades kinetic weapons. A little bit easier to fire, you know, a little bit heavy, but otherwise everything else is better than the previous predecessor. Alright, I like it. It's actually an upgrade. Good. Let's compare a couple more rail weapons before we end up here, like the sniper rifle. It's going to be awfully hard to beat that pulse sniper. 16 is 6 shots, 18 is 5 shots, plus you're probably using minus 20%. You're probably going... You're almost certainly using Alpha Wolf armor. Maybe, I guess you might use Guardian, maybe, but... I feel like your Guardian armor should just have axes. So it would be... 16 minus 20% isn't much. Minus 3, I guess, so 13%? Assuming there's no decimals. Versus not rounded, or... Oh, you actually get that time unit reduction at Mark II? Oh, I didn't even notice. Shotguns, at least, get the time unit reduction at Mark II. Although the rail rifle does not. 22, 35, 40... Oh, wait, hold on. No. Okay. It looks like shotguns actually got that at Mark II. I didn't even notice. 16 and 20 at Mark II. Alright, so 16 turns into 13 for my guys. And... Or they just always had it. Never mind. All rail carbines are 16%. Shows what I know. I didn't even notice. Anyway, normally it's 18 minus 3, which is 15%. It's just minus 2. So you go from... With Alpha Wolf armor, you're going from 15% per shot to 13% per shot. It's fine. It's an upgrade. Plus, you do a little bit more damage. Anyway, let's finish off my analysis mode. So the sniper rifle, 200 kinetic, good long range, a little bit of armor mitigation, 4 shots. Slightly better than Sonic. Yay. The reloads are a bit harder than Sonic, because Sonic is really easy to reload for some reason. And the fire modes are normal, with average sniper accuracy in my book. Okay. And then at Mark II, ridiculously good range. Almost antimatter tier range. 36 range. 240 damage. Not as good as Sonic. 42 mitigations, not much at this point. 4 ammo kind of sucks. No time unit reduction. Accuracy's pretty good. I'm just trying to think if this is worth it. Like, I did enjoy... I mean, we're up Mark III here with Sonic. But I have found some value in the 400 energy damage Sonic rifle. The reduction, or the increase in time units for the Sonic Sniper doesn't really affect Alpha Wolf armor much, because they still have 2 shots, 2 snapshots or 1 aim shot. And a rail sniper is still 2 snapshots or 1 aim shot. It doesn't change the number of shots. Just gives you a little bit more freedom to crouch or turn. And it's still like, well, it's Mark II versus Mark III. So the Mark II sniper was only doing 340. It's like, it's definitely less damage though compared to Sonic. And it's the wrong damage type most of the time. In my mind, anyway. Seems like the things I want to shoot with energy mostly. You're not going to be sniping Reapers very often. You could be sniping Harridans, I guess. If you want to snipe Harridans, this would be good. Maybe not as good as the antimatter. Yeah, 36 range is up there. Not quite antimatter level. And I guess that's one of the downsides with Sonic, is it's lower on the sniper range. And we can assume the Mark III rail goes even farther. A little bit longer than a precision pulse. Yeah, if we've been enjoying the precision pulse's range at 32, and accuracy of our snapshots is 70, which is what I normally use. The rail one is this basically the same accuracy with 4 more range. So 2 shots, really long range, pretty good damage. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. I don't know. I've never really wanted a kinetic sniper, but if I wanted one, this is going to be the best kinetic sniper, I'm sure, at Mark III. 2 more. We're getting all hyped for this minigun at the end. The heavy. Oh no, the heavy. Of course, the rail heavy only does 5 shots instead of 6. 90 damage per hit. Just bad all-rounder. And then at Mark II, it's up to 6 shots at least, so that's better. 110 damage, 24 capacity. I mean, I don't know why I'm even looking at it. It's not going to be very good. The heavy weapons just have never really been a good value, you know? Why would you ever build these? Other than if you ran out of cores for a minigun, basically. Like, okay, early game, you didn't have a lot of options. Heavy machine gun, good. Also, you probably couldn't afford a lot of laser miniguns for a while. So, at least at the beginning, you may have built some heavy weapons. But once you've got the cores to build the good ones, the actual miniguns, then they're basically useless. They do fire for 45% instead of 65%, but doesn't make that much difference in my mind. So, yeah. I didn't expect the heavy rail to do anything, and I don't think it does. I haven't seen anything that would make me use it. Last but not least, hopefully, the rail minigun, with the highest per damage bullet of any minigun to date, but only 24 shots, which is not great. And also terrible accuracy. So, yeah. Standard minigun range and 50 damage per hit. Times 24. Upgraded. In theory, 1200 damage. Sure, but remember, Pulse Mark III is 2000, I think, right? Yeah. The Pulse minigun that we've been relying on for so long is 20 times 2, 40 times 50. So the maximum damage of this is 2000 energy. Alright? That's pretty good. It's Mark III, but yeah, but this is only a tier 3 weapon. The tier 2 weapon wasn't much further behind. You can do the math on this one, but 34 times 40 is, well, around 1300 damage, right? So this is a whole tier of technology higher. But, yeah. So anyway, it's 50 damage times 24, up to the big reveal. Okay, here we go. 60 damage, but 36 shots. I know you can't see. Okay, I'll show you. This is where you can get hyped, and I can't move it around this time. Where's my, oh, I locked it. I see what I did. Finally, a little bit of hype. Just put that up there. So, we might have a competitor for miniguns at the end here. We're going to need to see the Mark III, of course. But the Mark II rail minigun gets 50% more shots than the Mark I. From 24 to 36. And that's a lot of damage per bullet. 60 is definitely getting up there. 22 range is fine. It's only got 240 ammo, but that's still 15 shots. Assuming that's not lying to me. 15 shots is fine. It's pretty heavy, but yeah. So what's that in damage? 60 times 36, 180, or 1,800 plus 360. That beats the Pulse Minigun Mark III's total damage. This will be over 2,000 total. I'm pretty sure. If someone wants to go 60 minus 36, but I'm pretty sure that's like 2160 or something like that. I would say the rail minigun might be worth building. We can replace the Gauss minigun right now. We still have Gauss miniguns all over the place. I don't think they're very good. So maybe we build the rail one and hope that the Mark III goes to 48 shots. I mean, there's no guarantee. But it did upgrade once. 24 shots, 36 shots. If the next one goes to 48 shots, we're really in the money. 48 shots times 60 or 70 damage will be fantastic. 70 damage, 48 shots. That would be great. That would hit the over 3,000 damage threshold. No, that'd be totally great. That would be the best shredding weapon we have, if that is true. If the Mark III rail minigun does over 3,000 damage, that will shred those Robodog ghosts. That will be the way to kill them, 100%. 3360. I will trust you guys. I'm not going to try to do the math in my head again, but it's over 3,000 either way. And that would definitely beat the Pulse. Other than, you know, energy is good as a damage type. But, yeah, that would do more potential damage at least. Over 9,000. Not yet. But if we have 3 of them... and seeing as there's no Sonic minigun, then we're basically just going Pulse versus Rail versus Antimatter. And Antimatter is very expensive, so... although it ignores armor... and still does over 1,000 damage. It's less total damage potential, and it doesn't shred armor, so sometimes it doesn't work. But usually it does a ton of damage. I would say overall Rail is looking okay. I'm going to want to build shotguns. I'm going to want to build the miniguns. The heavies are just garbage. Sniper looks okay. I don't know if I want to build these exactly, but we'll see. I could still go 1 Rail Sniper, 1 Sonic Sniper if I want to give up on Pulse. But that's a tough call because I really like the multi-shot Pulse Snipers. The rifle, maybe. It really comes down to getting that extra shot. And yeah, if the SMG gets to 8, the problem is really, if you're using it with Guardian Armor, what is it good for? It's really hard to fire, like you don't get to move and shoot, or shoot and run away easily. And although it could do, theoretically, like 70 times 8, you have to be almost point blank, because it's still not very accurate. These things are never super accurate. Traditionally, they were good against Reapers, right? But the current tier of Reapers aren't strong against any damage, so you can just shoot them at long range with whatever. You know, whatever you like. It doesn't have to be a close range scout using an SMG. And your shield doesn't work on Reapers, so it's not even a particularly good matchup. You'd be better off to just rapid fire them with Pulse, probably. Or actually a non-armor piercing weapon, so... the Pulse minigun, actually. Probably the best way to kill Reapers will be the Pulse minigun, because it just does a ton of damage, and it doesn't ignore armor, it just does damage. Anyway, yeah, it looks good. If you want a pistol, if you've based your strategy around pistols, this is a fine pistol. It's not as good as Antimatter, but it's a good pistol. If you like SMGs, this is a good SMG. If you like kinetic rifles, it's a good rifle. Not amazing, but good. If you like the shotguns, this is the best one. If you like sniper rifles, it's a good kinetic sniper rifle. If you like heavies for some reason, it's a good heavy weapon. Like, they're all good. There's nothing wrong with them, other than you don't like kinetic weapons. And sometimes I just prefer lasers and energies and stuff. And yeah, the reaction fires are all decent. Not as good as Gauss. I think Gauss was specifically good reaction fire. That was its perk. So, there might be some higher reaction modifiers here, maybe. 1.8 on the rifle, for instance, versus 1.2. Yeah, I think you'll find that on average the Gauss has better reaction modifiers. But I would assume once we get to Mark III, they're not bad or anything. It's just Gauss. It's kind of like Pulse was specifically good at low time units. Gauss, its special thing was good reaction modifier. Sonic is all about that high damage for lots of other bad things. Rail just seems to be the rounded one, the well-rounded one. Good at most things. And then, you know, Antimatter, of course, is the best, I think, without really any... Assuming Mark IV is not somehow worse than Mark III, Antimatter is going to be the best general-purpose weapon by a long shot. But, not the highest damage potential, just the best at ignoring armor and being really long-range and accurate. But, anyway, I believe that's the end of my analysis phase. We will need to go capture some operators now to unlock the last data hacks. So we'll be looking for some Terror mission battleships and some... I think we need a civilian not a dreadnought, a civilian battleship. I think. Or one of the civilian options, whatever. I forget what it was. What I'll do before I end the stream, or before I end the episode, we're still recording. We're still recording, guys. Don't even forget. Let's see what the next wave of UFOs brings us, just for a little bit of a cliffhanger for the future tubers. Because there could be another terror ship that we've never seen before coming any second. Also, we do have an objective here to capture a capable psionic unit. We haven't seen any new psionic units yet. Wonder who that'll be. So much excitement. But yeah, railguns. I'd say I'm more excited for rail tech than sonic tech. Sonic tech is like just barely interesting. It does a ton of damage, but the drawbacks are really bad. Whereas rail is like, okay, I could see myself using a lot of rail weapons. I should upgrade most of my Gauss stuff. I could be doing it right now, but whatever. We'll get around to it. Okay, hold on. We've got lots of, at the very least, I should be building that minigun. 48 cores, 12 alloys. That's not so bad. I'm pretty sure the Mark II minigun, the Mark II rail minigun, is better than the Mark III Gauss minigun. I mean, we could do the math, but 36 shots is just going to be better. So, at least build me this, so I don't have to do the garbage Gauss anymore. But yeah, we should build the shotguns and all that as well. Well, that's only a tier 3 dreadnought, friendos. The aliens are being nice. They have not given us a tier 4 terror yet. Oh, never mind. Well, at least we got something exciting for next time. I wonder if I can shoot it down. I wonder. Do that one right now. No, I can't. It's too late. The mothership. Well, this is legitimately the one we need to shoot down and do the data core for. 100%. This will be the tier 4 terror ship. So these will be tier 4 terror units. Civilian terror, Harridan terror. They will have theoretically hybrid weapons and ancient weapons for us to gather up. There should be an assault operator. Probably not a terror operator on this one. And a Praetor as well. So that's what that is. This mission will probably skip because it'll just be phase 3, and you know, although you could get some resources, we're not gonna really bother. We'll shoot it down and everything, but yeah. Battle carrier to build a base. They're trying really hard to build that base. Another shuttle, and that's it. All right, well, next time, future tubers, we will talk about the mothership. Hope you've enjoyed. Thanks for watching, and at least we have a chance to get some technology next time. Oh boy. Wish me luck, guys. See you next time. And live tubers. Yep. Of course it's civilian. Of course it's most certainly the most dangerous terror ship you can get. I sure hope we're ready by now. Mums a terror. That's going to be a tough mission. It's actually unfortunate that we got the base attack first. Because, remember, you don't get vehicles on base attacks. You only see the vehicles on terror missions. Or, like, non-base attacks. But if it's specifically a vehicle that only shows up on a terror mission, it would only show up on a civilian terror mission with drones or vehicles. We won't have access to those on a base attack. So if there was some sort of civilian mech, like we saw in Phase 3, it won't be here. And they're generally not that hard to deal with. But, yeah, a bunch of Reapers, probably some new Reaper, I would bet. Terror Harridans, Terror Civilians, and all the new weapons they bring. You don't want C team to handle it. What I well, I was trying to think if I need to push antimatter weapons around. If this was a Terror Andron mission, I would definitely move all of my antimatter to the same base. But civilians are pretty weak to energy. And the Reapers generally, well, the Zeta Reapers are weak to everything. But it might be still better to bring the antimatter for the Harridans anyway. We'll see. I'll have to think about it. It's been a long stream already, and this is another gigantic mission that we really want to prepare for well. So we'll save that for next time. Some team will handle it, and we'll probably do just the one mission next time from this wave. Andron Carrier. We've already seen a battle carrier. Andron Cruiser, no big deal. Shuttle to shoot down. Might have a queen in it, but whatever. And an old school dreadnought. So yeah, the only really interesting mission is the mothership. That's the big one. The other ones are probably just, you know, no big deal for now. All right. So thanks for hanging out, live tubers, the chill tubers, and I will see you probably tomorrow night, assuming, well, Friday night. Okay, we'll see what happens, but you know, I'll put a notice up and say mothership stream coming up soon once I know if I'm going to do it or not. But I mean, I've been doing pretty much every night, so unless I need a break, you know. But what can you do? It's not like you can go to a theater or anything. Friday night, we're gonna go to the bar, we're gonna go get drinks. Nope, it's all closed. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. I will see you next time, one way or the other, and we can see how the mothership goes. All right, Blue out. Don't worry, Lord Tenebrous. It'll all end up on a VOD eventually. But I don't know what time I'm going to start at yet. It's just... We'll figure it out. I know it's tough for some of you Europeans, for sure.